People should hear us. Mute your mic just in case they can hear us.
Hi there, everyone. Welcome to State of Search 2021. State of Search is put on by DFW-SEM, and I am your DFW-SEM president. I wanted to take a moment to thank all the people that made State of Search and DFW-SEM possible this year. We're in our 17th year as an organization, none of which would be possible without Chris O'Connor, our treasurer, and our lead for State of Search this year, Jenna Williams, who handled all of our communications over this past year for both State of Search and DFW-SEM. Bart Peters, who is in charge of our membership. Jordan Pearson, who's in charge of sponsorship. Jade Myers, who's our secretary and helped us with many of the videos today. Our board member at large, Tim Shane, and our VP of hospitality, Amal Haddad. DFW-SEM is going to be having our monthly meeting on December 8th. So if you don't have anything going on then, I would highly recommend it. We benefit for Love Packs of Plano, and you'd be able to come here and celebrate some food and drinks with fellow digital marketers. So we'd love to see you December 8th to join us in networking. And with that, I will hand it over to Chris O'Connor.
Good morning, everyone, for State of Search. I am so excited. We are working out all the challenges. I'm sometimes a little bit challenged when it comes to technology, but we're going to make it happen today. And I'm really excited that we're all here today. So our first event is, or I should say first speaker, is really going to get us rolling, get us going. And we all love him to death, right, Greg? We love you to death. And we're excited to have you here today. We're actually starting a couple minutes early, I think, because we're so excited to get rolling. But I'm going to share my screen and we're going to get Greg up and going. And good morning, everyone. Can't wait for the day.
The curtain, how to run a successful agency. My name is Greg Gifford. I'm the Vice President of Search at Search Lab Digital. We're a boutique digital marketing agency that does local SEO and paid search. And in fact, we just won a US Search Award for both local SEO and for PPC. So, you know, we do some good stuff. Most importantly, I want you to check out my weekly video series called Local Search Tuesdays. It's at our blog at that link right there. It's short 3 to 5 minute clips that are about one specific tactic that you can use to achieve better visibility in local searches. So it's a really great series to watch. I definitely encourage you to check it out. And there's a picture of me being a goofball on the stage at MozCon. I speak at a lot of conferences outside of COVID, typically at least 30 conferences a year all over the world. And because of that, you know, sometimes I see some speakers who aren't that entertaining to watch. Let's be honest. Sometimes people have some great information to share, but it's not always as entertaining to watch these people. And sometimes it's painful watching these people because they'll stand at the podium right on the stage and they don't ever move. And they stand there with their back to the crowd and they're just reading their own slides the entire time. And all you see is kind of a 3/4 view of the back of their head. And even worse, most of the time, the background is just plain white and it's black Arial font. And there are just lots of bullet points on every slide. And all they're doing is sitting there reading bullet points. And it's usually in a very kind of monotone delivery method, and it's just really painful to watch. So because of that, I firmly believe that bullet points kill kittens, and today's presentation will be entirely kitten safe. And you saw the pulling back the curtain reference to The Wizard of Oz at the beginning. I was a film major in college. I have a full sleeve of movie portrait tattoos. My whole right leg is all Goonies tattoos, and I've actually started working on my left arm sleeve. So every time I do a presentation, there is a movie theme. And I always go back and include at least one movie for every year in the last 50 years for whatever theme we're talking. And today's theme is science fiction movies. So instead of just going back 50 years, we're going back 53 years because, hey, if I'm doing science fiction movies, I've got to have every Planet of the Apes movie included. So we're going back 53 years today. We have 119 references to sci-fi movies. Now I know, especially with some of the younger people that might be watching, there's probably some stuff that's a little bit more obscure and you may not have heard of it. Over there to the side. So not only will you learn some awesome tips for how to run a digital marketing agency better, but you'll have some cool movies to watch later. So let's kick this thing off. Are you here today because you need a hand with running a digital marketing agency? I know a lot of people think that once you start your own business and you get going, it's just a kind of a party on situation and everything's golden and everybody's happy. But unfortunately, running an agency is a pretty tough puzzle to crack. There's a lot of moving pieces and it's a lot more complex than anyone would think. And far too many people do it without investing too much effort. They just, let's say, float along. And if you're just going to float along, then you're going to have some problems, and those problems are going to compound over time. And then if you've got problems inside your agency, you're going to have problems with your clients. And as clients realize that you're not the best solution, you become kind of invisible to potential businesses that you could work with. And if you're just blending into the background, you're not really seen, and people aren't going to find you, and people aren't going to want to work with you. And if you're in that situation where you're just almost invisible to potential clients, how do you hope to grow? How do you hope to succeed? How do you hope to build something successful? It's not really going to work. But don't lose your head. I know there's a lot of complicated moving pieces and it's tough to do, but I'm here today to share my experience and help you be better. And I know if you're looking online, there's a whole lot of material about how to run an agency, how to run your own business and things to do. But let's be honest, most of it's just a giant pile of crap. So I'm going to help you sift through that giant pile of crap and find the important pieces that will help you be better at running a successful agency. In fact, it's almost like I'm showing you the code behind Google's matrix to help you have a better understanding of what you need to do to have a great agency where people want to work and clients will want to work with you. Now, I've been talking at digital marketing conferences for a really long time. Over a decade now that I've been speaking at conferences. And in fact, I spoke at the very first State of Search conference, 6, 7, 8 years ago. I even lost track of time. But here's a photo of me up on the stage back before I even had a beard. And, funny if you notice there, it's State of Search without the official State of Search conference font, just the State of Search logo. That's how early it was back at that first State of Search conference. But I usually talk about local SEO. That's kind of what I've known for. And I've talked about local SEO more times than I can count, really. And I've talked about other things too. I've done a lot of presentations on link building. I've talked a whole lot about Google My Business, which is, let's face it, just basically local SEO. Anyway, I've even talked about how to make better reports that your clients will love and that are easier to do than doing them manually or some other things like that. But today I'm going to talk about something totally different, something I haven't ever talked about at a conference before. And that's about how to run a successful agency. We're talking about processes today, not SEO tactics. And COVID is the elephant in the room. It's still around a heck of a lot longer than any of us thought it was going to be here. And it hit a lot of agencies really hard. A lot of agencies ended up going out of business because of COVID. But at Search Lab, we were lucky. We were set up in a way that didn't really affect us too much. And we hardly saw any difference. In fact, we grew exponentially during COVID. Now, I'm not here to say that, to rub it in that some people had problems and we did well. But I am here to say that we did well. And I'm going to share with you why we did well and how we did well so that you can use some of the same principles to guide your own agency so that you'll be successful in the long run. So not only did we not see much of a difference, like I said, we grew and we blew past all the goals that we had set. I started at Search Lab in December of 2019. Funny enough, I actually did my initial interview with the owner of Search Lab when he came down to speak at State of Search back in 2019. But I ended up starting in December and, we met in January, a few weeks after I started working there, to do our annual planning meeting. So we always have annual planning meetings that are offsite, that are 2 days, where we set out our goals and plans for the entire year. And so right after I started, we had the annual planning meeting. And at the time, we were doing about $1 million a year in annualized revenue. And at that planning meeting, at the beginning of 2020, beginning of last year, we set a 3-year goal that at the end of that 3 years, so end of 2022, so we've got 2020, 2021, 2022. At the end of 2022, we wanted to be billing $3 million a year in annualized revenue. Now, that was before we knew COVID was coming and before COVID shut everything down and threw us all for a pretty crazy loop. And we didn't realize there were going to be massive changes ahead, but we still set a fairly ambitious goal. And, you know, COVID happened and we just trucked on through it and kept on going and actually blew past that goal in 14 months. So instead of taking 3 years to get to that goal, we got to that goal and blew past the goal in less than 1.5 years. And in fact, by the end of this year, we're going to be past $6 million of annualized revenue, which is, for those of you that suck at math, double what our 3-year goal was in only 2 years of time. Now, we also have a really low customer churn rate. Our clients just don't leave. Our clients are happy. They stick around. And sure, we lose a few here and there, but compared to any other agency that I've ever been a part of, it is extremely low for a churn rate. And as we've talked to a lot of other agencies, and I've had exposure because I've at a lot of different conferences and we've been able to do some consulting for various agencies. And I talk to other agency owners as well online. And it turns out a lot of digital marketing agencies don't really know how to run the business side of the agency. They just don't know how to run an agency successful. In fact, it's pretty amazing that some of these agencies are able to stay afloat with just a complete lack of oversight, a lack of processes, and they still keep going and they hang on for dear life. But who really wants to be in business where you're hanging on for dear life? Like, it should be a little bit easier than that, right? So I've helped through my tenure at various agencies build several agencies from zero revenue to multiple $1 million of revenue. So I've got some experience growing agencies from nothing to being pretty successful. So I was hired specifically to restructure SearchLab, to come into SearchLab, look at the processes, to tear everything apart and put it back together so that SearchLab would be able to grow. They wanted to be bigger, they wanted to be better, but they wanted to be sure that they were being better and growing the right way. And here's the problem. If you don't have the right processes in place and you don't address the problems that you're having, and you're trying to grow at the same time, those problems will only compound each other. They get worse, they get bigger, they become massive, massive issues that will cause your employees to leave and cause your clients to churn because you've got employee turnover and you're not delivering great results. So today I'm sharing with you what I did specifically at SearchLab. This is basically a very large case study of what I did to change SearchLab to make us the successful agency that we are today. If we boil this entire thing down to the simplest concept, it's all about the fact that doing SEO is relatively easy, but running a business is hard. Running an agency is difficult, even though it's easy to do the SEO side of that agency. And ultimately, if you want to have a successful agency, it's all about having the right people in place and having the right processes to manage that client work and those people. And when it comes to people, I know a lot of agencies out there like to hire people very cheap with no experience and train them up. That way they're doing everything that you want them to do exactly the way you want them to do it. But I don't really like hiring the super cheap, the people that are really cheap like that. It doesn't work out in the long run. I feel like it's actually cheaper to hire people that are more expensive, because if you hire the cheap people and you spend all that effort training them up, then they're going to realize after a year, year and a half that now they do have a lot of experience and they can go somewhere else. And when they jump ship and go to a different agency, they get a lot bigger bump in pay than they could ever hope to get working where they are now, even if you give great raises. And I just don't have any interest after years and years of doing this. I've got no interest in training my competition's team. If I'm hiring people cheap and those people work to get the experience with me, because I'll take them with no experience. Once they do have experience, it's easy to go get a better job that pays more because they've got more experience. And now it just becomes this revolving door of I'm hiring cheaper people and training them, and then they're out the door. So you have to hire people with a little bit more experience and pay them well, so they're going to stick around. And if you've got better, more experienced talent, that means they're doing better work. That means they're going to get better results. And if you're doing better work with better results with more experienced team members, that means you're probably most likely going to have a lot lower churn with your clients. So it makes a lot of sense. But that doesn't mean that we only hire people with a lot of experience, because if we hire someone at the lower end of experience, we've got a very intensive training program to catch them up to where they need to be, so that, you know, for the first month they're doing their training. Within a few months, they're caught up to the level of where we would want them to be if they'd come in with some experience. And then we're able to take those people and mold them into awesome SEO consultants without taking a year to get them there. So we can hire people with less experience. And then after a year, when they do have that experience, we give them a significant pay bump. And we understand that, hey, look, if I'm going to hire somebody, a guy or girl with a lot less experience or zero experience, but they really want to be an SEO and we want to take that leap with them, then cool. Then we're going to pay them less than we would pay someone coming in with a year of experience. But after a year, when they've been there and they've demonstrated that they're great and they've done great work and they've kept their clients happy, then at that point they do have experience. It's not fair for them to have that disparity in pay range when, if they'd have come in with that experience, they would have been paid significantly more. So we understand that if that's going to happen, those people are going to get that first year's raise will be a lot bigger than what it would normally be, because we want to catch them up to the level of where our other people are, so that there's no disparity in the pay range. And B, they're going to stick around because they don't have to make that jump to somewhere else to get that pay increase to where they would be now that they've got some experience, and we keep them longer. Otherwise, those people are going to bounce 100% of the time. At about a year to a year and a half of time, that door is just going to start hitting people on the way out, because they're going to want to peace out and go somewhere else they can get paid better. But it's not just about hiring the right people, it's also about the right processes. And that's where I feel like we've really honed things in really well, and we have some great success. So I'm going to share a lot of information about the processes that we use, because if you don't have the right processes in place, your results will suffer. You have to have the right processes to drive the direction of the team so they know what they're expected to do. And you need the right processes in place to be able to audit the work that people are doing, so that you've got oversight into what's going on at an agency level and among individual clients, so that if someone's not hitting the levels of performance that you think they should, you're able to catch it in time to turn things around, instead of being, you know, at a point where you don't know what's going on. And most agencies are running with more of a team-based approach. And that team-based approach means that you've got multiple people working on a client account every month. You're going to have your tech SEO team. You're going to have your content writing team. You're going to have your regular SEO consultants that do the day-to-day optimizations. You're going to have your GMB team or your reputation management team, and an account manager that's coordinating all of this, or the account manager may just be a relationship manager that talks to the client. But you end up with a situation where somebody comes in to write a blog post this month, and they don't really know that much about the client. They just know what the client does, and they need to write a blog post that kind of fits there. And it's different people writing and different people optimizing. And it ends up with a lot of different individual people touching an account over the lifespan of that client account. And usually that account manager is just going to handle the client-facing relationship and not actually do any of the work. So it's less focused and less organized. And a lot of times teams are not fully utilized, because let's say you're having this team-based approach and you have some account managers, and the account managers you have are completely utilized. So you have to hire a new account manager to cover the extra space. Well, when that new guy starts or new girl starts, you're looking at somebody that is very underutilized because they just have a very small portion of their time being used. Even if you reallocate other clients and spread it out among your account managers, you end up with a not fully utilized team. Or the same thing if you have a link building team and you get to capacity and you need to hire a new link builder, you hire that new link builder and now your link building team is not fully utilized. And sometimes it can be not fully utilized for quite a while. So at Search Lab, we take a different approach. It's a boutique approach where with us, one single consultant handles everything for every client. So that consultant owns the entire client relationship, and we don't even have account managers, so they talk directly to the client. So that's a better relationship on the client side because they're not talking to somebody that's just about talking to a lot of clients. They're talking to the person that has assessed their digital footprint, done the audit of their site, done the competitive research and the keyword research, and created that unique strategy and is executing that unique strategy. So it's a better relationship on the client side of things as well. Plus, it's a more focused approach for us because you've got that one person month in and month out handling that relationship and all of the pieces of the strategy. So it's better customer service, better results, more focused approach. And more importantly, it makes it infinitely easier for us to scale because when it's time to hire, I need to know when I need to hire. And with the team-based approach, I know when a team's at capacity, but now I'm hiring somebody to a team that will be underutilized. So with the team-based approach, we have to hire those people for those teams as those teams hit capacity. And then it's a little underutilized for a bit. And maybe we need to hire a link builder and we can't can't find a link builder at that point in time. But sometimes less is more. Making it simpler makes it easier and you can get better results. As we grow, I know exactly when it's time for me to hire a new employee because I can see what's coming in our sales pipeline. I know when new accounts are going to be starting. And I know that ahead of time because I'm paying attention to what's going on in our sales pipeline. So we know when we're going to be at capacity, when it's time to hire somebody. And by the time that person is trained up and ready to take accounts, we actually already know which accounts will be going to that person. And we know how much money we're making per employee too, where we're not doing the weird janky math of just taking the whole team and dividing it. I can look at profitability per individual employee because I know per account what costs are involved, what salaries involved, and everything involved in that calculation is very easy and very quick every month. So I know profitability per person. For example, a standard consultant that works our normal framework standard accounts, if they have a full load of clients, they make us about $16,000 a month of profit. So I know every time I'm hiring a new person, when that person becomes fully utilized, which usually happens within a month or two, within a month or two, every new body is just another 16K, another 16K, another 16K. And we built out our management team really well. The last year and a half has been really getting everything in place where we can now scale pretty quickly if we need to. And we're hoping to need to. I mean, we've been doing well so far. But the management team is not client facing. The management team doesn't generate any revenue. Sales team generates revenue in that they're selling things, but they're not actually doing the day-to-day work of working an account. So all of those non-revenue generating people, they're all hired. They're all in place, which means now the next 10 to 12 hires that I make are all going to be consultant level. So that's 10 to 12 hires of within a month or two, 16K per person. And I know exactly when to hire and I know exactly how much they're going to make me. So it's just an easy, well-oiled machine at this point. And we set up our teams in little groups. We usually sometimes call them pods, but the teams are 5 people. So it's up to 4 consultants with a team lead that runs each individual team. Now the team leads help lead client calls at the beginning. And then eventually the consultants are able to run their own calls and the team leads don't have to. The team leads are there to mentor and help people through tough times where they're up against a roadblock and they can't figure out how to get this link across the finish line. That team lead can help. Or they're having some issues with a client that's got some unique situations in the website. They can come in and help get that sorted out as well. They're also able to help us with our auditing system. And the leads will cross audit each other's teams. And they're also there for quality control on the work that we do. So it's kind of an extra person in spot to help with both production work and to make sure that that work is awesome. And the team leads also own a small number of clients each as well, because then it covers their salary. So I don't have to have these team lead roles on these smaller teams, because remember, it's just up to 4 consultants on a team. And if every team had a team lead that didn't generate any revenue, that becomes very expensive and it kind of kills profit quickly. So the team leads will handle a small number of accounts each. So their salaries are covered, and we actually typically make just a little bit of money off of each of the team leads as well. Now, when I started at SearchLab, I completely ripped everything down and rebuilt basically from scratch, because before I came in, they treated SEO kind of like paid search, where there was a monthly budget of whatever the monthly amount of money was that was being billed to the clients, and work was completed based on the hours associated with that dollar amount. So if certain work was done and it came to the last week of the month, and somebody would notice, oh, geez, we've got to figure out another $500 worth of work to do on this site, then they just go figure out what to do. And a lot of agencies I've found run this way, where there's not a consistent set of things that are done every month. It changes from month to month based on whatever the whim is of the project manager or account manager or consultants that are working the account. And there's no consistent direction that everyone's rowing in together. So, you do random work. It's like, oh, let's just give them another blog post, or, oh, let's go spin some wheels doing some link building to use up that budgetary time. But now we've set it up in a better way. So we have a framework of recurring tasks that is the basis of everything that we do, because you've seen other presentations throughout State of Search in the last, this year and the last year and the last few years. And everybody's talking about tactics. So yeah, we know the tactics. We know when it comes to SEO, you got to have awesome content. We know you got to do link building. We know it's local, so we've got to do GMB and reviews. So we've got all these different elements that we know need to happen. So we have the framework that lets us know at a point of entry, every client is going to, at a minimum, have these tasks happen every month. And then that framework can be customized for larger clients or clients that have really specific needs. But the framework ensures that we are always completing certain tasks every month. So we don't have the kind of fly by the seat of our pants, let's use up their budget, and maybe we go 2 or 3 months without even writing any new content, or maybe we go 6 months without doing any link building, or hey, it's been 2 months, maybe we should go touch their GMB. This way, every month we know that the right signals are being touched, regardless of the size of the client's account. And the framework makes it easier to scale, because as we need to scale, we know that at a point of entry, that framework needs to be done. And we know that that point of entry means there's a certain number of hours that have to be put into each standard level account. And for anyone that's curious, this new tattoo here is actually this shot right here from Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Now, larger accounts obviously are going to get more hours. They need more time, but the structure is still going to be based off of that framework, so that we know that even if they're getting more time, more effort, additional things, everything's still going to be based off that initial framework where we know this is our strategy that is going to happen with every single client. So we know exactly how many hours a consultant can handle in a month, because we know that they work 40 hours a week, and we've got X number of weeks every month, typically 4 weeks, sometimes 4.5. So we know what kind of space they've got available. So when it comes to resource management and building out new accounts and where those accounts are going to go, it's really easy to know how many hours each consultant has based on the accounts that they're working. And we wouldn't be successful if we didn't have the right tools in place either. So it's not just about having an awesome process that's easy to scale and having the right people. We got to have the right tools to help us do our job and to help us maintain the higher level of service that we like to give to the clients that we work with. So for task management, we use ClickUp. We really like ClickUp because there's a lot of neat things in there that you can customize. It's really customizable. You can make it work the way that you want it to work, put in the custom fields and the custom forms and everything that you need in that task management system to really dial it in and have it work exactly the way that you want it to work. And then it's got a really great reporting system that makes it easy for us to pull historical task. So if we need something for our own logs, we can pull that easily. Or if we want to look at the future and see what's coming in the next couple of weeks of schedule, it's very easy for us to do scheduling meetings based on what's coming up. So every morning we do have those scheduling meetings. Every Monday morning we have a scheduling meeting with all the team leads where they're going to download all of the information from ClickUp. to look at the things that we need to know to help each employee get through the next week successfully. So we're going to look at that week's schedule for each individual consultant. So what do they have on their plate? And we actually look at the current week plus the week after. So we're looking at a 2-week view of what does each person have on their plate as far as tasks that need to be done each day or cumulatively through the week or through the 2-week period. And then we also look at the previous week's logged tasks, because we know based on each individual client and what that framework looks like, how much time should be spent on the various tasks. For instance, if we know they have an hour optimization task, but then we saw they spent 3.5 hours working on a task that should have only taken an hour, we can dig in and find out why and see, was there a problem with that site and it just is what it is? Or was that person not being efficient and with their time management skills and spending too much time on something because they thought they had the time that they ended up not really having, and now they're behind. So it helps us with time management. It helps make sure that we are covered and that we are providing the level of service that we are obligated to provide to our clients. And it helps us see when there are overdue tasks, how hard is it going to be for that person to catch up and get done everything that needs to get done for that client. Now, with our team members, we don't expect that there is going to be 40 hours of client work completed every week, because let's be real, that's just not a realistic goal. Now, we actually set this system and put it in place before COVID happened, and then everyone ended up being home. So some of the things that we had built into this, like, hey, look, I don't want you to log when you got to go to the bathroom. You don't need to log that you took your lunch break. You know, we've got a foosball table, and if you just need a break and you want to go play foosball for 10 minutes, that's cool. You don't need to go log that foosball thing. Obviously, when you first get to work in the morning, you're going to get your coffee or your Red Bull or your Monster, and you're going to sit down and you're going to check through your email and kind of get settled in. You're not even really doing work for the client work for the first, half hour, whatever it would be. So we expect that in a 40-hour work week, we're going to have 35 hours of logged client work happening in the system. So that's basically 7 hours a day-ish of work being done through the week. So a lot of times people are going to work more than that 35 hours, but hey, as long as you get everything done and you've worked 35 hours, we're not going to make you work an extra 5 hours just to say you hit 40. So that's what we're expecting. And then we also use the EOS system and traction tools to run SearchLab. It's a method for running your business. It's really cool system. The best part that I love more than anything else is the traction tools system runs your meetings for you, and every meeting has a purpose. So you don't have a meeting about having a meeting about having another meeting. And you don't have these meetings that show up on your calendar and you have no idea what's going to be happening. Meetings all have a purpose, and the software runs the meetings, and there's always a set agenda for every meeting, and there's a set time limit for the various elements of that meeting. So if you have an hour meeting set, exactly what is going to happen and what needs to be finished within that hour time slot. So it makes meetings much more efficient and productive. So you know what needs to get done and the time limit you've got to get it done in, and you're not wasting time talking about stuff that's not related to that particular goal. So the meetings are much better. It also requires that 2-day planning session that I mentioned where we set our goal and blew past our goal. So every year at the beginning of the year, you're going to have a 2-day planning session for the year, and it's going to be offsite. So it's not at the office. You've got to go somewhere else and unplug so that for those 2 days, your leadership team is dialed into setting the goals for the entire year. And it also requires offsite quarterly planning meetings. So 1 day, so 2 days in January, and then 1 day at the beginning of Q2, 1 day at the beginning of Q3, 1 day at the beginning of Q4. So you've got your yearly planning meeting, and then you've got 3 individual quarterly planning meetings where you can break things into smaller chunks to help your agency hit that year goal that you're trying to hit, that you set at the beginning of the year. So it keeps you laser focused on the things that matter. It's easy to get pulled down by HR things and client issues and fires and other things with the culture of the company. But if you're trying to grow and you've got goals that are set for growth, you don't want to get distracted by the other things that are still important for the agency. So having these quarterly meetings keeps you really focused. It keeps us really focused on the things that matter for the growth goals that we set at the beginning of the year, or for the team goals that we set for continuing education or, trying to keep people connected during the remote work area of COVID. These quarterly meetings also make accountability a lot easier because you don't have this company-wide initiative and nobody's really responsible. As you break down your overall goals into smaller goals, there's clear accountability for the team members and for the agency on what needs to be done, what the timeline is for what needs to be done, and who's ultimately responsible for each element. So things are very clear and easy when you run things this way. Then for all of the tasks that we have in our framework, I wrote a very in-depth team manual. So not only do we have the project management system that has all of the tasks outlined to make it easy to go see, here's what I need to do today and this week and next week, etc., but each of those tasks has an in-depth description of the task in the team manual that outlines, here's what to do, here's how to do it. It talks about every specific task so that at any point, once you're done with your training, if you need to refer back to the manual to see, hey, what am I specifically supposed to do here? Or how do I fill out my logs for this? Or what do I need to close out in the project management system? It's all in the manual. So everything is very easy to see. Again, accountability and responsibility moving forward. I also created our captain's log. It is our kind of our end all be all simple sheet that we refer to see how clients are distributed among the teams and also to help us with resource management as we grow. So the captain's log looks kind of like this. Obviously, I blurred out some sensitive client information, but you see the left darker blue person on each of the teams is the team lead with the names of all of the team members across on each team. Then I can see the hours associated with each team member, how many clients they have, and what their availability is if they have time to bring on new clients. And then I can see totals per team as well. So it makes it really easy at a high level to just log in and see, hey, who's on which team. It's easier than using a CRM, like if you had Salesforce or Pipedrive or something like that. You can only log in and see accounts on an individual basis. So I can go look up all the information on a single account, but this is an easier view for us to see how clients are distributed among the teams that we're running. Now that main sheet is all about a 10,000-foot view. We want to see who is where, who is responsible for which client, and how are the teams grouped together. That's pretty much it for that first one. And resourcing is a lot easier as we're growing, because if we knew that we had 4 people starting on November 1st, and those 4 people were responsible for 3 standard level accounts and 1 large level account that's the size of 3 standard accounts, then that means I would need to find the space for actually 6 accounts instead of 4. So I need to find out who's got the time. It's very easy to jump into that sheet, see who's got the time, see who's got the availability, so that we can plug and play and put things where they need to go. It's also easy to make a copy of that sheet and play out multiple scenarios and move things around and see what's going to work best with what's coming up in our pipeline, because typically we're looking a couple of months ahead of time to figure out where clients are going to get slotted in with individual contributors. Now, then we've also got a second tab on there that includes all of the kind of top level client details. It's kind of like a backup to our CRM, so that you don't have to look at that sheet and then you want to see one specific thing. So you got to flip back to the CRM. You can just click on the other tab and it's all there. Also, it's really cool because as we have each line item on that more detailed info sheet in the captain's log, we've got links to that client's folder on Google Drive, that client's Google Analytics account, that client's Search Console account, that client's Data Studio dashboard. So everything for that client is easy to get from that spot because all of those links are included there. And then I've also got a history tab in there. It's, again, a 10,000-foot view. So this isn't like I'm getting into QuickBooks and looking at things in QuickBooks. This is more I'm looking at the high level numbers so I can see client growth, revenue growth over time. And then we've got a separate spreadsheet that we've built where we've basically plug in the clients that are on each individual team member and the associated costs with those clients and the tools that we use and that team member's salary. So it's a quick, easy, every month we can see accountability for what's going on and profitability using this sheet to see exactly how much money we're making for each client that we've got based on the consultants that are handling those accounts. And then we use a really cool tool called Cash Flow Tool that lets us do forecasting. So as we look at our sales pipeline, and we can put things into the sales pipeline and see what's coming in this cash flow tool based on the prospective level of number of clients that we're going to be adding and number of team members that we need to add to meet that client demand. It's really cool to see forecasting of what revenue looks like. So we see, you know, what kind of cash comes in, what kind of cash goes out, and then the blue line is balance. And you can see that balance line starts to really go up over time, where the other ones seem to be, you know, fairly consistent because we're not really adding a lot of salaries that don't also generate revenue for us. And when it comes to content, we've done things a little differently, and we don't do content in-house. We outsource all of our content to a content provider you probably maybe hopefully heard of before, called CopyPress. We currently, at this point today, order over 700 pieces of content every single month. And these content pieces are all at a minimum of 1,000 words and links. So that's a whole lot of writing that needs to happen every month. If we were going to try to handle that in-house, that becomes a logistical nightmare very quickly. So this way, outsourcing it, CopyPress is going to handle the ideation for all of the content that we're ordering, but we can base that off of keyword research and concepts that we use to suggest, hey, these are some things we should do. But they handle the specific ideation. They do the research for the post. They write the post. They put it through editing, and they go find an image to go with each post that is Creative Commons free images that we're allowed to use. And that's all delivered to us. It's much easier to let a partner manage that side of things, because as we scale, if we're doing that in-house, again, my writing team's at capacity, I got to hire a new writer, and now I'm underutilized. But it also becomes a huge headache to have to ideate, research, put it through writing, put it through editing. That's a whole extra bunch of team members that we have to have, and it makes things a lot more expensive and more difficult to scale. So it's much cheaper to let them handle it. Besides being easier logistically, it's cheaper to outsource it and not have to pass that additional cost along to our clients and charge a higher monthly rate. So we end up getting better content for cheaper than if we were doing it in-house, and it's a heck of a lot easier. I also have a really cool Power BI sheet that I built that lets us track agency trends. It's basically a big roll-up report that we update on a monthly basis. So we're tracking everything at an agency level to see what sorts of results that we're getting for the clients that we work with. Most importantly, it lets us track results per vertical. So we can now see, all right, we've got a lot of car dealers. What do our results look like across the agency, and what do our results look like just for our car dealer clients, or just for our attorney clients, or just for our doctor clients? So we can have individual benchmarks based on the verticals that we work in to know what level of success we should be having within that vertical. We can also track results down to a team level, or even down to an individual consultant level. Now, obviously, they shouldn't always be held completely accountable for the results that they get, because if they get a client that's on a crappy website platform that's already had really bad reviews, then maybe it's going to take some time to really get the stellar sort of results that we usually like to deliver to clients. So it takes longer. It's not that individual contributor's fault, but it's still something we want to keep an eye on. And as we're looking at things, we know that, hey, look, every month we're looking at all of our accounts, and hey, for all of our car dealers, this is what we typically see after 6 months or 12 months or 18 months. And geez, this one car dealer here isn't getting results up to the standard of what we would expect. So now we can dive in and look at that particular guy and see specifically what we can do to juice those numbers and get them better results. And even more exciting, we can pull out the really cool metrics for marketing that our marketing and sales team need to close more deals, because now we can see what are we getting across the agency as an average of increase in traffic over 6 months or over 12 months, or what are we seeing within that particular vertical, or even within that vertical, if we're talking car dealers, specifically look at Ford dealers, or with doctors, specifically plastic surgeons, and what kind of results are we getting there? So we can pull out great numbers for marketing to help close more deals moving forward. Other tools that we love, real quickly here at the end, we love Places Scout. It's awesome. It's invaluable for the reputation management side of things that we do. We love WhiteSpark's Rank Tracker. It is by far the best local rank tracker that you can use. Bright Local is also amazing as a local SEO tool set and does a lot of amazing things. Screaming Frog, obviously Screaming Frog is great for crawling sites. Who doesn't love Screaming Frog? And it's made so many killer improvements over the last few years. SEMrush, and yes, I will always and forever call it SEMrush and not SEMrush, but SEMrush is a great do-it-all tool. They've made a splash. Everybody knows who they are at this point. They're awesome. We love them. And then Ahrefs is awesome. Shout out to my boy Patrick Stocks. Ahrefs is awesome. He's there now as a tech SEO and product lead for them. But it's great. A lot of people see it just as a link building tool, but it's great for keyword research as well. So planning and processes will only take you so far. You want to make sure that you're not so rigid that you can't pivot when you need to pivot. You've got to be agile if you want to succeed. Great example here. Speaking at conferences is a huge part of our marketing strategy. In fact, besides being hired to tear everything down and build everything back up, I got hired because I speak at a lot of conferences, and that was going to be an easy way for SearchLab to be represented at digital marketing conferences all over the world. And then COVID hit and we didn't have any conferences for a year and a half. So a big part of why I got hired, I couldn't fulfill that need. So we had to pivot and find other tactics and other strategies for getting noticed since we weren't having these events. And it's not just speaking at virtual events because those aren't as successful. So it's finding podcasts, doing anything that we could do to make up for that lack of visibility that we didn't have because of the conferences, and we didn't let that keep us down. Also, don't be an asshole. So many agencies, they're kind of dicks. Like if you get a lead that's just not a fit, be honest and say, hey, look, you're not a fit for us, but let me refer you over to somebody else that is. And more specifically, play nice with other competing vendors. There's a lot of vendors in automotive that we compete against, but I'm friends with those agencies, and we're actually going to start creating content together. If you're nice and you play well with your competitors or play well with leads that aren't really a great fit, those people will have nothing but nice things to say about you outside of that relationship or that brief amount of time that you talk, and you end up getting really awesome referrals. How great is it that we actually get referrals from our competitors, major competitors that are really well known in local SEO? If for whatever reason it's maybe an issue with competitive because they've got another client that's already in that vertical in that town, or maybe it's a vertical that they just don't do business in, and they'll send those people over to us. And we do the same thing. We send people to other agencies that we compete against when we have somebody that's just not a great fit. Playing nice is always a better way to go because it leads to more business down the road. Another thing that we do to get more visibility is we want to establish that we are thought leaders, and we want to establish that we are here to help. And so besides doing the normal, let's write a bunch of blog content, whether it's on our blog or other blogs, we publish 2 weekly video series to share that expertise and gain exposure and build authority. So my series, I mentioned it earlier, Local Search Tuesdays, goofy, short, 3 to 5 minute videos about a specific local SEO tactic. That's meant to share our expertise and specific tactics so people see how we work. And then our owner does a video podcast called Suds and Search, where he interviews SEO experts and PPC experts and just marketing experts from all over the world. That one's not really meant to drive business. That's more to show that we are an authority and that we know the people that know these things, and we have them on our site, and that we're friends with all these people. So we're well connected and we're not just some nobody agency that nobody's ever heard of. If you get the right people and processes into place and focus on efficient scaling, you will win. In fact, there's no limit to how far you can go and how much you can grow your agency. You'll have happy employees, happy clients, and you'll get awesome results for all those clients. Now, I know I went through a lot. Hopefully that was not too painful and it didn't explode anybody's brain. And for those of you that haven't seen Skinner's, his brain literally does explode next, because the truth is out there about how to run a successful agency. And now hopefully I've given you the keys to the kingdom so that you'll understand what needs to be done to run that successful agency. And you won't be stuck in the old days. You'll break out of your shell and do something creative and run the agency in the right way so that your agency will live long and prosper. So that was pulling back the curtain, how to run a successful agency. Follow me on Twitter. I live tweet all the conferences I go to, so it's a great way to stay up to date with current tactics. There's my email address. If you have any questions, feel free to email me. I always have an open email policy. I'll always answer questions, even if it takes me a while. I'm here to help, and I'd love to answer your questions. And if you get the slides from State of Search, or if you want them from me, hey, I'll give them to you too. There is a list of all the movies at the end by order of release date, so you have a really kick-ass list of movies to watch. Thanks so much for watching my session.
Hi, Greg.
Hey, how are you?
Phenomenal. That was so awesome. There's so much great information in there. You know, I'm kind of on that end now. So let me check and see. So in the chat, tell us, everyone, how you like Tim I saw Tim's name, how you like Greg, and what questions do you have, Greg? Does anybody have questions for Greg this morning? I like that exploding head. That'll get your morning going off really well. So tell us.
After Halloween, everybody's still kind of struggling.
Well, they have that sugar coma, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Tell me, guys, what's going on? Well, Kevin said he loves the movie themes, of course. You know, I mean, that's why we all love you, right? Because you're such a movie buff and you watch everything, and it's awesome. Kevin loved the details. I'm sure you probably can see a lot of this stuff, right?
Yeah. Oh, wait, there's a new comment. Maybe somebody said something.
Yeah, Kevin said, curious how you handle scope creep.
Yeah, I mean, scope creep, we actually have a clause in our contracts that's a mystery voice clause. I actually got the idea from Dana DiTomaso. She mentioned that they have something a while back. And so the mystery voice clause basically says something to the effect of all of the stakeholders have to be present on the initial onboarding call so that everybody's on the same page. So if some new stakeholder comes into the relationship later and starts changing the scope, then we can reassess how much we're charging that client or what's going on with that client. And we kind of basically have this clause to say, hey, look, you can't have random people come in 2 or 3 or 6 months in and start asking for different things that are outside the scope of what we're supposed to do. But we're very clear with all of our clients about what you get every month. And we actually have a little bit of time built into the schedule that we call kitchen sink time. That is random stuff that comes up. So we're very diligent about tracking what happens with every client. If we have a client that keeps asking for things that are kind of outside the scope or asking for things that are inside the scope, but taking more time than they're supposed to take, then we can find that out and come back to that client and say, hey, look, this isn't in scope, or you're asking for a lot of things that are taking longer than they're supposed to take. So we're going to need to either be more diligent about staying on time and not asking us for that stuff, or if you want to keep doing the extra stuff, then we can start billing you differently for it.
That's cool. You know, working with clients myself, I know that they always like to slip in that last minute type thing, and they think that it should take about 5 minutes. But I have found that a lot of those 5-minute jobs turn into an hour or 2 hours. So
that's another thing too is, you know, we're an agency, we're in business to make money, and we have consultants that get really passionate about the clients they work with. And, you know, because of the fact that you just kind of have a handful of accounts to work on, you get really involved. And sometimes we have issues with time management where people kind of go down the rabbit hole and they're all excited about what they're doing, but we have to kind of keep our people on track and remind them, hey, you only have, you know, 2.5 hours to do this, or 2 hours to do this, or an hour to do this. So if you have an hour set for a task, you got to do the best that you can do in an hour. You can't take 4 hours on it because you went down a rabbit hole.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. So Tim asked the question, what agencies have you helped?
So I started off with a company called Autorevo that did websites and SEO for car dealers, and I was there for a long time. Then I moved to a company called Dealer On that was also a car dealer website company, and they wanted to start selling SEO, so I built that whole department out there. And then now I'm at SearchLab.
That's awesome.
And then we've consulted. I don't know if that was where I specifically was or agencies that we've consulted with. We've consulted with a lot of agencies, but I can't really name names there.
Right. Well, that's proprietary information that shouldn't be shared because course, you don't want anybody going after that. Ryan says, hi, Greg.
Hi, Ryan.
Jones. What else does anybody have any other questions? How has remote work shaped your agency model? John says.
So that's a great question. Originally, Search Lab started in Chicago. And then when I started, we planned to have an office in Dallas, but that was probably in year 3 or 4 of me working here. And we ended up getting an office pretty quickly. We got this little office here for me is just a 1-room thing because I just could not work at home while the kids were homeschooling, and we've got 11 pets and it's nuts there. So we got an office for me, but then we started having Dallas employees. So we got a Dallas office, and then it was always in Dallas because Texas didn't ever really have rules around COVID. It was kind of like come to the office when you want, but it's not required. Then once the Chicago office opened up more, or Chicago opened up more, now we're back to a hybrid model. So everybody that's in either Chicago or Dallas comes to work on Mondays and Fridays at the office, and Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, they work from home. And we kind of talked to the team, and it seemed like the hybrid model was a better way to go. So that way we still have the face-to-face interaction and collaboration a couple days a week of being together, but also the benefit of not having to drive through traffic and, you know, the chill side of working from home. And then originally we only had people in those 2 cities, but once we went to remote because of COVID, we realized, hey, look, we can hire people anywhere. So we hired people. We've got people all over the US now. But we always, at this point, we kind of, I guess, give bonus points when we're interviewing if somebody is in Chicago or Dallas, because it's just better to have it where people can get face-to-face every once in a while.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So Cycleworks Marketing is asking, for a very small agency, do you not hire until all people resources are completely used up? Example, when do you make the call to add to your staff in contract or full-time?
Yeah, we don't do contract. It's all full-time salaried employees with us. And we don't wait to hire until resources are full, because we basically onboard people to always start at the first of a month. So you got to figure when it's time to hire, you don't know how quickly you're going to be able to hire. And if you wait until you're totally at max capacity, then you can't add any new clients. And if new clients come in while you're trying to find that next hire, you either have to push them off or say no. So with that captain's log sheet, we can see kind of resource management at a high level of which accounts are on which person. And then it also shows how much capacity they have available. So we're typically going to run people like they max at 9 standard level accounts. And we've got stuff that's a lot bigger where it might be half of somebody's time, but standard level, we max at 9 per person. Realistically, most people are running at 7 to 8 most of the time. When we start getting people filled up, we know how much capacity we have. And when we get to the point where we're usually less than 9, then we're going to start looking to hire. But also, we pay a whole lot of attention to what's in the sales pipeline. And if we know a lot of stuff is coming, then we're going to hire to get ready for that.
Nice. Yeah, you always kind of want to be prepared before, because backstroking to try to hire to fulfill your obligations can be pretty stressful. So
For sure.
it's definitely a smart way to go. So Cindy is asking, favorite reporting or analytics tools?
Yeah, you should check out my presentation. I think from last year's State of Search, we use Data Studio for all of our reporting. It's awesome. Cindy, I highly recommend you go find it, because it's really a good, I remember it. I learned a lot from that, a lot. And then John is asking, do you have any recruiting tactics that stand out in such a competitive hiring market? Seems to be more SEO jobs than actual SEOs. One thing that's been beneficial to us is we have a recruiting bonus that we pay, our referral bonus that we pay to our current staff. So if they recommend someone that they know and that person gets hired and they get to 6 months without bailing or getting fired, which, let's face it, always happens. Like, they're always going to make it to 6 months. We're not worried about that. But at that person's 6-month anniversary, whoever referred them gets a $500 check. Wow. So that's been really helpful. Also, I mean, we spend a whole lot of money on recruiters. Sometimes we don't have the luxury of taking 2 or 3 months to find somebody when it's a really competitive market. So we'll just be willing to pay that recruiter fee. We also have the LinkedIn job. I don't know what it's called, but it's basically we can go post job stuff on LinkedIn. We've done really well with that LinkedIn recruiting tool that we use internally. And then just putting it out there. I mean, we've always done well with just having everybody, especially management, put it out there on social media. Hey guys, we're hiring and here's what the gig is. Check it out. Send us stuff in. So we've been pretty lucky. We haven't really ever hit a period where we knew we needed a body and we didn't get somebody hired for that position.
Gotcha. I mean, I know a lot of people say that they're SEO experts, but it just depends on what your SEO compared to what their SEO is, I guess. So,
well, and for sure, I mean, we do local SEO, and it's pretty common that we'll get people that have SEO experience, but not local SEO experience. But that's a little bit more plug and play. If they've already got that experience, then we just kind of have to train them about the extra things involved with local and the slightly different way that you might do things. But we're willing to hire people with a lot less experience as well and train them up. Like I talked about in there, we have an entire, training program of we'll hire you and get you trained up and you get your experience kind of on the job. I mean, we don't really ever hire people with zero experience that don't know what SEO is, but, we've been flexible how we've needed to hire and it's worked out well for us.
That's awesome. That's great. So I have one last question for you. CycleWorks Marketing is asking you outsource content. Have you thought about outsourcing other areas?
Yeah, outsourcing other areas doesn't work because you lose quality control on a lot of those things. And why would we want to outsource other stuff? If everything that we did was outsourced, then we're just kind of a broker of other people's services and the profit margin just isn't there when you do that. And we're not going to outsource to overseas and get just super cheap labor to do the stuff because, again, we lose that quality that we have when we do it in-house. And we really sell the fact that we are a boutique experience where one person is doing everything for you and we don't have account managers and you're talking to the person that does all the work. We're also very clear about the fact that, yeah, we do outsource the content, but we've done the keyword research and we've sent the topics over that need to be written. So we still have some control there. If we were just outsourcing everything, we'd move to a model of a whole lot less profit. And we just have an account manager that somebody's talking to that doesn't actually do any of the work. And that's exactly what we sell against. So it doesn't make sense to do things that way.
Well, that's great. All right. We got about 1 or 2 minutes left. Does anybody have any other questions for Greg? We can let him go and have a phenomenal day. By the way, I just noticed your lamp in the background.
Oh yeah, I got all kinds of Christmas story stuff.
You just brought the best smile to me. I mean, that's a movie that gets watched all day long.
Yeah, every year. It's awesome.
Yep.
I got a lunchbox too. Check it out.
Do you really? Oh, that is so awesome. I love that. It's a classic. It's definitely a classic. Well, any last words, Greg? Well, I guess we have no more questions coming in at this moment, but I'm just really thrilled that you were here for us this year and every year.
Always happy to be a part of it.
Great supporter and very grateful for all your advice and help throughout the last few months. I mean, this is a new thing for me, so we're trying to do the best we can, and I just hope that everybody enjoys the next 2 days.
Well, hopefully we can get back to in-person next year with a little bit less.
Well, believe it or not, we do have it scheduled. We're going to be in person one way or another. So awesome. I have the hotel set. I have everything set. So I'm pretty excited that we're going to be in person because I think it means so much more to so many people. And that human touch.
Everybody too.
It's that human touch, right? I mean, when you're talking online, I think people are kind of burned out on that a little bit, but we had to do it this year, but next year for sure, as long as the world cooperates, right?
Yeah.
We'll be in person as well as virtual, but thank you so much. Appreciate you being
everybody
today, and you have a great day.
You too.
All right. Thanks, Greg. Well, everybody, it is about almost 10 o'clock, and I hope that you've learned something from Greg today. He always gives such a spectacular speech, talk, whatever you want to call it. I enjoy it. I always learn so much from him. I do want to make a few announcements for everybody. We are, first of all, I want to say thank you to Page One Power, who is our presenting sponsor. Without them, I don't know where we would be. So I'm very grateful to Michael Johnson and his company, Page One Power, for being our sponsor for State of Search this year. I have another announcement I'm pretty excited about. We are having a scavenger hunt. And what does that mean? Well, you all will be emailed the form. There are 10 questions on it, and we would love for you to participate. We have 3 different prizes, and the first one, we hope you want to play, but the first one is to win an in-person State of Search ticket next year. It's a $299 value. It'll be in Richardson, Texas. And as long as you fill it out and answer all the questions, I promise they're not too hard. I looked at all the questions, but we hope that you join us and be a part of it. The second prize is a virtual ticket to State of Search 2022. And that's a $99 value. We also have a virtual membership that's available. That's a $100 value. So we're pretty excited to offer you this little scavenger hunt, kind of learn about different businesses, learn about different people, learn about different speakers. And all of those need to be turned in by 3 o'clock tomorrow, Tuesday, November 2nd. And because we're going to announce the winner live after the event and after our last keynote speaker. So with that being said, we're going to take just a quick little break. And you all can run to the restroom real quick or grab some more coffee or drink of choice. And we will be back shortly at 10:10 to have our next. Oh, one last thing, the schedule. If you're wondering what the schedule is, make sure that the schedule is posted in the Brazos room and Page One Power. It's on the stateofsearch.org website as well as Eventee. So other than that, we're excited that you're here today. We hope you got your learning on, and we will be back shortly.
and I'm the SEO Director at Cardinal Digital Marketing. And today, we're going to talk about WordPress site speed. Now, we've all seen articles and guides about what
You just want, you add yourself so I can hear us.
Okay.
Click here.
Hi, everyone. So excited to be back again. I'm still learning, but please bear with me. I'm doing the best that I can. Our next presenter is John McAlpin. I'm so excited to share his video. I think that we're going to learn some pretty cool things today. I'm pretty excited about it. I know that he's here and will answer all your questions for you. But let's go ahead and get started. Give me just a second to get this all set up for you, okay?
marketing. And today, we're going to talk about WordPress site speed. Now, we've all seen articles and guides about why site speed is important, what are core web vitals, but very rarely do they actually talk about how to improve your site speed. They give very general advice, but no hard concrete tactics. So today, I'm going to give you some key steps that you can take home and anyone can do to improve your WordPress site speed. Now, a little about me. I'm the SEO Director at Cardinal Digital Marketing, the leading healthcare digital marketing agency in the US. I'm also a regular contributor to Search Engine Journal and do some freelance WordPress development as well. The best way to contact me is through Twitter at SEO Counseling. In this presentation, I'll be sharing several resources for you to use. In no way do I expect anyone to write these down fast enough, so I've created a full list of all resources mentioned in this presentation directly on my website. With helpful links and articles to help you through everything I discussed today, the only link you need to remember today is johnmcalpin.com/SOS2021. Before we dive into the nitty-gritty, let's discuss some of the most common site speed obstacles that happen on websites. Hands down, one of the most common site speed issues I see on websites is unoptimized images. There are so many ways to properly deploy images that it would take an entirely separate presentation to cover it all. But here are the top 7 pieces of advice taken directly from Google's developer docs. Let's go ahead and dive into the first one. An opportunity that you may have seen pop up in your PageSpeed Insights reports might mention something about next-gen images or WebP images. WebP images are an evolution of JPEG and PNG images that are 26% smaller than PNGs and 25 to 34% smaller than comparable JPEG images. This means that your web pages will have a whole lot less weight to load with these WebP images. Something else that Google recommends is choosing the right level of image compression. Now, when we break it all down, image compression is about removing the unnecessary metadata behind the scenes of each image and reducing the overall file size. Now, how aggressive you want to compress your images has an impact on the overall quality of your images. To simplify things, there are really two types of compression: lossy and lossless. They're appropriately named because they're fairly self-explanatory. You'll have much smaller file sizes with lossy compression, but much higher quality images with lossless. The choice is really yours. One of the most common site speed issues related to images that I see is incorrect image dimensions. What happens is webmasters are uploading the original images, which are typically quite large, and then the browser is resizing them based on the specific dimensions given by the HTML or CSS. Let's take a look at this basketball. I downloaded this image at 1000 by 1000 pixels with a total file size of 151 kilobytes. When a user visits my basketball web page, the browser fetches that image and loads it at its intrinsic size, meaning the original size. However, as the code gets parsed and rendered in the browser, the image then resizes the preset dimensions given in the HTML or CSS. This is bad for two reasons. One, it retains its full file size of 151 kilobytes. And two, it can cause something called cumulative layout shift, which is when the layout of a web page shifts as the image is resized. Now you might be wondering why we're on slide 4 now of image optimization. The reason for that is that images are hands down one of the most common issues for site speed, and cleaning up your images can have a dramatic effect on your overall page speed. There are a ton of desktop and online tools out there to help you optimize images, but wouldn't it be better if we could optimize images on the fly as we upload them to our WordPress site? Here are my top 3 image optimization plugins. However, if you're willing to pay a small fee, Imagify is my personal favorite because it provides several levels of compression options and can generate and deploy WebP images directly on your website. All 3 of these tools, plus a bonus one not mentioned here, are all featured on my State of Search resources page at johnmcalpin.com/SOS2021. The second biggest obstacle I see most WordPress sites have is the use of WYSIWYG themes. WYSIWYG is an acronym for what you see is what you get. Some common WYSIWYG themes include WP Bakery, Elementor, Divi, and Visual Composer, but there are several others as well. On the back end, it often has a drag and drop interface and attempts to replicate the design of the actual web page. These themes are so prevalent because of their ease of use and because they come loaded with pre-built features that you can simply drag onto your page. No coding required. However, the biggest downfall is that in order to provide so many of these out-of-the-box features, they have an enormous amount of wasted code. You can use tools like Sitebulb to do code coverage reports and see how much code is actually wasted on your website. Now, what do we do about this? Well, good news. There are 2 tools that you can use that I highly recommend. Asset Cleanup Pro and Perf Matters. I'm partial to Asset Cleanup Pro, but Perf Matters provides a similar level of features. And what these tools do is allow you to DQ or remove files from actually loading either site-wide or page by page. Now be careful, when you're DQing files, make sure that you always test. Even if your code coverage report says that the page isn't using those files, click around. It could be that clicking on a pop-up renders that code, or clicking on an accordion renders that code. You need to make sure that you test every feature of these pages when you're removing these files so that the users have the optimal experience. Another common site speed issue comes from the foundation, web hosting. Now later in this presentation, I'll dive deeper into what to look for in a web host, but for now, if you have a WordPress site, I highly recommend you look into one of these 3 web hosts. I've done countless hours of research and testing, and in my experience, these are the top 3 web hosts for WordPress. Now a disclaimer, I am an agency partner of Flywheel, so I'm going to be partial to their web hosting services. However, I've listed all 3 of these on my State of Search resources page, johnmcalpin.com/SOS2021. Another site speed obstacle, especially for large organizations, is having too many third-party scripts. Oftentimes, digital marketers go a little nuts with their Google Tag Manager and tools. Sometimes it's heat map tracking, sometimes it's different pixels and trackers. But in the end, it's all third-party code that requires a DNS fetch, a file request, and more code for the browser to parse and render. If you find yourself with a Google Tag Manager account that looks like this, what you need to do is prune the garden. Sift through every third-party script and ask yourself, do I actually need this? What value does this bring to my organization? If it's not currently needed, prune that weed. Excessive plugins is another common site speed issue that many of us are familiar with. Scan through your current plugins. If it looks anything like this, red flag. It's once again time to prune the garden. Delete inactive plugins. Make sure all active ones are updated. Enable auto updates and remove any plugins that are not currently being used. Zero or poor caching settings can make a huge difference with your page speed. Caching is the action of storing files on your browser and on web servers in an effort to reduce fetch requests and server bandwidth. For example, in the image below, a user loads a web page. Then the browser fetches the web page files from the server, but on the way back, the user's browser caches the web files in a stored repository. That way, any future requests will come from the browser's cache, not the web server. This will result in faster page loads and less server requests. Along with browser caching, many web hosts, like the 3 mentioned previously, offer server-level caching. This works similar to browser caching, but at the server level. Many of these web hosts are transitioning into a cloud-based caching system, which helps make caching more stable and deploy much faster. There are tons of caching plugins for WordPress, some better than others. When it comes to caching for WordPress, make sure you reduce the amount of plugins necessary and find a plugin that not only handles browser caching, but other site speed tricks as well. On my State of Search resources page, I've listed some of the top caching plugins for WordPress. My personal favorite is WP Rocket, and I've even linked to a guide I made giving you the latest optimal settings for WordPress. Now that we've covered the most common site speed obstacles, it's time to dive into improving our WordPress site speed. But before we start downloading plugins or chipping away at code, we need to set up some benchmarks and tracking. The first place I like to look is in Search Console. Google provides us historic Core Web Vitals metrics at an aggregate level, breaking this up into poor, needs improvement, and good. If you want to get even more granular, you can set up a Crux speed monitoring dashboard in Google Data Studio and get a historic look at your Core Web Vitals. On my State of Search resources page, I have a link that will show you how to set up your own Google Data Studio dashboard with historic field data from Google's Crux report. One of my favorite site speed monitoring tools is WattSpeed. WattSpeed is a free tool that takes minutes to set up. I'm not being hyperbolic when I say that WattSpeed has helped me save my clients hundreds of thousands of dollars by identifying dips in site speed and quickly recovering it. Take a look at the chart in the bottom right. Each of these dips equated to a reduction of 17% in conversion rates, which for that client was over 100K. WattSpeed is a must for tracking your performance. Now that we have some tracking set up, it's time to take some initial tests with a few free tools. PageSpeed Insights is going to be what most clients judge you on. However, tools like GTmetrix and Web Page Test will give you much more accurate reports on your actual speed. My recommendation is to download reports from all of these tools so that you can compare them with your final results. Better to have everything than nothing. All of these tools are listed on my State of Search resource page. Time for a hard truth. You may not be able to fix everything that comes up on the opportunities report, but that's okay. Focus on things that you can actually fix. Talk to your dev team and see what support they can lend. Talk to your stakeholders in the website and be upfront with them. Tell them about these roadblocks before you start, so that they're not shocked when it's not resolved. Be honest with yourself and those involved in your site speed endeavors. Time for the fun stuff. I like to call this phase housekeeping. It's what we do as our foundational efforts to start our site speed project. These are the tasks that should be deployed on all sites. Let's dive in. Step 1 is our site speed motto: prune the garden. Audit Google Tag Manager and all of those third-party scripts. Update your plugins and remove any unused ones. Have heat map tracking? Unless you're actively collecting new data, go ahead and remove that script from the site. If you're actively using heat map tracking, make sure it's only deployed on the specific pages you're tracking. Those scripts take up a lot of weight. Check with your web host and make sure that your website is running the latest version of PHP. If it's not, see if your host can update it for you. Most of them will. If you're currently using site speed plugins and your score still isn't great, then there's something at the foundational level that we need to fix first. Disable those plugins so that we can get a better idea of what the real problems are. Step 3. It might be time for a host migration. In an earlier slide, I mentioned that I was a big fan of Flywheel, WP Engine, and Kinsta. That's because all of them meet my checklist of must-haves in a WordPress host. If you think your host might be the problem, keep these considerations in mind. Make sure that they're on Nginx servers. Most of these antiquated hosts that I see are still on Apache, and Nginx servers basically are about 2.5 times faster than Apache servers. Make sure that you're on dedicated hosting or a cloud-based hosting network. Many of the web hosts you get, especially with people like GoDaddy, are going to be on shared servers, meaning you're sharing the bandwidth with all these other websites. Get on a dedicated host or a cloud-based host. Make sure that your host is going to offer server-level caching and will provide free SSL certificates. Most hosts nowadays are partnering with Let's Encrypt to deliver free SSL certificates that renew every 90 days so that you're not only getting a free SSL, but you have the latest and greatest security benefits installed. When choosing a host, you're going to have different plans available. And you'll see all these different pricing things. You may not know what to look for. Check on how much traffic they can expect to get and try to make sure you get twice your monthly traffic. So take a look at your sessions in analytics and see what your average monthly sessions are and try to go for twice that. Make sure you can handle capacity for spikes because we're looking at improvement here and you want room to grow. Then you're going to have bandwidth. See what your current host is telling you your website size is and try to get some storage for 2 to 3 times that current size because you'll be adding images and files and pages over time, and again, we want room to grow. Step 4 is to set up a CDN. There are a ton of great CDNs out there, but I highly recommend Cloudflare. Even though it's not a CDN in the traditional sense, Cloudflare still operates the same way and has one of the largest amounts of edge servers out there. For those new to the concept, CDNs are an additional layer outside of your web host. Let's say your web host is based in India. Then users in China and Australia visit your website. It takes different amounts of time for the data on your original server to travel to China and Australia than it would for users in your home country of India. That's where the CDN comes into play. The CDN has edge servers all over the world that cache your web files in physical locations closest to your site's visitors. Now what happens when we scale this globally? With edge servers all over the world, we can spread out our caching capabilities, reducing bandwidth on your web server and improving site speed for users. On average, I see upwards of 10 plus points improved on overall Core Web Vital scores whenever setting up a CDN. Step 5 is to set up your image optimization. Find the right image optimization plugin. Again, I strongly recommend Imagify. Make sure all of your images are properly sized to only the dimensions required for your web pages. Ensure that your plugin is generating WebP versions of your images. Finally, use a crawling tool like Screaming Frog or Sitebulb or OnCrawl to identify unoptimized images so that you can fine-tune your images across your entire website. Step 6 is to set up your caching plugin. In an earlier slide, we covered a few of my favorite caching plugins. Check with your web host to see if these plugins are compatible. You may find that there are additional settings involved to make them compatible. Do not combine multiple caching plugins. It should go without saying, but this is a recipe for failure, but it's a recipe I see on so many websites. Do not enable preloading on your caching and speed optimization plugins. It may sound like a good idea, but preloading can degrade your server performance over time and end up making your website slower in the long run. Step 7 is to set up your turnkey speed plugin. Hopefully you found a plugin that can handle both caching and page speed at the same time. Here are some of the top speed plugins out there. While WP Rocket is my favorite, I've been impressed with the performance from NitroPack. However, if you're operating multiple websites or have a very large website, NitroPack's pricing model doesn't really make sense, and WP Rocket becomes much more affordable of a solution. If you're not in the market for paying for a plugin, I recommend something like Jetpack Boost. It's a one-click solution that can help improve your site speed. However, it does not provide any of the customizations or caching that some of the other paid options provide. If you're serious about site speed, you will need to pay for some of your plugins. Before we move on, we need to discuss two very important rules of thumb. Always test your plugins for compatibility. Check all of your high traffic pages and ensure that your site is operating correctly. And don't enable all settings by default. This can easily break things on your website. It's a much safer solution to enable options one by one and test them as you enable them. Step 8 covers some of the baseline site speed options that apply to every website. Most site speed plugins have options for these, but if yours does not, I highly recommend switching to one that does. You shouldn't have to download multiple plugins to accomplish something that one plugin can do. Many of these settings can be found on my State of Search resources page on my WP Rocket settings link. On that guide, I have screenshots that show exactly how to set up WP Rocket for success. But let's dive into these a little bit. The first one is to minify HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. All this essentially does is remove white space and condenses all of the code into single lines. And this helps the parser move a little bit faster and reduces the overall size of your code on your page. But when you do this, test and exclude any files that it breaks. But typically, I rarely see this break anything, so you should be okay, but it's always good to test. The next step is to lazy load your images. And what that means is that your images won't load until a user scrolls down and that image comes into the viewport. However, I do recommend excluding any hero images or any above the fold images from lazy loading. This can help improve your first contentful paint. Your largest contentful paint. Enable lazy loading for iframes. This includes things like YouTube videos. And if you embed YouTube videos, WP Rocket has a really cool feature where instead of loading your YouTube video, which can really hurt your load speed, it actually swaps it out for a preview image. And when you click on that preview image, it auto plays. And for the users, it's seamless. But for browsers, it loads your page much, much faster. Next is to enable critical CSS. And what that does is it takes all the CSS on your page and puts it in the head so that the browser can start painting the page, and it improves any render blocking that happens. Next is some tools like WP Rocket have a feature for removing unused CSS, which tends to happen a lot in like PageSpeed Insights. It'll tell you to remove unused CSS. Now that's a risky move. I say use that setting with caution. Make sure that you test things, and if you use things like pop-ups or recordings or anything that requires a click to generate an action, Make sure you test those because a browser may think that it's unused, but it turns out it's only used once you click something. So again, use that setting with caution. On number 7 here, we see add missing image dimensions. And this can help improve your CLS, which is cumulative layout shift, which we discussed earlier. Number 8 is to disable any automatic preloading. We talked about that just a few slides ago. Number 9 is sync your plugin with the CDN. Many tools like WP Rocket can sync with your CDN if it uses different URLs. Now, if you're using Cloudflare, you can skip that step. It's not necessary. While setting up your site speed plugins, you may come across an option to optimize your JavaScript files by loading them deferred or asynchronously. But what's the difference? On the graphic on this page, we see a representation of a browser parsing some code. And this is a waterfall or a timeline of that browser parsing the code. In the first green block, we see a browser parsing through some HTML in green. And then it stops right about here. And that's when it decides here in purple to start downloading some JavaScript. And then here in red, it starts executing that script. And all during this time here in gray, it stopped parsing the HTML. And then it's continued once the script is done executing. This is what we call render blocking JavaScript, because the process blocks the HTML rendering. One method to fix this is to load your JavaScript asynchronously. This allows the browser to continue parsing while the script downloads, and it only stops parsing while the script is being executed. This can significantly reduce render blocking resources and improve paint, but it still causes some render blocking. Another option is to defer your JavaScript from executing until the rest of the HTML is done parsing. Essentially, this pushes the script to the bottom of the page load so that the script is downloaded while the HTML is parsing, but the script doesn't execute until the very end. One method that's not shown in this graphic is called delaying JavaScript, which is when you delay JavaScript from executing until a user interacts with an element. This is the best way to improve your paint scores in Google Lighthouse. A good example of when to delay a script is when a CTA button generates a pop-up. Since that pop-up only occurs when a user clicks on your CTA button, we can safely delay that script from executing until the user interacts with our CTA button. Delaying JavaScript execution should be plan A, however some websites rely on JavaScript to display certain elements. If delaying JavaScript is causing your website to break or not load correctly, you may need to load your scripts asynchronously or deferred. But if you want to get really fancy, you can delay some scripts and asynchronously load the more critical ones and then defer maybe some of the non-critical ones. But it's all trial and error while we fine-tune and dial in our settings. Alright, we finished our housekeeping. It's time to run some more site speed tests and see where we're at. If you run your tests and you're still seeing some additional opportunities or your score still isn't where you want it, don't worry. I have more tips coming up. But first, we need to do a site health checkup. We want to make sure nothing's broken, things are working correctly, and we're going to run through a few checklist items. Alright, so we've run some tests, but we still need to test site functionality. Before you dive into any of the other fun, nitty-gritty things and opportunities that are still remaining, we need to test site functionality. That way, we can go ahead and start rolling back some settings before we get too deep. This is really important that we do this now before we're done. So step 1, check for any critical user interactions. Make sure that any pop-ups or clicking actions are happening. Any micro actions. Think about if you hover your mouse over an image or text, if something happens, if things change color upon hover, anything like that. We want to make sure any critical user interactions that happen are still functioning properly. Check your sliders or any JavaScript dependent functions. Make sure that those are still functioning. If any part of your website, whether it's a user sign-on or form, is using CAPTCHA, make sure that's displaying correctly. It's a common issue I see is that CAPTCHA, whenever you're delaying JavaScript or optimizing CSS, is that CAPTCHA gets messed up and it doesn't display right, or sometimes even doesn't work right. And if you see that happening, all you need to do is exclude CAPTCHA files from being optimized. And then, of course, you want to test form submissions or any kind of CTA action. However users take an action on your website, you want to make sure you test those and make sure that they're functioning properly. Now, if something is broken and you want to exclude those files, what you need to do is right-click on the broken element and select Inspect, which will bring up Chrome DevTools. Then you want to check which files that element is using. You can see which files an element is using in the Style pane. Next, exclude that element from optimization and see if that fixes the problem. Alright, it's time to bring it on home. We verified that our website is still functioning properly and ran some new site speed scores. However, our site speed tests are saying there's still more to be done. Let's go ahead and tackle some of the most common obstacles that site speed tools tell us to fix. Third-party scripts will continue to be a pain for almost every website. However, there is hope. The first step is to delay or defer almost all of your third-party scripts. The only exclusion should be is if your website is using some sort of bootstrap that helps paint your site. In that case, async those scripts. Another option is to create a Cloudflare worker to help cache them. Cloudflare workers make it possible to execute JavaScript on the Cloudflare network. Workers can intercept and modify requests, cache content, combine third-party scripts, and more. A fellow SEO, Jean-Christophe, has created an amazing step-by-step guide on how to set up a Cloudflare worker on this link. Don't fret about copying that down now. I have a link to his guide on my State of Search resources page. I highly recommend you take a look at it. Sometimes, plugins that your website rely on end up being the biggest culprits of site speed issues. A few options you can choose are to use Asset Cleanup Pro or Perf Matters to dequeue those plugin files on pages that don't use them. Maybe delay or async those files if possible. See if there's a way for a developer to manually code an alternative to those plugins. Don't have a developer? Reach out to me on Twitter at SEO Counseling and I'll happily point you in the direction of someone that can help. If none of those are options, check out the WordPress plugins library to see if there's any lightweight alternatives to your plugins. WYSIWYG WordPress themes will forever be the bane of my existence. They are by far the biggest offenders of site speed issues. Unfortunately, there's rarely anything we can do to fix these issues. One option is to try and dequeue unused code on pages that don't use those features, but that's a painstaking process that could end up breaking things in the end. Another nuclear option is to pay a developer to rebuild your website from scratch, but that can be costly and time-consuming. But if you're on a budget and you're a decent designer, you could try SEO Grid. SEO Grid is a free WordPress theme that launched today. I created a fully responsive WordPress theme that is meant to replicate the ease of use of a WYSIWYG WordPress theme, but without all the bloat. On my website, I have full installation instructions, including a walkthrough video on how to get started building your own WordPress site with SEO Grid. The best part? My own website consistently scores a 100 on PageSpeed Insights. Yes, a 100. The cool part? My code is completely open source on GitHub. And I'm actively taking feature requests. So if you don't see a feature you need, just submit a feature request and I might be able to build it for you for free. This is my attempt at putting something useful out there for the community so that we can all contribute to a better web building experience and empower each other to build better. So if you want a free WordPress theme that I created, go to my website and in the menu look at SEO Grid and I will help you get set up building your own responsive website that's lightning fast. Thank you for your time today. Again, if you want to reach out to me, you can find me on Twitter at SEO Counseling. If you want to work with me, contact us at cardinaldigitalmarketing.com. And if you want to find the show notes and all the resource links and everything I covered, it's at johnmcalpin.com/SOS2021. Thank you.
Well, John, let me get rid of your presentation here. Wow, mind blowing. I'm a WordPress user and I build WordPress a lot, and I use Elementor a lot, and I know there's a lot of fluff behind there, but for people like myself, um, it's quick, easy. I'm excited to learn about your SEO grid. So tell us a little more, or let me ask the audience. Tell me what you thought, guys. I know that we had a little video blurriness trouble, but tell me, what questions do you have for John? I think what he just gave was some major gold. At least it was for me. So I really enjoyed your presentation. And so tell me a little more about that SEO gold.
Yeah, great. Yeah. So, I mean, things like Elementor as a company, they've been making huge strides for page speed and helping with DOM paint. And I've gotten, because I specialize in speed for WordPress, and I know I've gotten Elementor sites to 90 plus, but like, there's still like all these WYSIWYG themes. They have all these great features, so anyone can go and build a website, but it comes with the cost of loading all of this extra code. And so what I've done is use something called, it is a free WordPress theme, but it does require two plugins. One is Classic Editor, which is free in the WordPress library. And the other one is called Advanced Custom Fields Pro. That has a cost, but it's $50 a year. So breaking that down, it's nothing. And so what it does is it's drag and drop. You basically it has just simple fields on the back end. It doesn't have the same like display like an Elementor. When you're on the back end of a site, you see what the page is going to look like. In this, you don't really see it. You have to like refresh it and look at it. So that's the cost there. But it uses really lightweight code that anything you put on the back end gets shot to the front end. And I build pre-built functions, whether it's a multi-column repeater. So if one page you need 2 columns, or another page you need like 5 columns in a row, you can just keep adding them and it's totally responsive. Now where the grid comes into play is I made a responsive site using a framework in CSS called Grid. And what that does is it builds a website in a grid layout, making it really easy to be responsive. And in like, I want to say about 10 lines of code, I've stripped down a lot of the responsive code, making it a lot less code. So it's instead of like having like 100 lines of code to make something responsive, it's like 10 lines of code.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
That's nice. That's, developers are, good developers are good to have in your back pocket. When I worked for the other company, I had one. And when I broke the site, I'd call him up and say, hey, I broke the website. And within 5 minutes, he'd have it back up. So having a good developer, knowing code, I know enough to get myself in trouble. I can't ever get myself out of that trouble. So I totally agree with having a good developer, and being able to connect with you to have a good developer, I think is huge.
Oh, yeah.
So after watching your own presentation, what would you like to add to your presentation that you feel is really important for our audience to know?
I mean, think about the future of where you want to be. A lot of people, when they're starting out a website and you're building your website or improving it, because in my own agency, I work a lot with web rebuilds. And one of the things I always encourage my clients is think future state, dream state. Don't worry about your current functionality. That will come, but think about where you want to be and build towards that. Because if you build that functionality in your site from the beginning, that way you're not going back to a developer having to repay to do things. You can get it all done right away, and then you build a scale.
So I have a question, and maybe I admit this and maybe I shouldn't admit this, but I'm a Yoast fan, and I use, they tell you how many words to have on a page and, content and so on and so forth. Do you feel that is a really good tool, or mediocre, or would you suggest a different tool?
So I'm also a Yoast fan for other reasons. I really like how they build their schema and their dynamic sitemaps. Now, when it comes to their SEO, they're a little greater, where it says, how your keyword density is and things like that. I usually turn that off and take it all with a grain of salt. It's all like suggestions. And when it comes to a word count, it's obviously not a ranking factor, but it is a helpful tool. You don't want super thin pages. I try not to put my SEO hat on, and I try to put my user hat on and look at a page, fresh eyes. Does this convey value? Is this comprehensive compared to the competitors? Whenever I'm developing content and things like that, I look at the top 10 competitors on whatever query I'm trying to rank for and see how comprehensive they are. What are the key things they address in each section? And I try to cover what they cover and more. So it's not about word count, it's about how comprehensive are you on this topic. Do you provide more value than the other pages, and can you provide it in a more digestible way?
That makes sense. That makes sense. I had a client that had, well, he was a very niche market, and he had 4 pages, and he had about, I don't know, 50 to 75 words on each page, which really told people nothing. And he said, my phone's not ringing. Well, okay. Nobody can find out any information on your website, and if you're in that niche of a market, you've got to have a lot more information.
Mm-hmm.
I feel, what would you have suggested to that client?
I mean, whenever I'm trying to figure out what to write about, I start at the source. I talk to people who are answering the phones, usually, whether it's sales, customer service, whoever it is, and see what are these common obstacles to take an action, and how can we answer that on the webpage. And when that's not an option, I even dive into forums, especially with niche topics. What are the conversations that are happening in these online forums, and what are they experiencing? And that's how I get to know an audience, especially in the niche field.
Yeah, it's so important to learn what that product is, and making sure that you're fulfilling what you need to fulfill for the customer. Does anybody have any questions for John today? If not, we're going to wrap up, and we'll take a little coffee break, as well as our next speakers up. In the Page One Power Room is Hank Hoffmeyer of Eye Contact, and in the Brazos Room is John Lincoln of Ignite Visibility. If you can all give me a thumbs up, even though you didn't see the video real well, I hope you learned something. Can you give me a thumbs up that John did a great job? I know there's a few of you watching, so just give me a thumbs up or thank John for his time today.
Well, I appreciate you having me in, Chris, and I can't wait to do it again next year in person.
I know, yay! Yes, we've got a few that are saying you did awesome, and we appreciate you coming in today, and we will let you have the rest of your day to do what you need to do. And yes, I'm looking forward to us being in person as well, because I think it, like I said to Greg, I think it means so much more, and we get to learn about each other a little bit better. But Tim says, thanks, John. Good to see you again. And you guys have a great day. Thank you, John.
Thank you so much.
You bet. All right, everybody. So it is about 10:51, and we will return at 11:10. So you get about a 20-minute break to run to the restroom, grab a little bite to eat, drink some more coffee or a beverage of choice. And we will look forward to seeing you. Hank will be in the Page One Power and room. And I want to say thank you to Page One Power for being our presenting sponsor for State of Search 2021. We appreciate you, and we appreciate all that you do for us and have done. And then John Lincoln will be in the Brazos room, and he's from Ignite Visibility. And have a great break, guys.
Relationships are
Good morning, everyone. I just want to let you know that we're going to be getting started here in the Page One Power Room here in just a moment. I'm going to bring Hank up. He's going to be chatting with us today. He's in the back wings looking for all your comments and questions, and be ready to answer any of them, all of them. And I am going to upload his video here in just a couple moments, and we will get started. Just want to make sure that everyone's had their quick little break and ready to learn, because I know I've listened to Hank several times at other conventions. I have always learned so much from him. So I'm looking forward to you hearing his presentation today. And here we go. Let me switch my
You
screen.
have to put in a lot of effort to make them work. I put in a lot of work in my 21-year marriage, and sure, there have been some bumps in the road. But I've also had a lot of benefits and a lot of memories that I've created that will last a lifetime. Speaking in marketing terms, my marriage has had a great ROI. Speaking of marketing, SEO is great. You should be doing SEO, or you should be doing more SEO. It brings leads and eyeballs to your website. What happens on your website doesn't necessarily have to stay on your website. Not everyone you drive to your website is going to be ready to convert. That's why we're going to talk about creating a wonderful relationship with SEO and email marketing. My name is Hank Hoffmeyer, the Digital Marketing Infotainer, and also Senior Manager of Client Solutions for the Moz Group. Do you SEO? Good for you if you do. And if you don't, you might want to look into it. Maybe that's why you're here today. And if you're doing SEO, how's it going? Hopefully it's going good, and you realize how much work goes into doing that, because SEO is a lot of work. Just like with a relationship or a marriage, it's not always going to be easy. Again, there are benefits to working hard at doing SEO. Before you try to break up with SEO, or maybe you've not started yet, may I remind you that more than half of website traffic comes from organic search. 40% of online revenue is captured by search traffic. And 70% of marketers see SEO as being more effective than pay-per-click advertising. SEO is wonderful. It's great. What are you doing with all of this traffic that's coming to your website? Really, what are you doing with that traffic? Once you have eyeballs on your website, you're probably optimizing for the conversion, or maybe you're looking to do some ad retargeting for later on down the road. What if I told you there's something you can do to nurture leads and grow an engaged audience and convert more at a higher ROI? Would you listen to me? Well, hopefully you'll stick around today and listen. How often do you check your email? Think about that in your brain. Do you check it once a day, 100 times a day? Email is a place that people still go to check for messages and also do business with other companies. 80% of people check their email within 15 minutes of waking up. Maybe you're in the 20% that doesn't, but a majority of people roll over in the morning, grab their phone from their nightstand, and check their emails. If you've not figured it out yet, this presentation is about email marketing. Sure, SEO is important, but why is email marketing just as important or maybe more important? Email marketing is 40 times more effective than other channels such as social media, pay-per-click, and print media. 61% of American workers say email is very crucial to how they do their work. And also 83% of B2B marketers use email marketing. What makes email marketing so effective? 95% of online consumers use email. In fact, to sign up for a social media account, you need an email address. Email marketing is still more relevant than ever. The best thing about email marketing is that it works. 72% of consumers say that their favorite method of communication is through email. Think about that. Email marketing is very crucial to creating ROI, creating conversions, whatever it is you're doing with email marketing. SEO and email sitting in a tree, converting. I couldn't really spell that out. Remember what I said about relationships? You have to put in the work to be successful and to be happy. It is a two-way street, email and social. It's no different than a relationship, a marriage, a work relationship, or whatever type of relationship you can think of. Email marketing is something that almost every brand uses. And it might seem separate from SEO, but it really isn't. Email marketing can help improve important SEO metrics like your bounce rate and your time on site. And it also contributes to the back and forth between the email newsletter and the website that leads to better overall customer engagement. The more a customer spends on your website, the less often they bounce or leave your site immediately after arriving. The more Google thinks your site deserves to be ranked highly will determine on how long they stay on your website. If you're creating really awesome content, you can share this via email and expect to see the bounce rate and the time on site metrics improve. That's because visitors from email tend to be more engaged because they clicked on content that they like. They've already shown interest in the website content by signing up for the email in the first place. Email metrics can help your SEO by helping you choose keywords and content to place on your website because the email platform can tell them which links have been clicked on the most. You can capitalize on the types of content that are bringing most value to your visitors, which then contributes to click-throughs from your search results. A combination of email marketing and SEO also allows for improved engagement with your customers. Personalized and targeted emails are a perfect place to add calls to actions like reviews, social shares, blog comments, and more. Every engagement with one of those CTAs can help with your SEO. Business reviews are a huge ranking factor, and social shares and user comments can also help increase links to your website and get click-throughs as well. Now that we've discussed how email can help your SEO, let's flip it and start talking about email marketing. Now that you have eyeballs on your website from great advertising or your SEO efforts, what are you going to do? I think I know what you're going to say. Sell, sell, sell. Ask for the money. Cha-ching, right? Because you spent money on SEO, you spent money on ads, they should come to your website and convert. Well, that is not really the case. Is that truth or is that cap? Well, we're going to debunk that right now because nobody wants to be sold to. They want to buy, right? They want to buy from you. And you need to really nurture someone to a sale. Remember, you want to build a really strong relationship with those that visit your website so they get to know you and read your love letters. I mean, your emails. First thing, ask for permission and develop a relationship. You need to have a sign-up form on your website. This is a great way to get people that come from SEO, from organic search traffic, from advertising, to get them onto an email newsletter list and start nurturing them to develop a relationship and convert later down the road. You should have a form on your website that at least collects an email address and maybe a first name. Here's a couple of examples. Fuji's simply asking for a email address. And look at ColourPop. They have a form at the bottom of their website. It's kind of out of the way, non-intrusive. Again, asking for the email address for you to sign up. You can also push the boundaries by asking for more information. Certain websites can obtain more information without scrutiny. Maybe you're a restaurant and you want to ask for a date of birth or a birthday. I don't know about you, but I love free food or a discounted meal. And I know restaurants normally use my birthday to send me coupons to come in on my birthday. And looking at Bangkok Newsletter, they're actually asking what types of email you want. If you're coming to Bangkok, are you going to be looking for food? Do you want to learn about nightlife or maybe sign up for their PDF magazine? You can also have two-step forms where you ask for the first name and email address. And when they complete that, you have that information. But then the next screen or the next form can ask for more information. We'll talk later about why that's important. And if potential visitors to your website try to leave, you can serve them a pop-up or an exit intent form. When somebody is on your website for say 20, 30 seconds, by giving them time to visit your website and look around and know what you do, you can have a pop-up appear on the website to ask for you to sign up for a newsletter. You can also use an exit intent technology, which is when somebody goes to leave your website, that's when the form pops up and says, before you go, we want you to sign up for a newsletter, and maybe provide an incentive for somebody to sign up. Again, you really only need an email address to start a relationship. The first name helps because you can use personalization to make it matter in the inbox and in the subject lines by using personalization. Email marketing is one of the only tools I know of that allow you to have kind of a one-on-one relationship, but also being able to send in bulk to say 10,000 or 100,000 people at once. Try doing that with social media. It's very hard. Maybe your website did what it's supposed to do, convert, and you've not been successful in getting an email address from your pop-up, from your sign-up form. There's something you can do to still woo your customers or your website visitors to give you an email address. Think about adding the ability to subscribe to your newsletters right during checkout so that they can stay in the know, and then you can nurture them to an upsell or maybe another sale down the road or new products that are coming out and information that you want to provide. You have forms, you have fancy forms, and they work. You're getting email subscribers. Now that you have an email address, what's next? You start spamming them, right? You just start sending them emails every day until they buy something, right? That's what you do. What you need to really be doing is sending a welcome email. This helps start the relationship off correctly. Give your subscribers a warm welcome. Send that welcome email as soon as possible by connecting that form to whatever platform you use. As soon as they sign up, they get the welcome newsletter or email. Tell them what they're going to receive, why they're going to receive it, and when they're going to receive it, because it helps set those expectations. And it's a reminder that they signed up for your newsletter instead of sending it 30 days later and they don't remember who you are and they ignore it, or worse, mark it as spam. Welcome emails are so powerful. They have, on average, a 91% open rate. They have an average of 4 times an open rate than the standard newsletter and 5 times the click-through rate of a standard newsletter. 74% of consumers expect a welcome email when they sign up. I've done that. I went to a really well-known sporting goods company, signed up for their email when I was in store because I wanted the 5% off. I did not receive that email for 3 days. Let's just say I did end up walking out of the store and not buying because it was more of an impulse buy than it was a need. I did not buy or convert because I did not receive that coupon. That was promised to me. Welcome emails have a 26.9% click-through rate on average. They convert more, or click-throughs are more than standard newsletters. Welcome emails are 56% more effective than standard newsletters. I hope that these statistics help you realize the importance of setting up that welcome email. Here are some examples. No More Rack on the left. They're giving you a $10 gift card. They're explaining how it works to be signed up for their emails, as well as giving you some ideas for some products to buy. Sur La Table is giving you free shipping, as well as trying to get you in store into their brick and mortar locations for events they have. And I love Wisteria. It's just a simple thank you, and then they're promoting some products. But I really love the consistency of the branding and the use of images in their welcome email. Sign up forms, check. Welcome emails, check. What else do we need to do? It's the third day, and we really need to impress our email subscribers. We can simply hop in front of our computer, write out some text, slap a picture of a puppy in an email, and it's going to convert, right? Well, think of it as a love letter. You have to put thought and effort as well as emotion into creating your emails if you want to keep the relationship healthy. Let's talk about content. What do you need to be doing with your emails? Remember the 60-40 rule. In other words, you want to have 60% text and 40% images. Not only does this provide the subscribers with a pleasant looking email, helps you stay out of the spam folder. By having too many images, the algorithms and the spam filters can think that you are sending spam. You also want to make sure you have a variety of content and a variety of templates. You don't want to have the same old content over and over, boring your subscribers so that they start to ignore your emails. You want to make sure that you adhere to your branding. Use the same branding on your website as you do in your emails and vice versa, so that people know who you are and why they're receiving emails from you. You also want to make sure that you are using clean looking templates and using something called negatives or white space. Don't make your emails too cluttered, because people will fatigue out and start to ignore your emails, delete them, unsubscribe, all those negative things. The next one is alternative text. Make sure any images you have text behind them or attached to them, so that they do not load images. They know what those images are supposed to be, and maybe it will get them to enable images. And also make sure your emails are mobile responsive. They should look really good on all devices, whether it's a tablet, a phone, or a computer. Here's an example from Apple. They're using a lot of negative or white space. They're letting the product speak for itself. And Apple has a really good reputation. They do not need to have a cluttered email with so much technical specs that you need to learn before clicking through. You already know who Apple is. You know they make great products. You'll probably click through, learn more about this product if you're in the market for a laptop. The email on the right-hand side, again from Wisteria, same email from before. They're using what's called the classic Z pattern. We read from right to left and down. They're taking advantage of that by using text and images and making you read more of the email. Try using these techniques in your emails. You can also use the squint test to make sure your emails are looking good. You have an email and it looks wonderful. The flow is good. You got your classic Z pattern. You got some great content, different colors. What I want you to do is squint and take a look at your emails. What you're going to do here is see if it passes the test. Here's somebody squinting, looking at an email. You can kind of still tell what kind of content is there, and this email passes the squint test. If you squint, you can't make out anything or even the layout. It's way too crowded. It's time to sell, 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 right? We want to keep selling and selling and selling. Well, what you really want to do is give value, and give value. And that's from Gary Vaynerchuk, if you don't know who he is. Make sure you're providing value to your audience. I like to think of providing value as an analogy with a bank. What you want to do is create content, send it out, but don't ask for the sale right away. You want to make deposits, provide information, tips, ideas, encouragement, entice people to learn more about your company, learn about your processes, maybe your return policy, your support, transactions, whatever it is, get people interested in your company. Then at some point, once you have enough deposits, you can start making withdrawals. What you want to do is make sure you're making more deposits than withdrawals, because then what happens? You overdraft and people will not trust you and buy from you. It's okay to sell in emails, but also provide value so that people know that you are not just trying to get $1 from them, but you are trying to build that relationship. If you have not read Gary Vaynerchuk's book, Jab, 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 Right Hook, I encourage you to pick it up, because that is all about providing value, then asking for the sale. Humans are visual by nature. We love images and we love video. You need to use both of those in your emails. Images help drive the eyeballs to certain areas of an email. It conveys emotion, provides information, helps break up text to the email. And videos are important because people love to watch videos. That's why TikTok and Instagram is so popular right now. And right now, 80% of marketing is video. And video has a 95% retention rate when it comes to content versus 10% in text. That is what makes video so important. Use more video. Are we done? Not quite. You've almost sealed the deal and you have an exclusive relationship with your subscribers, but now it's time to bring your A game. We covered a lot and I told you what to send, but now we need to talk about who to send the emails to and when to send them. Get to know the subscribers that you have that signed up from your forums or gave you an email address so that you can give them more value and have that nurturing type of relationship. What you want to do is use segmentation. Segmentation is a filtered view of your email subscribers or your subscriber list. It is like something, maybe it's you're somebody's favorite color, green. You can say, give me everyone that's in my email platform that has a favorite color, green. That would be a good use of segmentation. With segmentation, you're going to succeed more because you'll get to know your subscribers more and send emails that matter. According to the DMA, marketers have found a 760%, it's not a typo, 760% increase in email revenue from segmented campaigns. That is a powerful statistics. You should also develop personas for your email audience. Here we have Sally and we have Sam. Sally lives on the West Coast. She loves to cook at home. She loves going outdoors, going on hikes, and she's kind of younger, 20 to 45. And our other persona, Sam, is a male, 20 to 45 as well. He likes technology, eats out often, lives on the East Coast. Would we send Sally an email about the latest laptop with all the current specifications at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time? Probably not. And by getting to know the types of customers or avatars or personas, whatever you want to call it, you can send more powerful emails. There are 4 pillars of segmentation. Let's go through them. The first one is geographic. Where are they? Where are your subscribers? Next, we have demographic. What is their age, gender, income, education, occupation? Maybe that's important to you as a marketer, and you can use that information to help drive more conversions. Next, we have behavioral. What are they doing and what are they not doing? Are they opening your emails, clicking your emails, visiting your website? Did they abandon their shopping cart? That's all behavioral data. We also have psychographic, which is lifestyles, values, their concerns, personalities, attitudes, and what I call AIO, activities, interests, and opinions. This data is a little bit harder to get, but the best way to do that is by using a survey. Send a survey out and inform why you're looking for this extra data and information so that you can send them better emails and tell them that you want to send them more relevant emails. Segmentation helps because it helps target the interest of your subscribers. It helps increase the open rates, which turns into more click-through rates and then conversions. And it also helps minimize subscriber attrition. How many subscribers are you losing? The statistic now is about 20% of your list is going to churn year over year. You can help reduce that by making sure that you're using segmentation. You can increase your email deliverability by sending to people that want your emails and not to people that are marking as spam, unsubscribing, and more importantly, ignoring your emails, more of your emails will go to the inbox because that's how the inbox algorithms work. They're looking at your emails and they're looking at who's engaged, who's not, and what is the ratio of those subscribers. With Gmail, if let's say 60-70% of your subscribers are ignoring your emails or marking as spam or unsubscribing versus opening and engaging and clicking, that will mean you will have a low domain reputation and more of your emails go to the spam folder. Make sure more of your emails go to the inbox so that you have a better return on investment, because right now it's an average of $44 for every dollar you spend that you should get in your return on your investment for email marketing. Let's talk about some core concepts when using segmentation and providing value. First thing you want to do is make sure you're targeting the interests of your subscribers by developing those personas or those avatars and getting to know them. You also want to make sure you're capturing the interests of your subscribers. That could be through sign-up forms or general questions through email, whether they click on a link, a button, or reply to your email. You want to make sure you're offering the best possible value to the segments that you're sending to. Next, we want to increase open rates. If you send tailored and personalized messages to your subscribers, they will actually convert more. Again, target specific groups so that you can get people to open and produce better subject lines that help. And you'll attract more subscribers by sending better emails, and people might forward it on to other people. We can also help increase the click-through by piquing interest and having that great content and great layout, as well as those wonderful templates that we talked about earlier. What you want to do is provide the content to the subscribers that they actually want to receive. And that's by getting to know your subscriber list and using segmentation. Provide them with relevant and targeted content. Target people effectively and give them the content they want so they do not become fatigued and stop engaging and liking your emails that you're sending. Minimize your subscriber attrition or losing your email subscribers. You can do this by providing relevant content, not irrelevant content, making sure you're not flooding them with emails or sending a lot of spam, which is a high volume of email as well as crappy content. And you want to make sure you keep your subscribers interested so they keep coming back for more. By sending emails to people that want your emails that matters, you're going to create more engagement. Your delivery rate or your deliverability rate as well will go up, and you'll reach the inbox more. As I mentioned, every time you send an email, it's being graded, kind of like a credit score, but it's really called a domain reputation. And that if that domain reputation slips and gets kind of low, more of your emails will end up in the spam folder, and we don't want that. You want to increase your ROI, number one, by using email marketing, and you want to send personalized content, especially in the subject line, so people think the email's to them. It shouts, "Hey Hank, here's an email for you." Have a strong call to action so I know what to do with the email and convert more. And with correct content placement above the fold or higher up in the email, getting me to convert will help increase my ROI. Here are some stats to think about. 83% of companies use at least basic segmentation for their emails. Are you in the majority or the minority when it comes to segmentation? By ensuring you send the right emails to the right people, you'll also create more engagement as well as conversions. Subscribers are 75% more likely to click on emails from a segmented email campaign versus a non-segmented email campaign. All right, now the icing on the cake is you've obtained the email address and you sent the welcome email. You're sending great content that's valuable. You're using segmentation. What we want to do now is start automating some of these processes. You can target your subscribers effectively, and you can also start a nurture series or a drip campaign is what it's called. Marketing automation allows you to personalize content to your subscribers at the right time in the customer journey. This is great. It's kind of like set it and forget it. With automation, we're going to nurture people with a sequence of automated emails. We're going to personalize the emails to create engagement, and it's going to help save time and reach people when we need to by using decisions in the workflow process. Workflows They're kind of easy to set up. You set them up once and you set them and forget them, but you can always go back and tweak them later. And you can send emails, make decisions off of actions that happen or don't happen, as well as content you have from your subscribers, which we were talking about earlier with segmentation. And you can update status and information, like updating a field. You can move people to different lists. It's really great. I love using automation because it's a powerful tool that helps increase your ROI, but more importantly, allows you to send the right message to the right person at the right time. Let's look at a sample email workflow. We have recipients that sign up for our newsletter. They enter a specific segment that I deem, could be favorite color, could be a birthday, whatever it is. But let's say this is a welcome series. We want people to become welcomed when they sign up for my newsletter. I'll send that welcome email as soon as they meet that segment criteria or they're added to a list. And I'm going to wait 7 days. What I could do then is send a follow-up email. Maybe this one will tell the subscriber more about my company and policies that I have around returning items, or maybe my support processes. But we can also say, if they did not open the first email, I want to resend that email with a different subject line, but it's the same email. Give them more of an opportunity to open the email. Then you can wait another 7 days and send another email. And in this series, it could be the final email that has the withdrawal or the sale. And that can include a coupon code or whatever you want to add. What I can do now is look at anybody who did not open any of these emails that I sent in this series and remove them, because I have a feeling if they don't open any of those emails, they probably won't open future ones from me. But maybe there's folks that engaged or opened and clicked on the welcome series. I can then turn around and send another discount email, try to get them to convert if they haven't done any kind of conversion in the first 3 emails. And I can move them to an engaged list. These are people that actually engaged with my emails. They opened or clicked. And I want to continue to send them my monthly newsletter. I'll move them over there. It's a great way to use a automation. Let's back up for a second and talk about your marketing plan. This is probably what some of you are doing right now, and there's one important piece missing. I see SEO on here, blog posts, using influencers and social media. You should add email marketing. If you're not currently doing email marketing, add it to your plan. And if it is in your plan now and you're using email marketing, I hope that I gave you some advice to help you increase your engagement, increase your ROI, and develop a strong relationship with your subscribers. Take the time to add email marketing to your marketing calendar as well. Don't just go in and create an email once a week, once a month, and send it. Plan out all of the one-off emails you have outside your automation so that you can provide value and information to your subscribers. If you follow email best practices, you'll grow your subscriber counts and your profits at the same time, creating ultimate success. Now would be a good time to remind you that SEO works well with many marketing channels, not just email. Make sure to give them all some attention. But email and SEO have a special kind of relationship, one that's strong and powerful. Rather than deciding on focusing on email or SEO, choose email and SEO. They have a great relationship that can be of benefit to you. I've been married for 21 years and love my wife. I also love what I do. I'm a marketer. I love marketing. Build relationships that matter. SEO matters. Email matters. I just need to be the person that helps make the relationship between the two flourish. I need to be that matchmaker. By doing the same, your marketing efforts will reward you. Thank you for your time. Hope you have a great rest of the conference. Relationships are hard. You have to put in a lot of effort to make them work. I put in a lot of work in my 21-year marriage. I think you're muted, Chris.
Oh,
There you go.
well, if anything go wrong, I'm going to figure out how to do it. So far it hasn't been too bad. But again, I always have other people take care of my technology for me. But I'm learning. I'm learning.
Doing a great job.
Oh my gosh. So much information. I was like so excited with your presentation. I think email marketing is an item that so many businesses don't use that could be hugely beneficial. I love that you called it love letters because really you are sending your love out to your customers, right?
Right.
And I also loved, I always had something on our website in the previous company I was at. How do you get people to sign up?
First of all, you need to get them interested in what you have to offer, what kind of information you're going to send.
Well, if it's a service-based business, I mean, there's only so much you can say about a certain like plumbing or, whatever service-based business you have. How do you entice them to want to be on your newsletter?
I beg to differ. A plumber can offer advice on doing things on their own for home improvement, unclogging a toilet. I used that example years ago. It's funny you mentioned a plumber. Back when YouTube started becoming popular, I remember a plumber putting on a video that talked about unclogging a toilet, and other plumbers were criticizing him because they said, you're losing money by telling people how to do it for free. And he said, by giving that information, whenever their basement floods or something, they're going to remember me and contact me. I always use State Farm as an example, and I have auto and home insurance through them, but I don't have my life insurance. But they send me emails, and in them are great content around how to keep my car running, how to prepare to take my car maybe on a long trip, or how to protect my home from theft and burglary. They're providing me value along the way. They're not sending me an email every week asking me to buy life insurance, which is important. That's the things marketers need to think about is, I have this thing I need to sell, I need this thing I need to say, and they create the content around that rather than what does my audience want. If you provide entertainment or value, you'll grow your list and you'll keep your list engaged. Also keep your emails in the inbox, because if you're just selling and spamming people, more of your emails will be in the spam folder, and I can't iterate that enough.
I wholeheartedly agree with that. So on the newsletter I used to do it once a month, and I had a calendar. I planned it out monthly. There was a topic for the season with the previous company I was at. So there was, the service business that I was in, there was always certain times of the year that certain things would happen. So I would cover those topics and what to do and give tips and so on. And I added a crazy holiday. There's always crazy holidays. You can look it up on Ice Cream Day and things that you don't normally hear about. So I used to put a little blurb about those kind of things, and people love that stuff. It's funny how the little tiny things that you add, I didn't sell a lot, just reminder, but I always had a coupon at the bottom of the page for something, right? So if they wanted to use it, they used it. If they didn't, they didn't. But I wish I had the 60-40 test prior many years ago, because that's such a great tip. And I love the squint test. How many of us are looking at this on our phones, right? Yeah. And when I work for customers and I'm doing their YouTube thumbnails and things like that, I look on my phone to make sure that I can actually see it. If I can't see it, then how are the clients going to see it or customers going to see it, right? So,
you mentioned two things, and backing up to the holidays, I actually used this morning a website that has the crazy national holidays because I help a friend with some social media, and I used that this morning. And when we talk about mobile responsiveness, that used to be in my talk all the time when I spoke about designing emails, but now almost every platform always automatically creates that mobile version. Now you can sit back and say, I know it's going to look okay on a mobile device, but I need to make sure it's structured so that it makes sense for the user, and always preview your emails before they go out on different devices so that you know that they're going to look great.
Excuse me. That's a great advice. I used to do that. I used to send it to the other people in the office, and I'd say, look at it on your phone and tell me if this makes sense or it looks good, or excuse me, or if is it pixelated or whatever the case may be. I would send it to myself. I'd send it to about 5 different people to check it to make sure that it looked good. So that's really good advice. Right. So my next question for you, and I hope some of you out there who are watching this have some questions, but what is a good open rate? I've always wanted to know that question. I always, and I'm sure it depends on, what your subscriber list is, but, my open rates were normally over 25%. Is that good or bad?
Could be. Your best open rate is going to be better than what your average is my answer to that. Number one, depends on your industry. Every industry is going to have a different average because there are companies that come out with statistics around that. If you're in the finance industry, you're going to be different than retail. What you should be doing really is measuring against yourself. If your average right now is 25%, you should be saying, hey, I want to increase that by 2% by the end of the quarter, or 5% in 6 months, et cetera, and hit those marks. Look at websites and find out, hey, for my industry, the average is X, I'm doing better or worse, and plan your goal around that. If you're better, pat yourself on the back and just strive to get a higher number. The most important thing is make sure people are engaged and try to keep your open rates consistent, right? You don't want to have an open rate of 50% one day and then all of a sudden drop down to 4% the next. That's a telling story right there. Maybe your content or your subject lines really need some work.
Well, I really wish I had had your advice many years ago about, the welcome email and following that segmentation and seeing, if they're opening. I should have eliminated them, but I never did. I just kept them on because I figured eventually they're going to open something.
Yeah, there's brands that got in trouble for that in the past. They kept saying there was a well-known office supply store that got in trouble for that because they said at some point somebody's going to need paper. We're going to be right there in the inbox, even though they haven't opened it. They see our emails, they see our subject line. When they need paper, they're going to open our email. And they ended up getting into deliverability trouble.
Wow. Okay. Well, learned something else new today. So everyone that is watching and listening, who has a great question to ask Hank? I'm trying to fill some time with hopefully some questions that you might have. I'd love you to pop it in the chat and let us know. Would love a thumbs up again, because I think it was a fabulous presentation. I learned a whole lot that I can implement for new customers that I write newsletters for. So the 60-40 and the squint test were my tips of today. For those of you who are watching, tell us what your tips are that you learned today. Cindy asked, what is your favorite email automation tool?
That's going to be a little bit biased because I work for the Moz Group and we own Campaigner and iContact. I used to do my own newsletter once a month, but I had to scale back a little bit. I'd rather do more conferences like this. But iContact, if you're a smaller business, they have a really great, easy to use interface for automation. And I just love the way it's laid out. And Campaigner is very robust because you can use dynamic content. You can add SMS into the workflow, all those different things. I really haven't used others. I know about some of our competitors, but I would say I'm not plugging the two platforms that we own, but try out different ones to see which one fits the best and go from there. Because again, different types of businesses or different people learn differently and market differently. And you might need something simple or you might need something very complex.
Very true. Very true. I'm assuming it's affordable, or they have tiered plans, or.
Yeah, iContact, you can start with a free account, and I think that comes with one automation sequence that you're allowed to use. You can try that out. Campaigner is very affordable to start out. I think there is an entry level for automation, but it's not that expensive. Reach out to me. Let's see what we can do to show you if you need to see it first. Obviously, you can reach out to us through the website, but then you'll be hounded by a salesperson. I wouldn't want that because I want to give the listeners here some value, right? I'm going to be a marketer and provide value. I'll show it to you so that you don't get hounded if you want to, or if you want to look at other tools and get my thoughts on it, I'd be happy to hop on a screen share, walk through. And I see another question again, it's going to be based on you, right? How many emails are too many emails? If you're a retailer, weekly, monthly, sometimes daily, if you're a daily deal site, that'll matter.
Right.
On average, I would say, like, if you are a consultant, if you're someone that provides a service, once a month is probably good. And also the frequency that you send emails dictates how often you have to do your list hygiene or clean your list of people that are not engaging. If you send once a week, you should do it at least every 6 months. If you send once a month, at least every 12 months to get rid of those stagnant subscribers. I am very surprised that Apple's MPP did not come up, and that's the update to iOS 15 and Apple Mail, where the open rates are not going to be as accurate as in the past. I'm surprised that really did not come up. But right now, if anyone uses iOS 15 and you use the email client that's built in, or the Mac, the email client that's built in, when you send an email to someone that's using that client, Apple's automatically opening that email, counting it as an open, whether or not the subscriber opened the email or not.
Ooh.
The true North Star needs to change. In other words, you need to look at engagement. That's going to be your click rate, your conversion rate. Now, SEO people probably use Google Analytics and all these different things and shopping carts, right? Possibly take all that data and look at all that data. It used to be if they open in my email, they're interested. In my opinion, that was never true with email marketing. They are not interested until they buy something or convert or set up an appointment. Start looking at your overall engagement rates of what people are doing and not doing. Don't be afraid that your open rates are not going to be as accurate. Now, maybe the workflow that I shared in my talk is not the best layout anymore. In other words, sending an email, waiting 3 or 7 days, and resending that same email with a different subject line. That may or may not make sense to you because maybe they didn't open it and you're counting them as an open, right? And then you go into the next email, but maybe they didn't see that. Maybe you have 2 versions of that same email, that welcome email. It's a welcome and then a re-welcome. Because also there's an opportunity here by sending the re-welcome. Hey, we're not sure if you saw our welcome email. It may have went to your spam folder. And I, as a marketer, I'm okay saying that. Because if they go into the spam folder and they take it out, there's a term in marketing called TINs. This is not spam. If somebody goes, especially in Gmail, into the spam folder and says this is not spam, that is the ultimate form of engagement. That's like gold to Google. It shows that people really want your emails. Any other questions? I'm here. You can find me on social.
I have one other question or one other tip, and I just want your clarification or whether it's a good tip or not. So many years ago when I started doing the email marketing to our customers, it was said that you should pick a day of whatever day you want and a time. So every month you follow that same date and time. So people are, you are consistent with sending your information out. Now I know a lot of people like spread it, one day's Tuesday, one day's Thursday, one day's Saturday. What is your recommendation? Should it be one day, one time? I mean, unless you have an update or an important sale or something like that, but your consistent newsletter, what do you think is beneficial?
If you're, say, a professional consultant or maybe service provider, people may look for your emails around a certain time. In other words, it's the first of the month. Hank's newsletter normally comes out. Let me go look for it. Or, it's not there. Let me check the spam folder. If you have people that are really looking forward to your emails, they will look at specific times if you are consistent. But if you're in retail, you want to hit someone when they're ready to buy, right? You don't want to have to keep hounding them to buy something. But really, retail, anything's game. Our automation series at iContact actually looks at when they're most engaged, and it'll send at that exact time the next time to try to get them when they're mostly engaged.
That's awesome. Does anybody else have any other questions out there? I hope we've answered all of the questions, and we've got just a couple minutes left. Hank, what would you, after watching yourself, and I know we all love watching ourselves doing videos, what do you feel that you would like to add to your video that you may not have said in the video?
For me, conveying as much value through as little words as possible is always important. And historically, as a speaker, I used to use a lot of filler words, so and so's, right? The dreaded so's. I've gotten rid of those. I don't think I heard once, well, in a sentence, but I haven't heard a lot of ums. But I noticed I replaced those with what you need to be doing, and I want to remove that. I heard that over and over. But what else would I add? So much. I could do a whole day workshop on email because I think in this talk, I only scratched the surface.
Yeah.
But I know most of the folks are coming here for SEO guidance today, but I want people to make sure SEO means that your website will be found on the internet in the search engines, and you're going to drive traffic to your website. I do not want you to spend time, a lot of time and money, sometimes a lot of money, getting those eyeballs on your website and you're not collecting email addresses. That would be the worst thing for me to hear you. It's like cutting me with a razor blade if that is happening to you. I hope I was able to encourage people to add a sign-up form to their website if they don't have one, reinvigorate their email campaigns if they're already using email. And if you're ready to get started, there's so much content out there. And if you want to engage with me, ask me a question. If you search for Hank Hoffmeyer on Google, I think I'm like the first 2 pages. It's hard to miss me. And if you're going to connect with me on LinkedIn, please send me some information about yourself and personalize the invite. I have this really weird rule that I do not accept blind invites. I like to get to know everyone in my network.
That's not a weird rule. That's, that's smart, really. I mean, that's being smart about who you let into your world, somebody who's serious and it's not spam. I don't think that's weird at all. I think it's awesome. I think it's a great tip.
I
know.
reply to all of the unsolicited or what blind invites with a form that I have, and
Uh-huh.
basically I've been measuring it. I send that and I say I'd be happy to connect with you on Zoom, get to know you, then accept your invitation. But only about 40% of people actually reply to that.
Wow, that's interesting. I believe it because probably the majority of it is spam people just wanting to be your friend.
Yep.
I check them out thoroughly too. I don't just click accept because I don't know. I get all the, I almost hate to say this, but some of the creepy people that, hello, dear, how are you today? That stuff drives me crazy. Click, delete, right?
Yeah.
So, I just think you gave a great presentation today. And again, for all of those of you who are watching, I'd love for you to be a thumbs up for Hank. I think he has a lot to offer. And I think email marketing is an integral part of everybody's SEO. Not everybody searches website, not everybody. There are lots of readers out there. You'd be surprised how many of your clients and customers are readers. And you don't have to have a super long email marketing campaign. It could be a short little, quick little article, a short little tip. And I just think that it's so beneficial to add to, I know, another thing to your plate, but it's worth it because we actually sold a lot of different things or upgraded, or I'm so glad you sent that to me because it reminded me I have to get my service done, or whatever the case may be, is definitely well worth it. So thank you. Appreciate you, Hank. You did a great job, and I wish you could hear all the applause.
That's what I
You
missed.
can see all the views and the thumbs up and all that kind of good stuff. And until next year, right?
Yes. Hopefully you'll have me
Until
back.
next
I
year. Well,
appreciate
you
being
have
here.
a phenomenal day, and thank you so much. And right now, everybody, we are going to go have a break and have some lunch, and let us know how we're doing, and we will see you at 1 o'clock. Bye-bye. Welcome, everyone. I am Chris O'Connor. Hey everyone, we've got about 15 more minutes right before lunch break is over. I don't want any of you to panic, but I'm going to play a little question and answer I had with Michael from Page One Power, our presenting sponsor, and I thought I'd play that for you right now. So don't panic. We haven't started. We will officially start at 1 o'clock, but this is just kind of a question and answer, kind of a fun thing we did. So let me turn that on for you. Everyone, I am Chris O'Connor with State of Search. I'm excited that you're here today at our November 1st and 2nd event conference. And Page One Power is our title or presenting sponsor. And Michael Johnson's going to tell us a little bit about their company. So tell us a little bit about yourself, Michael, and the company.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I'm Michael from Page One Power. I'm the Partnerships Development Manager. So I oversee the onboarding and initial strategy creation for every project here. I've been at Page One Power for over 8 years now. And over that time, I've helped to develop hundreds of link building strategies for companies of all shapes and sizes. Really, when it comes to Page One Power, we specialize in organic link building and content creation strategies. So we have a US-based team of writers and researchers. And what we seek to do for all of our clients is to help them create valuable content assets that help audiences on the web, that connect our clients with different sites and audiences. And then we've got a great team that can then go out and promote those through organic outreach and try to build some real connections that can then help them to earn some merit-based links.
That's awesome. So, you know, I've been ran a business for 16 years. And link building in the very beginning, 16 years ago, was like, oh, you got to do it, you got to do it, got to do it. And recently, you know, you hear these email marketing is dead, link building is dead, this is dead, SEO is dead. Well, if it's dead, then how does anybody get found? So why is it still so very important to link build?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if the news is true that link building is dead, then I don't know what all these companies have been doing for the last 10 years, because apparently it's been dead in the ground. But and even Google themselves say that links still matter. I mean, Andrei Lopatsev a few years ago in an interview was asked what the primary ranking factors are. He said it's content and it's links. You hear John Mueller continually talking about links and how those factor into Google's algorithm. So it's definitely still important. And in terms of, you know, why it's still important, I think ultimately it's because links were part of the Google algorithm from the very beginning. It's part of what really made it special. By bringing links into the algorithm, Google was able to have a true human ranking factor. You know, links were a way for people to vote on what they were finding valuable on the web. And so I think that, you know, links are still just very core and kind of a true part of the Google algorithm. And I think that's why Google has spent so much time combating link spam over the last few years. Is because they want it to continue to be that human ranking factor that it was meant to be, and then they want to try to kind of sift out those the interference that comes from spam.
Right. So how can SEOs make their link building efforts more organic? Nobody talks about organic anymore. It's all about paid ads and maps. And so how do we make it more organic?
Yeah, so when it comes to making our link building more organic, kind of refers back to that last question, is you should try to seek to understand the goal that links are trying to accomplish for Google and then its algorithm, and then try to replicate that in your link building efforts. So because links are a human ranking factor, I would want us to view links as a real human enterprise. So think about that. Think about this: behind every page, behind every website, there's a real human being, a real person. People often say like, I want to get links from this site, when instead they should be thinking, I'm not getting links from a site. I'm trying to earn a link from a human being. So, the question to ask yourself is, rather than thinking about how can I get this site to link to me, instead you should ask yourself, what do I have that is valuable to real audiences on the web? And how can I best communicate that value to people on the web? If you can't answer those questions positively or have something compelling there, then you're going to have a really hard time earning links organically. And that's where you're going to end up probably resorting back to those, less than savory tactics for link acquisition.
I think those are great questions. I mean, because, today's world is all about, and you hear this all the time when we're going to talk about it, content, right? So how does that play into the picture with having content? Because that really works with the last question of discussion of what you were just talking about.
Exactly. It feeds right into that, is that ultimately content is the value that you're providing. I like to kind of refer to it as like content is the currency of link building. And if you don't have great content to provide to the web, then the only other currency that you can provide is literal currency. And you don't want to do that if you're trying to do link building organically. So your content really is that opportunity to provide value to the web, but also to connect your brand with other audiences. So often when we talk to folks about link building, they think about how can I double down on the people who already buy from me and provide content to those people, when really that will limit your runway for link acquisition. So content is also not just a way to provide value to the people who already know about you, who already try to buy from you, but to build bridges to new audiences and provide yourself more runway for successful link acquisition.
That's a great answer. So my last question for you is, what's something you wish every SEO knew when it came to link building?
Yeah, there's a couple things that come into my mind here. I think the first one is that I think we should stop viewing links as a commodity that are had, and instead think of it as a connection that is earned. So kind of goes back to that human aspect that I mentioned before. But behind when we think about how we're trying to earn backlinks and what we're trying to do with this, again, there's real people that have their own motives and their own objectives. And I think what happens is we get this short-term view of almost like a reactionary thing where, hey, I'm no longer ranking for this keyword that I wanted to rank for. So now I got to build a quick link building project, hire a vendor to go, sell me some links and, do this, rather than viewing it as a process, rather than viewing it as a system. If you can create a system, a sustainable approach to link building where you are consistently building out great content that can connect your site with other folks on the web, you're promoting this content on a regular basis, then it's no longer about reacting to the algorithm changes or to ranking changes. Instead, you're consistently growing and creating new opportunities for your brand and being able to be on the front foot. So that's one thing I'd highly recommend folks to change their minds on, is not view links as a reactionary solution to a problem, but instead view it as a proactive way to stay on top of the competition.
Absolutely. I've really learned about link building a lot over the years, and link building for us way back in the day for the other company I worked for was, getting in directories and, all that kind of good stuff. Now, I know that's still important, but I think link building has changed somewhat, and it's not really all about the directories. It's all about exactly what you just talked about, content, getting good quality content on your website and sharing that on many different platforms to get people to follow you. And I think it's the more content you have, the more Google likes you, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And on top of that, when it comes to more content and creating additional content pieces, obviously the quality factor of that is really important, and making sure that it's not just any content, but the right kind of content. But yeah, you mentioned directory links, which is so funny because a lot of people hate any kind of directory link, when really, if you can find relevant directories that real people use, that real people access, that serve a purpose on the web, those are still good links to have, and you should absolutely go after those. But in terms of those links that are consistently create a difference for you in the long run. Those are definitely the links that you want to think about human value, think about relevance, and and making sure that when people link, those are viewed as true editorial votes. And I think those are the links that will consistently matter in Google's algorithm because they serve that original purpose.
And I think that's a really key point because, back in the day, it was all about, directories and link. That's what link building was back then, and link building has changed. And I don't think a lot of people really understand that. So I'm really happy that you clarified that, because as a previous business owner for a service-based company, everyone always talked about, the directories, got to get in 150,000 different directories, right? And then you have to keep up with it. And you have to have your app and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
To me, link building the way that you're describing is really a much easier way, more consistent way, more authentic way to get your name and service, product, whatever it is that you're selling or offering is a better way. So in 30 seconds, give me a wrap up of what you think the best process is, because I loved that keyword there is process. It is a process. So would you do it weekly? Would you do it every day? Would you do it monthly? What is the best process?
For sure. So real quick, the one thing I wanted to highlight that you said that I love so much about how much link building has changed was, I don't know if you remember, and this is something I mentioned in my presentation and also talked about a little bit about it, is the idea that 10 years ago, right, you would buy links on, like, they'd say, hey, I'm selling links on PR7 social bookmarking sites, right? We'd buy those links because it said that, it had a high PR. And today we no longer look at PageRank because Google got rid of the toolbar PageRank, that it's no longer visible to us. But now we just jump to DA or we jump to DR, and we continue to use, these like third-party metrics as like the overall, way to judge quality, when really there's so much more that can go into it. But in terms of your questions and 30 seconds or less of how to develop a process for link building, is we highly recommend a relevancy first approach to link building. And what this means is by taking things relevantly, the first thing you want to do is think about the audiences and groups that your product or service is relevant to. Then from there, you create content that speaks directly to those audiences, that provides value to their day-to-day lives. And what can happen is why this is sustainable is because you now can create a piece for a specific audience, promote it for that audience, then find the next audience, create a piece for them, and promote it to the sites that speak to that audience. And it's something that's replicable, that can be done month over month, year over year, and you can have a much more long-term view to link building. So that's kind of how I would describe that process, as a relevancy first approach of identifying audiences that you can connect your brand to through content.
Well, I'm really excited to talk to you. I probably could sit here and talk to you for hours, but of course we are on a short time frame. But I want to say thank you so much for being here today and sharing with State of Search fans and all the people that are attending. I think you gave them some really valuable information, and I hope people wrote it down and are taking notes, because that's what the State of Search Conference is all about. So thank you for not only being the presenting sponsor, but thank you for presenting yourself. I'm looking forward to hearing your presentation, and we will look forward to seeing your commercial here for on State of Search, and longer. It'll just be posted for a long time. So thank you so much for being here today, Michael.
Thank you, Chris. We'll see you.
Welcome, everyone. Hi, everyone. Well, it is just about that time. We've got a couple minutes before we start again for our afternoon session. I hope your bellies are full and not so full that you're sleepy, but we will be getting started with Michael from Page One Power, our presenting sponsor. We couldn't do it without you. We're so appreciative of you guys being our sponsor this year of 2021. And Michael is in the back wings waiting for any questions that you might have regarding his presentation, which we're going to be starting here shortly. And also on Eventy, if you're on Eventy, we have found the Q&A spot. And so if you have questions on the Eventy, feel free to write them there or on YouTube, wherever you're watching us today. I know the presenters, speakers would love to hear your questions, your comments, your thumbs up. I've learned a whole bunch this morning. I sure hope that you guys have too. But we will be getting started in just a moment. If you'll just give me a moment to queue up Michael's presentation, and away we'll go.
Hello, State of Search. I'm Michael Johnson from Page One Power. Thank you so much for checking out my presentation, The Lord of the Links, the Fellowship of the Link. I'm the Partnerships Development Manager here. So I oversee the onboarding of all new projects and have worked in this role or role similar to it for over 8 years now. So over that time, I've created hundreds of link building strategies for brands ranging from small, medium-sized businesses all the way up to Fortune 500 companies. And I've seen time and time again the things that cause brands to struggle when it comes to link acquisition. So in this presentation, wanted to talk about some of those things that I see that prevent companies from being successful with link acquisition, ways that we here at Page One Power help them overcome those so that you can apply some of those same principles to your own link building efforts at your company. So generally when I give this presentation, it's about a 20-minute long presentation. So as a little visual for what you can expect today, you might see these if you're a Lord of the Rings fan, these standard edition DVDs. That's the usual version I give. But today what we're gonna do is we're gonna bust out the extended edition. So we're gonna give you a little bit more bonus material here. We're gonna go further into depth, not just showing you examples of links or examples of content pieces, but showing you how those came to be, how we searched to find the pages, how we outreached for those pages so that you can really get a more complete and full view into how to run a successful link building campaign for your organization. So what brings you here? First and foremost, again, like I said before, you might be a Lord of the Rings fan, but really what probably brings you here is the fact that earning links is hard. And I'm not here to tell you anything different. I'm not going to say that actually it's easy. Here's all you have to do. Link building is hard. It takes a lot of time. You have to spend hours and hours strategizing, creating great content. You have to spend another huge batch of hours finding suitable websites to get links from. You have to spend another huge block of hours to outreach to those websites and then to follow up on those outreaches. So link building is definitely a difficult task, but there are things that you can do to make it a little less difficult and a lot more successful. And that's what we want to talk about. Some of the other things you might be struggling with is that you're probably struggling to create compelling content that earns links. This is actually the #1 issue that I see with brands when it comes to link building strategies. So many people think that their problem lies in the outreach. Most of the time, that's not the case. It's usually actually your content that's making your outreach not successful. Maybe you're not sure on what kinds of sites are worth getting links from. And I think there are so many misconceptions in the industry on what makes a good target site. So many people think, oh, if it's this magic number of DA or higher, it's a good link. If it's below that, it's a bad link. Absolutely not true. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. You might be struggling to figure out how can you build a real connection with webmasters? How can you really show them value through your outreach? And we're gonna talk about that. Then the last thing that you might be struggling with is being able to communicate the value of links to share to stakeholders within your organization. If there's not buy-in from top to bottom within your company for link building, your campaign's either never going to get off the ground or it's going to get shut down shortly after starting. People need to understand that this is a long-term process. And we'll talk a little bit more about how you can set better expectations internally at your organization. All right, so let's start with the why, Simon Sinek style. So why do people link? Ultimately, what I find is it comes down to two things. One, they trust you and your content. So people won't link to you unless they either trust you that you're a real person, that you've got their best interests at heart, that you're trying to build a genuine connection, or they need to see that, they need to see that your content is of exceptional quality, that it's well sourced, that it's well written, and that it's something that they can trust and feel good about sending their audience to. I think it was Eric Anga that said that a link is the one time that a webmaster is sending somebody away from their website. So you have to think about that. If I'm going to ask somebody to send people away from their website, then the experience that I'm providing at my site on the page that they're sending them to, it needs to reflect so well on that webmaster that sent them there that they find more value in the site that referred them to mine. So we need to think about that when we're trying to pick what kinds of pages we want to try to get links to and why our site is link worthy. The other thing is value. You need to think about the value that the page that you're creating is going to provide to the audience of the site you're asking for the link from. If you're not really giving them information that helps them in their day-to-day lives, then webmaster's not going to see any reason to link to you. And if you don't have trust and there's no value in the content you're providing, this is where your link requests will either get rejected, ignored, or they'll ask for payment for your link. And if you want to do truly organic link building, if you want to earn links that are, as far within webmaster guidelines as possible with Google, you definitely don't want to pay for links. So we want to avoid that at all costs. So let's get into it a little bit and let's talk about different kinds of content that you can use to try to attract links and where those live in the content funnel. So we have I like to visualize this in kind of a marketing funnel. So the top of the funnel, this is where I would say 90+% of your successful link building is going to exist. If you don't have a lot of informational, educational content that exists in the top of your content funnel, you're going to have a hard time earning backlinks. So you really want to focus on that from a link building perspective of having a wealth of that kind of content. So this is informational, audience focused content. Your middle of the funnel content is going to be informational still, but now you're maybe getting a little bit more industry focused, a little bit more solution focused or brand focused. So this is getting a little less link worthy. You might be able to get a few links back to this kind of content, but nothing really consistent on a broad scale. And at the bottom of your funnel is your transactional solution focused content. So this is your product pages, your category pages, and so on. These are really not going to earn a lot of organic links, if any. Again, if you're asking for somebody to link to a product page or a category page, you're basically asking for free advertising. And we all know how webmasters feel about giving away free advertising. So a lot of people want links to these kinds of pages. It's always that question of, sure, it'd be great if people want to link to those types of pages, but you have to think not just what is best for my business, but also what's best for the audiences on the web that I'm reaching out to. That's really that thing that sets link building apart from any other part of SEO, right? With any other part of it, if you want to change on-page aspects of your site, if you want to add a piece of content to your website, these are things that you can handle within your own organization, and you can kind of be selfish when it comes to what you want to do there. But when it comes to link building, it's that one part of SEO that is almost completely dependent on a third party. So there has to be some level of altruism here of trying to serve the better good of the online community if you want to make that happen. So that's why link building to bottom of the funnel pages generally doesn't work very well. So let's show you some examples here. And generally in this presentation, I would just show this slide, but because we're doing the extended version today, I'm going to actually jump out of the deck real quick and we're just going to pull up these pages so we can take a really in-depth view at each of them and what these look like and what characteristics exist in the top of the funnel, middle of the funnel, and bottom of the funnel piece. So for a quick example of the top of the funnel piece of content, we're going to look at this guide that we created for a company called Atera. So Atera is an IT software company that provides remote monitoring and management services. So it helps their IT departments to kind of help all the people in the organization. So we have a guide for women to break into information technology. Now, why does this work as a top of the funnel piece? And we're going to kind of come back to this piece a few times as we discuss linkable content and what it looks like. But first of all, it is audience focused. We found a specific audience within the IT community that's underserved, that is underrepresented. And we created a helpful piece of content that can help women to find more success in again, in a field where they're often underrepresented. So talk about the challenges that women might face in tech. We talk about different jobs and career options that you can pursue within that space. We talk about different further education opportunities, certifications that you can go through, and then as well as just organizations that support women in tech. So this is a very robust, quality piece of content here. It's easy to understand. We have a defined audience and there's pure or clear value here that this piece is providing. So this is a great example of top of the funnel informational content. Next, let's talk about middle of the funnel content. Now, this is something that I probably experience the most confusion with when I'm working with prospects at companies, because they'll say, we've got a great content page. Can you get links to it? And we have to say like, no, we can't. And they say, well, it's a great piece of content. Why doesn't it work? So this is probably an example of one of those that might cause confusion for a brand as to why we can't get links to it at a large scale. So what is RMM? Right? This is an informational piece. It's discussing RMM, what it is. So remote monitoring and management. It's very informational, but let's ask ourselves a couple questions about this piece. Number one, remote monitoring and management. Is that a topic that a lot of people are passionate about on the web? Do people, think every day about this topic? I would say there's probably a very small corridor of people on the web that really care about this topic and care enough about it that they would link to it. And when you think about link building, when I first started the presentation, I talked about how there's hours and hours of site finding, hours and hours of outreach that you have to do. That's because link building, to be successful at a large scale and sustainably over the long term, it requires a large runway of sites and of audiences to reach out to. So this piece, number one, it has a very limited audience. It's on a very specific topic, and it does not create a long runway for link acquisition. Now, should this piece exist in their content strategy? 110% yes. This is a critical keyword for them and their brand. They need to have this piece to address that keyword. And there's ways that we can support this within a link building campaign, but most of the time, that support won't come in the form of links directly back to it. So I hope that helps to kind of provide some clarity as to why some informational content pieces aren't very linkable and why others are better suited for it, but still very important keyword content piece that they should have and that we absolutely wanted to support and did support with our campaign. The other page we want to talk about are bottom of the funnel pages. And this is a good example of a bottom of the funnel page. At this point, they're no longer informing you. They're just trying to sell you. So it's, this is our remote monitoring and management software. It's beautiful and it's easy. Check it out. Click the link to try it out for yourself. So this is very much the conversion page. Again, if you're trying to ask people to link to these kinds of pages, it's kind of like asking for free advertising, and it just doesn't work very consistently. So one thing I could say, if you're a larger brand that does get mentioned a lot on the web, one way that you could potentially get links back to these kinds of pages is if somebody mentions your product, like an unlinked mention. That's an opportunity where maybe you can follow up on that unlinked mention and say, hey, thanks so much for mentioning our product. Do you want to include a link back to the page where our product exists so your audience can find it? So that could be a way you can get links back to these pages. But in terms of like a guest posting strategy, resource pages, you're going to really struggle to get links to a page like this. All right. So I hope that gives you a clear picture now on what kinds of pages can earn links consistently, where those exist in the funnel, and what makes a page linkable. So we're gonna kind of bring Mary and Pippin into the conversation here. So what makes a page more linkable than a second breakfast sausage? Like we just talked about, it's that top of the funnel informational content. And this next thing is kind of what I was trying to communicate as I was looking at that linkable content piece we created. Linkable content will be less about what and more about who. So if you find that a page that you want to promote for link building is talking more about your brand, your products, or really specifically in your industry, it's probably not as linkable as you think it is. Now, if your piece instead is talking about audiences on the web, real people within your industry, and being more audience focused, that's going to be more successful. So always ask yourself, what is this piece about? Is it about the what, or is it about the who? And that can kind of give you an initial direction in terms of if your page is going to be linkable or not. Next, does your page serve a wider audience? Does it expand your reach? Like I said, runway is such a huge part of what makes link building successful or unsuccessful. So does this piece expand my runway, or does it leave it the same? That RMM piece absolutely either narrowed or definitely didn't expand the runway for our client. However, an article about women in IT, that expands their opportunity for links. Now they can get links from pages that talk about career resources for women, IT related websites, tech websites, computer science websites. all kinds of websites would in the tech industry would probably want to link to that kind of a page. So it creates opportunity and it serves a broader audience. And then the last thing, does your content solve a problem? Yes or no? If you can't point to how your piece is going to help audiences on the web, then you're not going to be able to get a lot of backlinks with it. So make sure that you're actually providing value to real audiences on the web. All right, so let's go back to that example now and just kind of check the boxes as to why this page was linkable. So number one, does it have a defined audience that gives them more opportunities? Absolutely, yes. We've got women in IT is our defined audience. And then what's the value that we're providing to that audience? We're providing great career resources that can provide help to solve a problem within the IT industry. Next, what was the opportunity? And this is something that you're going to want to do as you're going about creating a linkable content piece. And we're going to kind of now go back into our extended edition here and talk about how can you identify opportunity for a page to see if you're going to be able to have enough pages to target for it. So what we found through our research was that we thought this would be a good audience because we found hundreds of resource pages dedicated to women in STEM, IT, tech, computer science, like I said, those career resource pages. What this resulted in us being able to do was get 26 backlinks to this page, 10 of which came from .edu and .gov resource pages. So let's talk about now, how can you find out if an audience or topic is going to have enough runway for a successful link building outreach strategy? So what you're going to want to do is dive into the SERPs on Google. So a couple different search strings that you could use would be things like you could do women in STEM. So you do women in STEM, we'll type that in right now, and in URL resources, right? So that's a way to show Google, I want to find pages about women in STEM, and in the URL, I want to see resources. This can help you find resource pages by including that in there. You could also do like in URL links. That's another kind of URL that you'll or something in URL aspect that you'll see for resource pages. So we'll kind of scroll through the results here. We found this IIE.org. It's STEM resources for women and girls. We'll add that because that looks like a legitimate organization here. We've got this one from Connecticut.gov. So we'll add that to our list of pages to review. Engineering.byu, women in engineering and STEM resources. So another great one. But then what you're going to also want to do is not just think about like one topic, think about a variety of things. So I did STEM right there. Now we can do like women IT. We can do women computer science. There's a lot of different search strings that you'll want to use. So kind of think about those different terms that are related or synonymous to the main topic that you're discussing. Kind of throw in all those different angles to find as many pages as possible. So now what you'll want to do is to start to look at some of these pages and see what kinds of resources they're linking to. So on this Connecticut one that I just found, they're linking out to a lot of helpful organizations here. They actually are linking out to specific resource pages similar to the one that I want to create. And they have a section here about articles. It says articles about women and girls in STEM. That's probably a really good section of this page that you could probably get your page added to. So that's how you can figure out if it's a good opportunity or not, is look at what kinds of pages they're currently linking to. And are the pages in here similar to what I'm trying to create? And we'll talk about this later, but then the thing you have to kind of also think about is, great, these are similar, but what's the unique value that I can speak to in my piece? What's missing from the kinds of pages I'm seeing generally linked to from these kinds of resource pages? So that's something to consider and think about as well. So we'll look at this next one as well. So on BYU's website, and resources for women in engineering and technology. This is a great resource page to target and to try to get links from. So and then, even better, a contact email right here at the bottom. So if you can find that kind of a contact information on the page, that means you're going to get in touch with the direct person who manages this page. So that's a great way to have a direct line and set yourself up for as much success as possible. One angle I want to talk about as well, one thing that's so important in link building, is to be curious. And I mean that in that, like this resource page here that I found, I didn't see a lot of hope here. I mean, there's a couple like tips for getting girls involved in STEM is maybe a good article that'd be similar, but it's not a super robust resource page. But I found this one right here that said women in science related websites. And I clicked that. What that took me to was a much more robust resource page on a .edu website, women related websites in science and technology. And this links out to a lot of different pages that are with very similar resources to what I would want to potentially create or that we'd already created for this client. So that's a great example of how sometimes you can use a certain resource page and then click on some of those links and then see if that takes you to another page that maybe you'd want to get a link from that provides further resources. So be curious, click on pages, explore. That's the best way to find as many opportunities as possible. And this was just a great example of that I found in just a few minutes of research and clicking around. So hopefully that gives you a good idea on how to make sure that you've got enough opportunity. We generally recommend finding at least 100 pages that you think might be a good fit for your guide. This is simply because what we find with these types of guides, they can usually convert at between 5 to 10%. So if you want to at least be able to get 5 to 10 links back to a page, you want to make sure you can find at least 100. If you want to be able to get 10 to 15 links, you probably want to make sure you have between 150 to 300. So just kind of make sure that all lines up. Now let's talk about the outreach. So one of the links that we did actually get for this client was a link from Georgia Tech. So you want to talk about a great link for an IT company. Georgia Tech is probably about as good as it gets. Very authoritative site, very trustworthy site. And we reached out to them and they were willing to include a link back to our client's website. And with this, right, we didn't have to pay them to link. We didn't have to trick them into linking to us. All we had to do was let them know about a great piece of content that existed on the site and discuss the value that provides to their audience. So let's walk through the outreach that we actually sent to get this link. And these are real snippets from our BuzzStream account that I just went ahead and threw into the presentation here so you could see what that really looks like. So the email starts, we address the person reaching out to you. Hi, Carol. Would you happen to know who would be the best person to reach out to for your WST resources page? We introduce ourselves. We talk about who we're reaching out on behalf of. And then we start talking about our guide and we talk about, hey, women face many complications and hardships in the tech industry, such as gender bias, wage gaps, discrimination. So we created this guide to help inform those venturing into this career field. So what's beautiful about this outreach is that we don't have to be, salesy with our outreach. All we're doing is just introducing ourselves, saying who we're, where we're from, telling them about the piece that we created and why it's good for their audience. Now, they didn't respond to our first email, and that's okay. That's typical. So, you'll want to plan on probably sending 2 to 3 rounds of outreach for any link just to make sure that you're giving them ample opportunity. I don't recommend, bombarding people with several emails. I think you'll eventually come off as annoying and maybe cause some bad will there. So we went ahead and sent a few, but we got a couple on the second email is actually where we got our response. Our second one just said, hey, just wanted to follow up with you about our email last week. Do you have a chance to check out that guide we created? We'd love to hear your feedback. And sure enough, we got a response. The person there reached back out to us, said, I requested that the web coordinator add the resource. Be patient. It's a busy time for us. And this is where I always want to let people know really the nature of link building and what's happening here is that there's a person behind every page that you're linking out to. So many times I hear people refer to link building as, I want to link from this site. I want to link from this page. When really sites and pages don't link, people link. There's real people behind all these sites. There's real people behind all these pages. So, she asked us to be patient. You should honor that request. You should show them some respect. And that's what we did. And sure enough, we waited a little bit and the link went live. Our client got an amazing link from an amazing source. And everybody benefited. That's one of the true signs that your link building is organic or that this is a good quality link is the fact that you can ask yourself, who's benefiting from this link? And the answer isn't just myself. The answer is the site that I reached out to, they're benefiting because now they can provide a great resource to their audience. The audience is benefiting because when they click on this link, it's going to give them helpful information. Truly organic links and really great links help all parties involved, not just yourself. So I'm sure the question that you're asking now, and this is a question that I always get is, great, so now we're getting links to these amazing linkable assets that we create, but I still need to get movement and results for my category and product pages and my conversion pages, because otherwise the C-suite is going to be breathing down my neck asking about ROI. So we can still drive results to these pages while earning links to linkable assets. And really the kind of puzzle piece, the missing puzzle piece to all that is internal links. So generally what we'll do for our clients is we will create a plethora of linkable content that addresses different audiences, also different kinds of linkable content. So we might, on one hand, create a long form guide to attract resource page links, but then we also might create shorter form article-based content that has lots of citable information that we can then reference back to within our guest posting efforts. And then what we'll do is through all these different linkable content pieces, we will include internal links back to those middle of the funnel and bottom of the funnel content pages that I showed you examples of earlier. And this does two things. So first of all, it can kind of funnel that link equity to those pages through those internal links. The other thing as well is that it just shows Google what pages are important to you and what pages are critical to your business. I always like to ask myself two questions when it comes to internal links is one, if this page isn't important enough for me to link to it, why would anybody else link to it? And the other question is, if I'm not linking to a page, what signal does that send to Google about the importance of this page within my site? So kind of ask yourself those two questions when it comes to internal links and whether or not that should be an important thing to you. And for me, it's an absolutely critical part of developing an effective organic link building campaign. So really quick, just to show you some additional examples of kind of how this audience approach works and how to build out content for multiple audiences. Let's go back to the Atera example so that we can walk through that. So what you'll see here is that first we showed you that guide for women in information technology. So really what I like to kind of preach and help people understand is that you're not trying to, build out a campaign that is done for the short term. You're trying to build out something that's replicable, something that's sustainable. And that's what we were able to do for our client here. So by doing a campaign that's more focused on relevancy, you're going to set yourself up for success. And we're going to talk about that here in a second. But first, let's kind of show you how we were able to find different audiences. So we created a guide for women to break into information technology. And what that did was that it created a variety of link opportunities for sites and resource pages dedicated to women in science and technology. Another one that we did was a guide for veterans in the IT industry. So we created a guide, information technology training career resources for veterans. So there are tons of resource pages dedicated to veterans coming out of the military who are now looking for kind of their civilian jobs. And IT is actually one of the biggest industries that veterans go into. So by creating this guide, we actually created a lot of new opportunities and provided valuable information to an audience that can use it. And I want to show you some of these links here that we're able to get for them. But we're going to look at those in a minute here because there's a specific thing I want to talk about when we talk about how we measure the quality of those pages. And then another example here is one that we did for students. And this was a career exploration toolbox for IT and computer science students. And this created opportunities for us to get links from different EDU websites that were specifically focused for students. So again, by taking this kind of an approach here, you can continually find different audiences to target and get links from. And it's replicable, right? We did our women's focus guide. We expended all the opportunities there. We then moved on to the veterans guide and expended all the opportunities there. And then we created a guide for students. This is something you can continue to do over the long term. All right, so now we're going to talk about what I think is probably one of the biggest misconceptions in the link building and SEO industry, and that is how to measure the quality of a target site. I think that it's very much the fact that we are over-reliant on third-party metrics and numbers to help us determine what makes a good link opportunity. And I think this carries over from 10, 15 years ago when we had our Google toolbar page rank, right? You could look at that number and you would say, okay, that's how much Google values a page. So that tells me I should get links from those pages. And I don't know if you remember this, and this was kind of some of the signs that maybe could help us to understand why this isn't the best way to value links. Was that you'd see people selling links like, hey, social bookmarking links on PR 7+ websites, and people would snatch those links up because they were high PR. But really, there was no other reason why those were a good quality link, right? Those were not good. And everyone knows they weren't good links, but people bought them because they were high PR. And yet we've now moved so much, further in our understanding of SEO and of quality yet we haven't evolved in our understanding of how to measure the quality of a link. So let's talk a little bit about how to break away from the shackles of authority, of domain authority, of domain rating, and create a much more sustainable and continuous way to view link building, something that can flow between each stage of your link building strategy. So I'm going to tell a story, give an example here that can maybe help to explain why authority is not the best way to measure quality, and instead why relevancy is. So let's say at Page One Power, I want an endorsement for my company. I want somebody that will really drive great leads from their endorsement of my brand. If LeBron James provided an endorsement of Page One Power, let's say in an interview, he's like, yo, if you're looking for link building, Page One Power is the best brand out there. That would be cool, and we'd probably get tons of leads, but they wouldn't be very relevant leads, right? We just get kind of anybody and everybody saying like, hey, I heard LeBron mention you guys in his interview. I'm reaching out to these guys just to see what they're all about. They'd probably be very random, not very quality, just a lot of kind of spam involved with that. Now, on the other hand, what I'll say with that is LeBron James is like a DA 99. He's a very trustworthy, source in the world. People love LeBron James. He actually does a lot of good in his community. He's a good husband, a good father. There's so much to love about LeBron James, and he's everywhere. So he's very authoritative, probably a DA 99, like I said. But on the other hand, let's say John Mueller gave us an endorsement. That would mean so much more to our business, right? If John Mueller said, hey, Page One Power is the best link building firm out there, give him a call. Tons of great SEOs would reach out to us and say, hey, I heard John Mueller mention you guys. I'm reaching out because I know that he knows what he's talking about because he's authoritative. He's from Google. Now, on the world stage, John Mueller's a DA like 18, maybe, right? So you compare him to LeBron James, he's much lower authority, yet because of his relevance, he's actually much more authoritative. He's actually much better for us, a much better source for us to have a link from than LeBron James. So that's where I like to kind of help people to explain that DA doesn't necessarily describe what's authoritative for you or for your brand. Relevance can be a much better way to determine what's a good fit for you to get links from, or what sites are a good fit for you to get links from. So I highly recommend taking a relevancy first approach to link building. And this is going to help you in so many ways. And let's kind of jump into that and talk about it now. So first of all, relevancy, not only does it kind of replace authority, it actually helps show authority for your brand and who you're authoritative amongst and what audiences you want to connect and engage with. Next, relevancy can facilitate effective content creation, site finding, and outreach. So what this will do, and this is kind of what I was referring to earlier when I was showing you how we found all these different audiences and you could create a much more sustainable approach for link building doing that, is that relevancy can be that tie that binds each stage of your link building approach. So you'll create content that is relevant to the audiences that you want to connect your business with. Again, linkable content builds connections. So relevance is kind of the core thing behind that. Then you'll be able to find sites based on what's relevant to the content that you created. So there's a relevant tie between the content that you created, your website, the sites that you found, the content you created. And then once you do your outreach, most of the work's done for you at that point, because you've now reached out to an audience that is relevant to the content piece that you created. There's clear value in what you're trying to communicate to them. So relevancy first approach to link building is so much more effective, where instead if you're just chasing authority, there's really no binding principle between each stage of your link building process. All you're doing is just trying to find high authority sites and praying that they'll want to link to you for some reason. So relevancy first is a great way to look at link building. It's going to create a much more holistic, sustainable approach for links. The other thing to look at is human value. And I would look at that before authority as well. Reason being, there are a lot of garbage sites out there that are DA 50 plus, DA 60 plus. There's, complete kind of blog mill type sites that are in that range. So, instead, think about the human aspect behind each site that you're reaching out to. Is this a real site? Is it a legit organization? Does it have an actual audience, and is there engagement happening there? Those are some of the ways that you can start to see, like, does this website serve a purpose outside of SEO? And that can help you know if this is a site that will possess human value. And I like to think about human value because links are a human ranking factor really, when it comes down to it. What set Google apart from all those other search engines, way back in the 90s when they came out, was that they included links in their algorithm, and they included links because that was a human way for people to vote and signify, what they thought was good on the web. It was a human way to connect sites. So links are a human ranking factor. We should think about human aspects when we're building links. And then the last thing, like I said before, sites don't link, people link. So think about the person that you're reaching out to. Think about their audience. Think about what engages them and what's important to them. And that'll set you up for much more successful link building. So really quick, just show you some examples of links that we built. I kind of wanted to come back to that IT careers and veterans guide that we created. You'll see here, right? This is a great guide, a great piece of content. And we got links from some really good sites. But what you're going to notice is that the DA isn't super high on these websites, right? So one of the sites that we got links from was from the American Legion in their Connecticut department. It's a Domain Authority 22 website. So, if you had told us I only want DA 50 plus sites, we wouldn't be able to come close to being able to consider this link for your website. Yet this is a legitimate organization with very strong ties to veterans, which is, the guide that we created. This is a great link, and they've got a whole section of their site about education opportunities for veterans, and they were happy to link to our IT guide. So this is a legit organization, a legit site that serves a purpose outside of SEO, and we're able to get a link from them. This is a much better link than that spammy blog mill site that's a DA60. So that's why authority shouldn't be the end all be all. You should be thinking about these other factors. The other example of a link that we got was from the town of Spafford. So this is a legit municipality website. Again, this site provides much more value to the web than some of those spammy pages out there. I'd be much prouder of this link than one of those other links, even if they were from a higher domain authority. So think again about the people behind the sites that you're reaching out to, the value that these sites provide, the communities and the engagement that occurs there. That can help you know even more. This is a legitimate website. Who is my link going to serve, and is it going to serve real people existing on the page or site that it does? And these pages, I love these links. I don't want to say I like these links. I'm going to say I love these links because they do just that. There's real audiences and legit organizations behind these links, even if they are lower authority. All right, so let's talk about how to communicate value to the people that you're reaching out to with your outreach. So what I mentioned before was that most of your success has already been decided by what you've already done. That's where in the very beginning of the presentation, I said that so many people think their outreach is the problem, when really it was everything leading up to that point. If you've got an amazing piece of content and you've used relevancy to guide your link building approach, really by the time it comes to do the outreach, all you have to do is what I showed you in the example. Tell them who you are, tell them why you're reaching out to them, and show them that you understand their audience and that your piece provides unique value to their audience. If you can do that, you're going to be able to get some great links, because it's no longer trying to trick them or persuade them. It's just showing them something that's great for their audience. And it's great for their audience because you did the research ahead of time to see what was missing on some of those resource pages, or what the unique value that your article is providing to them. One thing as well to kind of show that you understand their audience is if they have like a blog, or if they have any kind of like user generated content on the website, see what they're passionate about, see what their audience is passionate about, and what gains traction there. That way, you're really speaking their language when it comes time to outreach. All right, so how to demonstrate value internally. If you can't get other people in your organization, especially those higher up, to understand the value of links, to buy in to the process, then you're going to have a really hard time, getting a campaign up off the ground and keeping it running over the long term. We usually, when a campaign cancels with us, it usually happens in the first, 3 to 6 months. And the reason why is because the higher ups in the organization were expecting results ASAP. They're expecting that to be the finished product. And when that doesn't happen, they don't see ROI and they pull the plug. Our most successful campaigns, the ones where our brands are seeing, triple figure increases, percentage wise increases in their traffic, are these ones that can be executed over 12, 18, 24 months, these long-term projects. That's where you're going to see your most growth in SEO. So you need to make sure that everybody is on board with what you're doing, that they can see the vision, that they can understand the long-term ROI that SEO can bring to the table. for their organization. So first of all, when it comes to proving initial value in a campaign, is set specific goals. A lot of the times when enterprise brands come to me, I recommend, usually they recommend it as well, because I think we're all on the same page with it, is you want to start with like a targeted area of the site. If, let's say Forbes comes to us and they say, hey, we want to increase our domain authority by 1 point. We could build links all day to their website and it wouldn't move their domain authority up 1 point. Or, hey, we want to increase overall site traffic. For a domain that big, it'd be hard to tie anything that we do to that increase. So usually what I recommend doing is finding a specific, set of pages on the site, specific keyword theme that you want to influence, and set the expectation that this is what we're targeting. This is what we're working on. We want to see progress here. Then you focus your efforts around those. So you build out your linkable content that's relevant to those topics, to those pages. You have internal links that point from your linkable content to those. Benchmark where you started. So make sure that you know where it was when you started. And then that way, over the next 6 months, as you roll out your link building campaign, you can start to show like, hey, we had these keywords that were ranking, in positions 10, 12, 15, and 21. And now they're ranking in positions 7, 9, 12, and 16, right? So you can show we focused our efforts on trying to increase rankings for these keywords. And we did. We moved these up a few spots each. Now your organization sees the vision. They get the idea like, hey, we set a goal to do this. We did this in hopes that this would work. You kind of hypothesized it, and then it came to fruition. And now you can get more buy-in, both from a time perspective to get another 6 months, to get another 12 months of link building, but also to maybe roll this out and expand it. A lot of big brands that we work with, we start with a smaller budget for a small section of the site, and then we see results there. And now they're including other divisions in the organization and growing that campaign out. So it can help you to scale your efforts as well and get buy-in to do that. So you go through all this hassle. You've spent hours creating this great content, site finding, outreach, so on. Is that worth it? Is it worth spending all this time to build links? The answer is 150% yes. And I say that because in this example that we provided with Atera, we were able to help them increase their traffic by 150%. And what we did for them is following the same principles that we discussed in this presentation. So we created a campaign that specifically targeted RMM related keywords, remote monitoring and management. What we were able to show for them over the first 6 to 7 months of the campaign was get them into the top 5 for a lot of those primary keywords that related to RMM. So we said, we want to influence these set of keywords. We tracked it, we influenced those. And then from there, we're able to continue the campaign and grow it out. And it's funny, this number is actually outdated now. They're actually more about 500% organic search traffic since the beginning of the campaign. And that's because we were successful with that first campaign. They got buy-in to do a bigger campaign with another keyword set, which was MSP, managed service providers. And we were able to then continue to grow out their traffic even more. So great examples here. And we did this by building few, if any, links to middle or bottom of the funnel pages. We did this all with our linkable content pages. The last thing I kind of want to impart with you today is just the fact that SEO and link building isn't an event, it's a process. So you don't just, build a batch of links, create a few pieces of content and call it good, right? This is something you have to consistently chip away at. It's not like throwing the one ring into Mount Doom and, evil's conquered forever. There's always going to be new mountains to climb, new dragons to slay. And you have to continue to search for those opportunities and stay on top of it, because your competitors are definitely going to be doing that. All of our clients, when we do our competitor research for those, we're almost always able to find at least a few other brands that are actively building links and doing this themselves. So, if you're not doing it, your competitors definitely are. So you'll want to stay on top of this and make sure that it's front of mind and something that you're always trying to grow and do. Thank you all so much for checking out the presentation. I hope that it was beneficial to you. I hope you came away with some new insights, some new perspectives, and some new ways to build links for your organization and to be successful. I'd love to connect with you all and continue the conversation. You're welcome to reach out to me at my email address listed here, or connect with me on Twitter at mfjohnson89, or on LinkedIn at Michael-Johnson/P1P. That's after the LinkedIn URL there. So thank you all so much. I think we're going to do a little bit of a Q&A now, and I'm happy to answer your questions about link building and provide any further insights that you might want. Again, thank you all so much, and we will continue the conversation.
Oh my gosh. Holy moly. I don't even know where to start. It was so awesome.
I hope that
I
was
don't
fun,
know
at
how
least.
many of you thought this was an awesome presentation, but I did. Of course, I love that you talk about women. But I love the title. But you know what the best part of this, Michael, was is that you showed everyone exactly what you do. I mean, from start to finish, how to do link building. I've never seen such a great presentation on link building. I have goosebumps going up and down my arms. Questions from the audience. I have so many, but we're going to give the audience just a couple minutes to ask any questions that they may have. I think you might have done it such a good job that they might not have any questions. I don't know.
No, that's it. You watch that video, you can now build links for the rest of your life.
I'm telling you, I mean, Julie has a question. She says, how do you separate out the results you get from links from the results you get from on-page optimization? Do you recommend that you pause on page optimizations for the areas you're link building?
Honestly, it's almost kind of being a little selfless. It's kind of hard to do it in SEO because we want to be able to say, hey, everything that we do is our work. And, it wasn't the on page, but honestly, it should be a team effort. It should be something that everybody's bought in and synced up on what you're doing. That that links are going to contribute. The on page is going to contribute. You did all the right things for this page, and that came together to generate the result. And if you really want to isolate it, you can, but also keep in mind that if your on page optimization is horrific on a page, then it doesn't matter how many links you build to it. It's probably not going to be successful. So really, I mean, great SEO isn't just one thing being good on a page. It's all the aspects coming together and contributing.
Yeah, I mean, wow. Cindy's asking, can you discuss why a money link with exact keyword is bad and how to fix it?
So a money link, so I'm assuming this is like a paid link with an exact match anchor text pointing to like a conversion page on a site. The main reason why this is bad, and we can go through a few different examples. So one thing to consider with that is the nature of the link. Google Webmaster Guidelines says you should not be paying for links unless you've got your kind of sponsored tag on there. That way they can make sense of what the nature of that link was. But the other thing to keep in mind is, what is the trend on this website? If somebody sold you a link with exact match anchor text, who else are they selling links to with exact match anchor text? That's one of the best ways that I help my clients figure out, like, okay, you're pumped about the DA of this, site that a previous provider built for you. But if you look beneath the surface, put some human eyes here, I found a series of articles with exact match anchor text that say, payday loans or great auto loans, those types of things that right away you're like, you know what, the kinds of links these guys are selling and giving out, I don't know if I want my brand mixed up in that, because Google probably knows what the game is on this site and is either devaluing it, not paying attention to it, or worse. Oh, and your own blog post. I wouldn't I wouldn't say it's a bad thing. I think that it's a good thing to include if you have a relevant tie between the informational article that you have and a product page on your website. I think it's a good thing to include that internal link. From there, whether or not you're going to use exact match anchor text would depend if that reads well for your audience. If you have to force a certain anchor text into a piece, I would always err on the side of user experience rather than trying to do something that you think the search engine will like. So if you can, there's a more natural way to link out to that page on your site. I would always do what reads best for your audience and fits best within the article.
So I have another question from Andrea Beck, and she says or asks, what's a reasonable time to value to communicate to execs with respect to link building? They get that it takes time, but what's a good minimum threshold? And do you have any favorite leading indicators?
Yeah. So I would probably say about 6 months. I mean, I know it's a typical SEO answer, but honestly, it's a good answer because you think about it this way. You start doing your outreach. Let's say the first 2 weeks, you're site finding, maybe you're creating some content to make sure you've got linkable content in place. You start doing your outreach, 2 or 3 weeks in. And then you start to hear back from webmasters, maybe get into some editorial calendars if you're doing guest posting. Maybe they're scheduling you to be added on their next update for the resource page. You might not see links for 45 to 60 days after your link building campaign started. On top of that, then those links need to be indexed, and then that needs to reflect. You need to then get enough links for that to reflect in the search results. You can see how this is a process that can take time logistically to then bear fruit. So usually what I would say is kind of that at earliest month 4, but probably up to month 6. And really those leading indicators are going to be looking at those signs of life when it comes to keywords that a page is ranking for. It might not be your big head term on the page, because if you just look at one keyword and that's the only thing you're looking at, then you might be missing the bigger picture. So you might be looking at how a variety of keywords are performing for a certain page. Are you seeing an overall trend up? Are you starting to see some traffic tick up on the page from organic search? And those would be some of those leading indicators. But then also just be ready to defend the quality of the work that you're doing and the kinds of links that you're getting and the process that's leading to these, and talking about why these links matter, right? That's one of the things that can as well really help you out, is if you have buy-in about the process and the way that you're getting the links, then you can show how that's yielding the kinds of links that you wanted to get.
So I have another question for you. Eric P. says, great presentation. We are a client. Can you offer any staffing or technical recommendations for outreach? In the past, as part of another organization, we used a mail merge with marketing automation. Thanks for the great presentation.
So the question was on staffing for link building.
Well, I'll read it. Can you offer any staffing or technical recommendations for outreach? In the past, as part of another organization, we used mail merge with marketing I can't say that word.
Augmentation.
Thank you.
Yeah. I don't know if I will have a great answer for that one. I mean, I know staffing is even difficult for us, getting the right skill sets in place for effective link building. I mean, you think about it, it really isn't something that can be handled by any one person. It's like the, how do you, no one person can make a pizza, right? It takes a farmer to know how to make wheat or a pencil or a pen, or that phrase is. It takes a lot of different people with different skill sets. So with link building, right? If you want to do have guest posting as a tactic, you need somebody who has SEO knowledge, somebody who's a great writer, somebody who is great at outreach, somebody who has great organizational skills. And there's, then from there to get resource page links, there's another skill set. So what I would say is finding the people that make up the parts of an effective link building strategy, having people that have those good skill sets in place. We always value curiosity. I mentioned it in my presentation, but there's one thing to look for, and it's hard to measure someone's curiosity, but look for those signs of it. We love seeing curiosity in our link builders, because those are the people who always uncover additional opportunities and angles and ways to get links. So I don't have the greatest answer for that one, but hopefully that gave you some ideas, maybe a couple light bulbs.
Absolutely. Your whole presentation gave me a bunch of light bulbs for sure. And I am very grateful not only that you guys are our sponsor, our presenting sponsor, but your presentation was absolutely phenomenal. And for those of you who, I think you're going to have to go back and listen to it again, because he has so much golden nuggets in that presentation, and exactly how to, I'm a how-to kind of girl. So for me, it was golden, absolutely golden. So I hope that you all enjoyed the presentation. Are there any other questions? I just have a quick question. Once you do the link building and you write the articles and you have the links going back from some of these big sites, the benefit of that is it's there forever, right?
Exactly. I always give the example. I don't know if I mentioned it in our interview that we did earlier, but it's kind of the PPC versus SEO. They're both part of an effective marketing strategy, but SEO and link building is like buying the house. It's like this link building that you're doing, you're constantly building equity into your site. And that's why a lot of people, when they get so hung up on domain authority, I don't want to get a DA20 because I really want these DA60 and DA80 sites. To me, it's like a baseball game. If you're trying to hit a home run every single time you go to bat, you're going to strike out a ton and have a really bad batting average. But if instead you're finding the opportunities to get hits, to get on base, to do those things, you're going to be a lot more successful. And so all these links that you're acquiring, whether it's from relevant, good, solid, smaller domain authority sites or higher authority sites, these are all building equity into your site and growing the background. So yeah, it's such a great long-term investment for a site.
It really is. I mean, that's one thing I think people probably miss in the link building field is that it's there forever. Once you do it, it's there and it grows and it grows and it grows and it grows and it pushes you up, pushes you up, pushes you up. And it's I hate to say it's one and done, but honestly, if it's done right, it's rolling. So again, thank you so very much. I don't know if anybody has any other questions. We got to wrap up. I don't see any other questions for you, Michael.
Well, thank you all. Yeah.
This is my applause, and everybody's applauding you. It was phenomenal. Thank you so much for being here. I loved our interview, and I hope you all saw that interview. And we're going to take just a few minutes before our 2:00, before it's Domenica's turn. And thank you so much, and we will see you again soon.
Thanks, Chris. We'll see you.
Everyone, welcome and thank you for joining my talk today on how Hi everyone, welcome and thank you for joining my talk today on how to earn links with digital PR, crafting the perfect pitch email. My name is Domenica Datavio and I'm so happy to be here today at State of Search to share what I know and provide some digital PR tips on how to earn your best backlinks and press. So without further ado, let's get into it. You're here today because you want to learn how to build links and earn press with digital PR and how to templatize your email outreach so that you'll be the most successful. And that's what I'd love to share with you today. So first, a little bit about me. My name is Domenica Datavio. I have 6 years experience in digital PR and marketing prior to joining Rise at 7, where I'm currently a digital PR manager for the United States. I was at Fractal for 6 years, doing a mix of digital PR work for clients and as well as doing some agency marketing work. I have earned press for clients across the spectrum, from personal finance brands to sex and relationship brands to sports and basically every single niche you could think of. And I've earned press on sites like the New York Times, the Telegraph, CNN, Mashable, BuzzFeed, CNBC, you name it. I've earned links there. And so I'm here to just share some of my process with you, the exact process that I use to earn these links. And as well, you might recognize my name, maybe not. Some of my work has been featured on Search Engine Journal, Moz. Some of my research has been featured on PR Daily, Marketing Land. I'm pretty much everywhere I can be. I love to share tips and any research that comes out that I think is relevant to digital PR and content marketing in general. And throughout this presentation, if you have any questions at all, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn, on Twitter, or save them for the end. Either way, I'd love to connect with you, talk shop. Definitely get in touch, and let's get started. So I already explained a little bit about myself and my background and what you can expect to get out of this presentation moving forward. We're going to talk about the state of digital PR in 2021. What does it look like? What does the landscape look like? We're going to talk about what do journalists want. There's been tons of research out here about this, and every single thing that they say in this research is what I apply to my own pitching. And I think it's really important to just try to bridge the gap and build relationship with journalists by reaching out to them the way that they want to be reached out to. We're going to do a deep dive into pitch templates. I'm going to show you an example of a pitch I wrote just a month ago on a campaign that we're still in progress pitching. So it's really relevant, really recent, and just want to further prove that this process definitely works. We're going to go into some subject line training. I'll be talking about follow-ups after that, the importance of the follow-up email, and finally building relationships with journalists. After that, we'll open the floor for questions. So loads and loads of journalists actually cover PR pitches from stories. And so what I have here is some research from Muck Rack, where we learned that about half of journalists write 5 or more stories a week, but of those, 25% to 50% of those stories will come from a PR pitch. And so despite their complaints and everything like that on Twitter, a lot of their content for their articles, for their daily work, comes from PR pitches. And so it is a mutually beneficial relationship. But let's use this research to better pitch them, to better serve them, to build a rapport with journalists and make everybody's job easier. So the best time, this is just very basic. So actually this research done by Muck Rack on almost identical survey, it's almost identical to the survey that myself and my team did at Fractal a few years ago. And so a lot of the questions are the exact same, but just updated for 2021. And so from here on out, I'll be sharing a little bit of Muck Rack data, a little bit of Fractal data. I checked it, it all aligns, which is really interesting. Not that much has changed in the last couple of years. And so the best time and day to send an email, the data, overwhelmingly says to pitch your emails on Monday and Tuesday, anywhere from 5 a.m. to noon. In practical experience and personal experience, I find pitching towards the afternoon on a Tuesday is the best time for me. And the way that I view it, it's just anecdotally, but I think that journalists sign on Monday. They're working really hard to get through their emails to look and see if they missed anything. So their emails will be cleared by Tuesday afternoon. That's what I think, from over the weekend, and that they'll have more space, more attention for your email. But yes, the data says overwhelmingly that journalists want to be pitched on a Monday before noon. And what day do they meet to discuss their editorial calendar? We have a massive percentage, 37%, saying that they meet every single day of the week. And so, news is very by the minute. So that makes a lot of sense. And then another 27% of journalists surveyed say that they have their editorial calendar planning meeting on Monday. So just some food for thought on when is the best time to send. I think the content of your pitch and what you're pitching is much more important than when you're sending your email, because everybody knows, like anybody who's been in this business knows, we've gotten placements on Fridays, we've gotten placements over the weekend. I had a placement for in the New York Times one year about a week before Christmas while we're all on holiday break. And I didn't even check it until January. So that's kind of how sporadic and how random people's editorial calendars can be. Let's get into the best part of this data, I think, is why are pitches rejected? So when you're sending an email, you do not want your email to be immediately rejected. And when a journalist, now there's 6-to-1 PR people to journalists, which means that journalists are receiving anywhere from 20 emails a day to 250 emails a day from PR people. And the longer they've been in the business, the longer they've been at their current position, the more emails they're going to get because they're well known. The more articles they write, especially if it's about a variety of topics, they're going to be overloaded with emails every day. So it is really important that even if you are sending something amazing, that you try to make your email stand out in their inbox, and as well as send your email to the correct journalist and not just spraying and praying and sending mass emails where they're not relevant. What are the top 10 worst pitching offenses ranked? The number one most offensive is hasn't researched your work or irrelevant to your beat. So before you hit send, make sure, should you even be sending this email to this person? Some of this other pet peeves are hasn't researched the publication you write for, too many follow-ups, self-promotional without a real story, right? Self-promotional without a real story is really interesting because say you're pitching something, maybe a quote from your client, an expert quote to build personal brand authority and to establish your client as an expert in their field. And the whole body of your email is just links to your services or products. That is going to be too self-promotional, and a journalist is going to be immediately turned off by that. Too many follow-ups will definitely the best number of follow-ups and when to send them. Hasn't researched the publication you write for. That goes hand in hand with hasn't researched your work or are relevant to your beat. So you have to pay attention when you're sending an email, and over time, as you're getting in the business and you're working in a long tenure in the digital PR industry, you will innately have an understanding of the types of stories that publishers cover, and then what kind of topics that they cover, and then go dive deep into a journalist's archives and really get into looking at what they covered. What have they covered in the last 6 months? How frequently do they write? Does it appear that they often cover content from PR pitches, or is it usually, for example, if I have a great technology story and I found a great tech writer, if the last 20 articles that writer wrote was a product review and I'm not pitching anything that has to do with product reviews, then that person isn't a good fit, despite them covering technology and despite my content being related to technology. It's still not a good fit for them, and you're better off finding another technology writer that writes more stories or more stories similar to the content that you're pitching. And then over on the muckrack side, Why do you immediately reject an otherwise relevant pitch? Lack of personalization wouldn't have 21%, which really ties right into the 2019 survey by Fractal as well. It just goes to show that journalists really, really want the emails that they're being sent to be relevant to their work. All of these are pretty basic. All of this advice is really easy to follow and to avoid. And so it's great news for digital PR professionals because we can adapt our tactics to fit in and align with what journalists really want. Publishers really get a lot of ad revenue based on how many page views and how long somebody stays on the page. They have ads running on their site as well as sponsored content. And so a story being shareable and getting a lot of traction on social media and getting more eyes on it is really important. And so what makes a story shareable? Select all that apply. This is from Muckrack. A subject connected to a trending story. So it has to be timely and relevant to what people are talking about right now. Contains an image or infographic. That's key. Infographics are not dead by any means. They're just change and adapt. People love to see and quickly grasp the gist of a story in one simple image. Exclusive and or surprising data. Journalists love data, and anytime they include data in their story, it adds a little bit of authority and trust. And so they love to include data to support any of the points that they're making in their article. Easily localized or made relevant to their target audience. Journalists don't write, when you're sending an email, your target audience is not the journalist. It is the journalist as their publisher's ultimate goal. So being in line with their publisher's editorial standards, as well as what their readers really want and are interested in, having a pulse on that is really important. So, and then finally, less than 1 in 10 people say that they want a quote from a company spokesperson. So that goes right into what I was saying before about how when you're trying to position your client as an expert or an authority in their field, you have to tread carefully about how you present your quote to the journalist and to make sure that you're not promoting the product more than you are helping the journalist with any upcoming stories that they might have. And what everybody wants to know, these simple kind of fun data points to better serve journalists and to easily adapt your pitch email to them, is that 91% here of journalists want a pitch that is less than 300 words. Now, I hold firm to this because I have spoken to journalists throughout the years that really, really want a pitch to be snappy. They want to get the gist. They want to know why. 1, it's relevant to them. 2, what's surprising or interesting about it. And 3, what the gist of it is, all in under 2 minutes. Because like we said earlier, journalists are inundated with pitches in their inbox, and they really have to get through them quickly and make a decision quickly about what they want to cover. And so packaging what you have simply, compelling with persuasive language, and clearly is really the key when it comes to writing a pitch. And my number 1 most important thing is brevity and clarity. Now let's get into the actual pitch, the best part of this presentation and the most, I think, relevant and applicable to people who are wanting to learn how to do digital PR outreach. The pitch is not as scary as it seems. Without further ado, here's how to craft the perfect, in my opinion, PR pitch, and how to really tailor your PR pitch to the journalists, to their readers, and really nail it right off the bat. So this is an example. I thought about when I did this presentation of writing a fake pitch, but I just decided it was easier for me and probably more honest and transparent for you guys if I just showed you an email I recently sent. I recently sent this email for a campaign that Rise at 7 produced. It's still in promotion, active promotion right now, but we got some quick results, and I just wanted to share this with you because I know that this template works. So all of my emails look like this, I will say, after all of these years. So this is basically, I'm just giving you the secret sauce on how to do this. So this writer was a travel writer at CNBC and was among one of the first people that I selected to pitch. As you see here, almost everything is selected and highlighted, and that is a good indication that every single thing, nothing in this pitch is superfluous. Everything serves a purpose, and if it doesn't serve a purpose, take it out or modify it so that it does. So first and foremost is a personal connection. I don't do this all of the time, but I do this especially for the journalists that I think would be a perfect fit. Okay, a perfect fit for this story. I often write a personal connection, and that does require more time on your part. It requires more research on your part, getting to know the journalists, what they cover, reading recent articles that they wrote, maybe going on their Twitter. So a personal connection will let a writer know that you stand out among the rest of the emails in their inbox because you read their work. You know who they are, you know, and they know that you're not a robot, that you're not just sending a mass email, you know, to 1,000 contacts a day, that you're really singling her out for this story. And it is really, really important to do that, especially for the campaigns that you know will be a perfect fit for certain journalists. So in this one, I loved your piece on blockbuster movies, how they affect tourism, right? So it just shows, I just wrote a little bit about her recent article and my opinion on it, just to show her I do appreciate her work and I do agree with her on that. And then we go right into the what the pitch is about. So as much as we like to complain about our travel plans being disrupted by COVID-19, the impact on local economies, et cetera, et cetera. So I go into a trend, which is travel plans being disrupted. It is recent because of COVID-19. And I bring it into why it's relevant to her. As much as we complain about our travel plans being disrupted, well, what about the local economies of these destinations, right? So after that, right into what is this content about? What is this content that I'm pitching? What is it about? I already told her that I read her work, so I connected personally. I already told her why it's relevant and recent. And now I'm going into what is the content. Immediately sharing that it's a new study. It's by my team at NextVacay, one of our clients, and what we learned from the study, all in one sentence, right? So saying my team at client rather than saying the team at client or just saying client's name for them. It shows that you have ownership over the content and ownership over the project. That is 5 statistics from the study, 5 data points. Not everything that you pitch is going to be a study. Not everything that you pitch is going to have data. So these bullet points will be changed with some of the different insights or different compelling and interesting parts of the content, whatever it may be. They will be swapped with these, right? So you only include the juiciest and most intriguing findings. Now, I happen to know that this writer covers Southeast Asia, and so I did include a lot of statistics, for example, the numbers affecting Malaysia, and I also bolded the key points so that they would really stand out. You know, something like an 85% decrease, that's a huge number, and so it's important to bold them in bold the main points because there is a lot of text here, isn't there? And then from there, I linked the full study. That's it. I don't want to include too many links. One link to the study because other studies have shown, in email marketing studies have shown that when you add a lot of links into the body of your email, it can be detected by spam filters. So you don't want to include too many because you don't want to go to spam, but you also don't want to distract the journalists by clicking onto 20 different things. They might not know if they do decide to cover your study, where to link back to if you include too many links. So keep it really simple, direct them to the landing page that you want them to link to, keep it in the body of the email just like that. There's a little transition sentence and then it goes right into your audience will want to know how can they support the struggling economies on their next trip. So this is now tying the whole package into their audience. How is this relevant to their audience? Why does it matter? Well, they will want to know how they can support these struggling economies. Any interest in covering for CNBC? This little tiny thing, any interest in covering for CNBC, the name of the publisher that you work for. That is a huge, tiny detail that really will drive home the fact, once again, that this is a personalized email, that this is not a mass email that is sent. And then finally, the last sentence, I am more than happy to provide any additional resources that you need to make this a perfect fit for your readers. Once again, it is acknowledging that they don't just write stories, they don't work for you, you work for them, and you work for their readers. And also establishing that you are there to help them if they need anything else. Should they need anything else, you're just an email away and you will prioritize them. And then finally, I just wanted to note down at the bottom that a pitch without a call to action is incomplete. So don't forget to ask them what you want from them. I want them to cover this project for CNBC. And so you have to ask, because otherwise it may be unclear what you're asking them, especially if it's not a data content piece or maybe something that has a story. All right, let's just summarize exactly what this pitch is and why it works. First thing, right off the bat, I let this person know I read their work and that I appreciate what they wrote. Following that, I explain why is it relevant, what I'm about to pitch, why is it relevant to her and her readers. Right after that, I explain what I'm pitching. I'm pitching a study in this case. The content is a study. The content is by my client, and this is what the content is about. After that, the most interesting points that I can gather that are relevant to her and her audience. What are the most interesting things about this piece of content? I'm including it succinctly, and I'm bolding the most important parts of those bullet points. Following that, one link, maybe two if you have an additional resource such as a video, so that they know where to link to and where they can view the methodology in full, where they can learn more about the client and learn more about the content. Following that, why does this content serve their audience? After that, the call to action. What do I want from this journalist? And a little tiny bit of personalization so that they know, again, they're reminded again that I am not a robot. I am a real person on the end of this email. Following that, I'm happy to provide with anything else. So I serve you. I'm willing to work for this placement. I'm willing to work for this press. And how can I make it again perfect for your readers? Okay, just acknowledging that you're serving them and their readers. And that is, in one slide, in my opinion, the best way to write a PR email. All right, so results. So obviously that writer chose to cover the study. And so we got a immediate coverage in, here you can see, immediate coverage in CNBC, the Washington Post, Travel Pulse, Travel Daily News, and Travel Daily Media. Among, and as well as Ad Age for the marketing angle, all within, a couple of weeks of launching the study. So I just wanted to share this just to show that the pitch worked. I'm not selling you snake oil, it works. It's super simple, and it's like a formulaic approach to earning press. Okay, so let's get into the subject line, which is, I believe, even more challenging, actually way more challenging than pitch, because you have to fit a lot of information in a short space. So I'm going to explain to you some of the types of subject lines that I've come to learn how they're defined. And I want to just state this is from some of Fractal's blog posts, and I'll link that to the bottom so you can read more about this. So some of the types of subject lines that exist usually fall into three buckets. You write the headline. So you want to write the subject line. This is like Carrie Rose, the CEO of Rise at 7. This is her top tip, and I 100% agree with it. You want to write the subject line as how the journalist's articles appear. So that's like the first thing. So if I'm pitching a writer at CNBC, I'll look at her archive to see how do they write their headlines, even down to the capitalization. If they use a more casual way of writing headlines, or if they use AP style or something, for example, I'll copy that when writing a subject line. So come up with what is the juiciest headlines that you can come up with. And then they usually do fall into these three buckets. And so I'll just explain what they are. So content title. Study reveals the most anxiety-inducing sex position. A content title subject line explains what you're pitching them. That's it. So study, and this is what it reveals. Very simple. Information gap. This is based on the information gap theory, which is basically why clickbait works. It's when somebody has a gap in their knowledge on a topic that they care about, they will take action to find out more. So it makes people click, it drives people to click and find out more. So here, the subject line is, "This is the ideal women's body in 18 countries." The information gap is, I want to know what is the ideal body in which countries. And so that is driving me to click. And then finally, statistic. Nearly 50% of men admit the ideal woman is below average weight, right in the subject line. Now, I don't agree with any of this, by the way. So a statistic subject line works particularly well for high authority publishers with huge journalistic integrity and editorial standards. So I would use a statistic subject line for those really hard to reach, very authoritative publishers that have high journalistic integrity. That is where I would use statistic, because it shows that what you're pitching them is a study. It shows that the methodology is not just made up, and it shows that you have facts to support their stories. And so why do these subject lines work, or do they? Well, I have a little bit of proof, a little bit of evidence. So if you now see, this is the subject line we use, this content title, and this is what ended up being placed. This was on Lad Bible. This is the information gap subject line we use, and this is what the journalist ended up using on Huffington Post. Okay, and then finally, this is the statistic subject line, and then this subject line was incorporated into the Daily Mail's headline. Okay, so journalists will, if you write a great subject line, it reminds them of their own coverage. That sounds like a great story for me. Clicks on the email, and then the rest is history. As I said before in the pitch template, I don't always personalize an email, but I do a lot. And when I do personalize the body of the email, then I will go ahead and personalize the subject line. And then these are some of the subject lines that have worked for me in the past. And they're just varied. They just, first of all, stand out among all of the headline written subject lines. They also can relate personally to the journalist. And I'll go into some psychological theories and why this is effective later on in the presentation. But here are some of them. So cheers from a fellow Whole30 failure. This was one that actually worked for me because I am a Whole30 failure. I think I saw on their Twitter that they also flunked out of the Whole30 program. And so that's kind of where that went from. Your latest theory on Squid Game blew my mind. Read your Twitter. So it's, oh my God, I saw what you posted on Twitter about Squid Game. That's mind blowing. I do realize there's a typo here, but I LOL'd at your tweet about Severus Snape. It's too true. Just saying, hey, I saw you on Twitter or saw your work or your digital footprint, and I relate to you in some way. So here's a little note at the bottom when you do start to experiment with these personalized subject lines. So the first and foremost, you have to personalize your pitch if you're going to use a personalized subject line. Don't tell somebody that you're a fellow corgi lover and then not mention anything about it ever again, because that's just weird. They're going to feel like you tricked them into opening your email, and then they're not going to like you very much. So definitely pair the two, the personalized subject line and the personalized email, or don't do it at all. So that's my advice for you there. All right, follow-up emails. So most people agree that sending one follow-up email a few days after the initial pitch is a good idea. Here's the data behind that. So anywhere from 2 to 7 days, that's great. How many follow-up emails are acceptable? 25% of journalists said 0. I don't want any follow-ups, right? So we can't do that. We have to at least try one more time. So I would definitely send one at least. And if you can see, if you happen to track email opens and you see that they've looked at the email many times, then go ahead and send 2 follow-ups just to be sure. And how to add value to a follow-up. So this is a follow-up email that I also sent for the campaign that I was just explaining previously. You want it to be short. You don't want it to be like just a bump in a Reddit thread, just saying like, hey, I'm just trying to get in the top of your inbox again, because you want to add additional value. All right, so this is the breakdown of this particular follow-up. So right off the bat, relevance is key. Why is this important? Why is this relevant? Why is this trending? It's World Tourism Day. That's why. Here's why it's relevant. Here's what I sent, if in case you forgot. Okay. Then it's another little couple of bullet points that might be interesting to them, right? Bold the key points. Here's the link to the study. Here's the link to the video. Little added value that wasn't in maybe the original pitch. By the way, there's a video that might be that your readers might love. Check this out. Tying it back into why should their audience care? I'm thinking your readers will want to know. Always bringing it back to their readership, their audience. Why is it relevant to them? Always bringing added value in the follow-up. And then as well, the final closing, provide any additional information or resources you need. I'm willing to go above and beyond for you if you should just decide to cover this. All right, so that's what I think a follow-up should look like. I don't love follow-ups that just say, hey, did you see this? If you're going to send the email, it takes 2 seconds to write something up like this. And follow-ups are really, really important. Do not forego the follow-up because in my experience, a good amount of the placements that I've earned throughout my career have been as a result of a follow-up email. Journalists' inboxes are just so busy, they may have missed your first email. So I think it's really important to always send at least one. And to the last part of our presentation today, building relationship with journalists. So do you need to build relationships with journalists? You absolutely do not. And every single person who's ever gotten their first placement knows that you don't, because you're brand new to the business. You obviously don't have an established relationship with somebody. You send an email, they love it, they cover your story. You don't need to build relationships with journalists. But if you're going to be in the biz for 10 years or doing this for the rest of your life, you might as well get to know the people that you're going to be contacting over and over and over again, especially if you're working within a particular niche. 17% of journalists refer to working with PR professionals as a necessary evil. And my ultimate goal in life, by the end of my career, I want to make it so that journalists and PR professionals have a better working relationship. I dream of a world where journalists don't get angry and tweet about PR people in their inbox. I want us to all get better, which is why I love doing presentations like this. I'm not giving away any super secrets because, you know, at Rise at 7, we make amazing campaigns. If you send a good email, that's not going to impact us really in any way. But what it is going to do is it's going to change the way that they view us. If all of us are starting to send better emails and building better relationships with journalists, really listening to what they want and trying to provide for them, it's just going to improve the industry as a whole. And so that's kind of what I want to drive home at the end of this presentation. So let's start to bridge the gap. Let's pitch journalists at the way that they want to be pitched. And here's a couple of ways we can do that. So first way, I really recommend that PR professionals get a Twitter. Journalists are the largest group of professions on Twitter. They're all verified, or many of them are. There's a verification program for them, and they're on Twitter a lot. So this is the best way to get in touch with the journalists and start to kind of forge a relationship with them, besides email. So a couple of interpersonal theories of communication that I want to just briefly explain, just so we know why some of these tactics work. Okay, so the mirror exposure effect is one of the most important theories in my mind that forms how we should build relationships with anybody in life. And it states that in studies of interpersonal attraction, the more often a person is seen by someone, the more pleasing and likable that person appears to be. And so basically this means if I commute to work and I walk to work every day and I see the same 5 people on that route every day, and then one day I decide to take a different route, the people that I see that are still perfect strangers to me on that first route, I'm going to feel more close to them and like them and trust them more, simply because I've been exposed to them more. And so that is really why I love to use Twitter and to connect with journalists, is because when they see my profile picture and they see my name, it's very distinct. And they see that over and over when I'm tweeting them or liking their tweets or retweeting what they said or commenting or any of those interactions. They will recognize my picture and my name when I send them an email. And that really goes a long way. So definitely just build relationships offline when you need something from them, but also when you just want to chat and just get to know them and connect with them. It definitely goes a long way. Anonymity and the identifiable other. I'm not going to try to say that again, but this is another theory that I think is really useful for us to understand when we're trying to build relationships in life. The degree to which we perceive another to be similar to ourselves in traits and attitudes and to be worthy of our generosity and assistance depends on the extent to which we perceive a personal connection with that person, no matter how trivial. In one sentence, I feel like this is what embodies our relationship with journalists, because we as PRs are asking them to do us a favor. We want them to link back to our work. We want them to share our work. We want them to write a story about whatever we think is really important on behalf of our clients. So we are asking them for a favor. So the degree at which they perceive us to be similar to them in beliefs or attitudes, the more likely they are to help us. And that is why those subject lines work. That is why those personalized subject lines work. That is why writing a personal connection is so important. So, hey, from a fellow corgi lover, I have a corgi at home too. Here's a picture of my corgi when he was a puppy. Just really love the picture of your dog. Thank you so much for sharing. They're going to want to do me a favor more than they would someone else that they don't know, because I have reached out and attempted to show our similarities and that we have similar interests. So that is why just building these relationships on Twitter and through email and just trying to connect with the writers on a human basis is really important and will actually help you earn those links. For your clients. So I'm on Twitter a lot, so I tweet a lot of this advice. How can you use these two theories? You can interact with their posts on social media. You can chat about a commonality you have. There's that corgi example again. Just try to be a real person and connect with them like you would anyone else in life. And this is it. That's the end. Thank you so much for staying with me. This is where great PR strategy lives. So everything I've said really comes down to this one point. Great PR lives in the middle of relevant, highly targeted lists, share-worthy, amazing content, and compelling subject lines and snappy pitches. It's really that simple. I live by it. And yeah, please connect with me. Thank you so much for watching and staying with me. I hope you learned a lot. If you have any questions at all, you can contact me on LinkedIn or on Twitter, or I'll be around after to answer any questions as well. So thank you so much. And I hope to chat with you after all of this is over. So thanks so much. I think you're muted.
I'm so excited I'm muted. Wow. I mean, you just gave everybody, you handed over the golden keys to how to get in touch with the journalists. And thank you so much for that presentation, because I think it was absolutely phenomenal. I learned many years ago, I have a friend who's a journalist and he used to teach this. And he said the best way to get in front of a journalist is to compliment the journalists on what they do and their articles or their newsworthiness, whatever it is that they do. And, share a moment that you liked about what they did in that particular article. And then they know you're for real, as long as it's genuine, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, you don't want it spammy, but I just think you just gave some of the most valuable information and you showed us your hand.
I know. I always think about that too when I'm doing presentations like this or when I'm giving away tips on Twitter. And the bottom line is that if everyone does a better job, then everyone benefits, because journalists right now, they could not hate PR people more than they do. I mean, it's really, really bad because the like prevalence of spam and just sending mass emails to everybody you've ever met or everybody you've ever seen online. It's really, really bad. It's an epidemic actually. And journalists will have like 300 emails in their inbox a day. But
Oh,
if
easy.
if everyone pitched really well, then I think there would be room for all of us. So I am giving away my secrets, but I want the industry to improve. So
Well, and you know, the thing of it is when you give away your secrets, people are going to come to you because they're going to think, oh, I don't want to do that. She has this down pat. So I'm going to go find Dominica because she knows what she's doing and she's going to get me in front of people. So I have a couple questions. I have one, and then there's one on Eventi from John McAlpin. But my question is, you mostly talked about national. Pretty much you can do the same thing for local. Is that right? Or what would you do differently?
100% actually. Local is actually, it could be easier and it could be tougher. It can be easier in the sense that you can actually build, if you're doing local PR, you can actually build real offline relationships with journalists because you know they're more accessible if you're pitching locally. You know, I live in Maine. If I was pitching Maine Press, for example, I could go take them for a coffee or pick their brain, ask what stories they're working on. But you can also do it for local press. And oftentimes, in my experience in the campaigns we've done in the past, there's a regional element to them. So it might say something like, this city in Vermont is the best place to work remotely, right? Might have something like that. And then you can reach out to the local press very easily because they're interested in their own local locality. If that makes sense.
Absolutely. It absolutely does. And you know what's also so very important is your headline, right?
Mm-hmm.
People just don't understand that, you know, to get attention, think about it. When you're reading articles, when you're searching things, what gets you? It's the headline, right? It's the curiosity exactly of why do I want to click on this? Well, if you have a boring headline, then that's why you get skipped. You've got to kind of like have a stop sign or something that really catches their eye, because literally they are skimming. You are right. They get 300, 400, 500 emails a day. They're skimming to see what's going to catch their attention. So absolutely, that's so very important. So John asks, do you have a better response rates using Rise at 7 email or using an email with the client's domain? That's a great question.
That is a wonderful question. And I have limited experience using a client's domain. In all the clients I've worked with, only one in the last 6 years has asked that we do that. And listen, I placed at the New York Times with an agency email before. I don't think it really makes a difference. What makes a difference is if your agency or wherever you're working, your brand or whoever you're pitching your email domain, if that brand has any negative connotation whatsoever, or if maybe your teammates love to spam other people, you can get fed into the spam filter that way. But no, I don't think it really makes a huge difference. But I also don't have a ton of experience comparing the two.
Well, he has another question for you. What kinds of expectations do you set with clients at the beginning of your partnerships?
So at Rise at 7, particularly the agency I'm with now that I just moved to, which I love, we set a link expectation. So we will guarantee a certain amount of links or certain amount of press over the course of however long the engagement is with the client. And that depends where that number comes from, really depends on what their branding already looks like. You know, if we were working, for example, with Coca-Cola, it would be super easy to achieve that link because they already have the brand authority. But if it was maybe a smaller business, it might be, the numbers might be lower. So it has to do with that as well as the niche that they're in. Certain niches like sex and relationships, I had a few examples of subject lines for that. They're really easy to pitch, but then there are other clients that fall in within maybe a more boring niche where it becomes more difficult to come up with newsworthy stories around that niche. So, but we always do set a link expectation at the beginning of engagement.
And that's so important because I was in one of those niches, which was kind of a boring niche. And, you know, it was hard to get newsworthy information out there unless something happened. And it rarely got reported. So it was a challenge. I mean, we did, but it was definitely a challenge and a struggle. Some are much easier businesses and niches than others. There's no doubt about it. So after watching your own presentation, do you have any words of wisdom that you would have liked to have shared that you didn't? Or did you give everything you got? Which I think you gave everything you got. But we as speakers always tend to say, darn, I wish I would have said this. So let's finish up with what you feel you might have left out.
Well, going off of what we just spoke about what happens when you're working in a boring niche. Well, I think that there's a really good talk coming up by Amanda Milligan about this exact topic. So if anyone's watching and is curious about that, I definitely tune into her chat. She knows all about it, how to come up with ideas that are more interesting in really boring niches. I think that's what she's speaking on. And even though I did reveal a lot, I still have some of my cards just close to my chest, so I didn't give everything away. But what I would say is that you can do digital PR on a really, people think you need to be working with, huge budgets. You can do it for free. And that's what some of these ideas, you can, if you're creative enough, a lot of data is available for free. You can use Google search trends to come up with creative ideas. You really can do it for free. It's just the cost of your time. So don't get too intimidated. If you have like a small client, you can build links through this way, like for sure.
Well, I love the word free. That's how I built that other business, with a lot of free resources, a lot of free tips from people like yourself. And not everybody will do that. So I highly recommend you and your services, because when you learn how to do and get in front of the journalists, your business can grow exponentially. So thank you so much for being here today, Dominica. You did an outstanding presentation. I don't have any other questions for you. We're going to take a break for a few minutes, and we will reconvene a few minutes right before 3 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chris.
All right, everybody. It is probably about that time to take a quick little snack break and, start moving around, get your body moving and wake it up, because we had lunch a couple hours ago, and you're probably getting that 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock sluggishness. So we will be back at 3 o'clock Central Time with our next guest. Good afternoon, everyone. We are getting ready to listen to Nikki Mosier. And with AgentSync, she's got a great topic she's going to talk about. I'm really excited to share it with you, and hope you stood up and got your groove on and got your thinking going again after that sluggish afternoon. We've had some great information and some great talks today. My brain is swelled with so much information, so I'm looking forward to hearing from Nikki. And here we go.
Thank you for joining me today for From the Ground Up, Building a Content Strategy for a Niche Industry. I'm super excited to be with you here today at State of Search. I'm Nikki Mosier. I'm the head of SEO and content at AgentSync. We're a SaaS startup in the insurance licensing and compliance space. I'm based in Denver, Colorado. And if you had to ask me what my one main area of focus with SEO interest has been, it's definitely technical SEO. Let's dive in. Building a content strategy from the ground up can be exciting. It's like having a blank canvas, but getting to start from scratch instead of having to fix something that's already broken. Today, we're going to walk through the challenges that I encountered when I first started at AgentSync, what I did to overcome them, and then we'll end with some tips that will hopefully help you on your content strategy journeys. A little bit of a warning, as with any SEO advice, what works for one site may not work exactly the same for another website. Everything I'm going to talk about today has worked well for me in the industry that I'm working in and the website that I'm working on. That's not to say that the same approach won't work for other websites, but in other industries. But it's important to remember that SEO isn't a one-size-fits-all approach. While tactics can be applied, it's important to make sure that you think about how they might apply to the specific use case that you have. Building a content strategy for any industry, let alone a niche industry, is not without its challenges. When I started as the head of SEO and content at this startup in January, I definitely had my work cut out for me. I felt like I was a little bit alone on my own little content island when I first started. I knew next to nothing about the super niche industry that my company's product was built for, and our marketing team was pretty scrappy at the time. It was just me, a director of demand gen, and a PR consultant. Fast forward about 8 months later, we've definitely grown. We have a head of marketing. I have 3 content writers, which we'll talk about shortly. And we have a director of product marketing. So we're definitely a little less lean than when I started. When I first started out and was trying to do things like basic keyword research or creating content briefs, I definitely quickly found out that a lack of tools like SEMrush or Ahrefs or content brief tools like Content Harmony or Phrase lacked a lot of the data around the seed queries that I was using at the time. So this definitely presented one major challenge for me. The company that I joined also hadn't really been publishing much content yet to date, so I didn't really have any historical data to help me out. Google Search Console had very limited query data, and it was mostly branded queries, so another roadblock. Another tactic that can be helpful when creating a content strategy is to see what content is performing well for competitors and then replicate that, but better. In the pretty niche industry that I'm working in, most of our top competitors weren't really creating the type of content that I thought we should be creating, so that tactic wasn't super helpful for me at the time. So after I started to formulate some sort of a strategy, it was time to, or some sort of a plan, it was time to actually get my hands dirty and really dive into creating the strategy that we were going to use. When I came into this role, I had 10 plus years of SEO experience. So I had some pretty good ideas of what might work to get the content we were going to be creating, fingers crossed, across the finish line and to perform well. So I went in with the let's just throw spaghetti at the wall and kind of see what sticks approach. And then after a few months, when we had data to back things up, we could iterate as needed. So this is what I actually did. I knew that in order to create good content, I needed good writers to write that content. I had to make the decision if I wanted to go with in-house writers or contractors, and there's definitely pros and cons to both. Contractors tend to be cheaper and can usually turn around content pretty quickly. But on the flip side, if you're in a niche industry like I was, finding one or more freelance writers with the experience in your industry can be a lot more of a challenge. If you're at an agency or you're a solo consultant, freelancers are probably going to be a better fit for you. So definitely don't rule them out completely. We tested out an agency that we thought might be able to write some content for us. We gave them a few topics and but realized quickly that they just couldn't turn around the type of content that we wanted due to the depth and how niche our industry was. We've decided that we'd be best served investing in some in-house writers. I knew that the content we were going to be creating would take a lot of research, and having a solid understanding of the industry would be valuable. We used LinkedIn's recruiting tools to help us research writers that had industry experience. But even with LinkedIn's help, it was definitely hard to find exactly what we were looking for. After a couple of weeks, I was able to find one writer with a master's degree in research, which was a big bonus, and another writer who had a lot of experience ghostwriting and doing interviews to use for content. So even if you can't find a writer that has exactly the industry experience that you're looking for, look at the other skills that they have, because that may still enable them to be really successful in the topic that they'll be writing about. So in the end, I ended up hiring 2 in-house writers and 1 contractor who had industry experience with one of our competitors. Hiring in-house writers has definitely paid off. The writers have been able to dig deep into the industry that we're in. Being ingrained in the company also allows them to lend a hand with content for sales collateral when needed, such as like one-pagers and white papers. And both writers have really been able to find an area of the product and the industry that they gravitate towards, which really then shows in their writing. After I had a team of writers in place, it was time to set goals. Being a startup, we hadn't been publishing much content, so I kind of kept our goals simple and pretty attainable, at least for the time being. Our first goal is to increase brand awareness, very important with an early stage startup. We also obviously wanted to increase organic traffic with the content that we're creating. We want to bring in leads, which is super important for the sales team. And we wanted to set ourselves up as industry thought leaders. There's definitely a need for that in the space that we're in. Once we had the team of writers in place, we had our goals set, it was time to dig in and actually create our plan. Before deciding what kind of content framework I actually wanted to go with, I did a lot of looking around, kind of snooping around at competitor sites, looked around at websites whose content I really liked, website with content that performed really well in search, to get ideas of what I wanted to do and kind of how I wanted to structure things. I knew from my previous experience on multiple sites that the hub and spoke content model tends to work pretty well. So that was the foundation that I landed on, and that we were going to start to structure our content program after. Knowing that that one of our goals was to be a thought leader in our industry, I went with kind of the model of creating a knowledge base of content. We knew that there was a need for quality informational content, so this kind of served as the foundation for the hub and spoke content model. The substance of the knowledge base is article content and blog content. So article content is informational and educational, but we don't talk about ourselves in our article content at all. Being a SaaS company, having content that sells ourselves is also important. So that's what blog content does. Both follow very similar guidelines, educational, informative, but we want to make sure that we have call to actions in blog content and not in article content. And so far it's worked pretty well for us. We also built out some individual state resource pages, which we'll talk about in a few slides. And being in an industry like the insurance space, there's a lot of terminology that can be confusing. So I thought a glossary would be helpful for users. And when marked up with FAQ schema, I figured wouldn't hurt in search results as well. So like I talked about, the lack of data and SEO tools, I had to rely on the industry knowledge that we had internally to determine what some of our hub topics would be. Our core product helps manage the insurance producer licensing and compliance process. So for us, it made sense to create hub topics that related to that. With our goal of wanting to be industry thought leaders, other hub topics like Insurance 101 also made sense, as there's a ton of content that can fall under that specific hub. My recommendation would be to sit down with a few people across your org. Sales and product are super helpful if you're a SaaS company. That can help you identify topics that you could easily create a hub around. A good hub topic means you'll be able to come up with a solid number of related topics under that hub topic. So this is an example of kind of what our knowledge base looks like, and then you can click into each of these individual pages to get more information. I also knew that from experience, FAQ content is helpful to searchers, and when paired with FAQ schema, it can really return some kind of magical results in the SERP. So this is an example of one of the knowledge base pages, one of the hub pages, talking about Insurance 101. So we have all of the related 101 pages linked off to the side. So we're getting internal links happening, and then FAQ schema, which is all FAQs marked up with FAQ schema, which is really helpful. I didn't have the bandwidth right away to build out my own tool to go and scrape SERPs and websites to help find the most valuable FAQ content. So I hired a reputable agency that already had systems in place to do what I was looking for. There's definitely no shame in bringing in outside help, especially if you're a team of one and you have the budget for it. Like I mentioned before, we knew that state-specific content was very relevant to our target audience. And if we did it well, it could be really beneficial for our traffic. So we also created a resource page for each state. Each of these state resource pages has basic information that people tend to look for a lot in search results, such as state licensing office contact information, some basic information about our product, how it can help, and then also some FAQs again, and then related content specifically to that state. And the result of creating these state pages, we have FAQs in the SERP for state-based queries, and we're ranking for over 600 state-based queries. So actually seeing the FAQs show up for some specific state searches is super exciting. We also added FAQs and FAQ schema to articles and blog content when it makes sense. And the result of that so far has been FAQs in the SERP for over 200 search queries. This has also been super helpful for our impressions, obviously, having the FAQs in the content. We've seen a pretty good spike. So we started publishing content pretty heavily right around here. Obviously, it takes a few months for Google to start indexing things, and we really saw things start to take off a couple of months ago, which is exciting. We also know that video really helps. Google likes video content, especially if it's published on YouTube. From an engagement standpoint, video tends to perform really well on social media. So we've recently been experimenting with making 60 to 90-second video summaries. These are kind of summaries of the blog and article content that we're posting. We've been using these videos in social media posts, posting them to our YouTube channel. They've been getting pretty good engagement. They just break down the content in a different way. People absorb content in a different way. Not everyone's going to read a 2,000 word article, but they might watch a 90-second video on LinkedIn, which is exciting. We've also been embedding these videos into the website content. So this topic, Insurance 101, what is an MGA? We broke it down into about a 90-second video. I went back and embedded this video into the website content. We're not doing this for every blog and article we post. We tend to pick the 101 type of topics or topics that can easily be explained in a short video clip. The results, after adding the video to some blog posts we've seen, this is about when we added the video, and then we saw the number of organic keywords jump up pretty significantly. Keyword position after adding the video for this different blog post, we added the video around middle to end of July, and then we saw keyword position overall for a specific keyword just shoot up after having that video on there. So definitely some benefits to adding different types of content within your existing content. It's always a little bit of a gamble when to figure out what the best cadence is for pushing content. When we first started out, we didn't really have much content, like I mentioned. So when we first moved our website over to WordPress in the middle of May, we launched with about 70 pieces of content. We had those 50 some state pages that I talked about, and we had about 10 to 15 blogs and articles. We started out posting 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And I schedule everything out in WordPress. It all goes live at 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, so that way our content's out there first thing in the morning. Occasionally we'd post more often if there was something that popped up that we needed to push out. About 4 months in, I was really liking the results we were seeing as far as traffic increases and the increase in the number of keywords that we were ranking for. We had a lot of content. My content writers are amazing. We had a pretty good backlog, and I wanted to make sure we got things out in a timely fashion. So I decided maybe we should test out publishing content 5 days a week. I didn't think it would hurt, and it would give us more content for the newsletter that we're planning on starting to publish soon. So the results of that, publishing content 5 times a week seems to be working for us. Since we started, we've seen on average new organic users up about 43% week over week. We've seen impressions up 28% and new organic sessions up 37%. So it works for us. Again, one of those things that while it might work in one website, it might not work for another. So making sure that you test things out and see what might work best, especially if you don't have the bandwidth or the writing bandwidth to publish 5 times a week, definitely probably wouldn't work in every situation. Tools can definitely make our jobs easier. So let's talk about some of the tools that I've been using on a regular basis. Ahrefs is my go-to tool for keyword tracking, backlink tracking, and monitoring minor site issues. While I do rely on the site audit tool in Ahrefs for monitoring the site, I'm also a big fan of Sitebulb for site crawls, especially for performance, accessibility, and schema. And it's reasonably priced, especially if you're just doing a couple sites. Obviously, Google Analytics, Google Search Console, and Data Studio are pretty invaluable when it comes to important data. I mostly use Google Data Studio for my own purposes, just to kind of keep things organized, but it definitely makes grabbing data for monthly reports for up to our exec team definitely easier. Noah Lerner and the team at 2 Octobers have figured out how to work some magic with BigQuery and the Google Search Console API. They have a tool called Search Explorer. The depth of data that comes out of that tool is absolutely mind-blowing, and I would definitely recommend checking that tool out. No project management tool is perfect, but I found that Asana really fits the bill for my team. We use it to manage our content creation process, all the way from topic brainstorming to our content calendar. As far as that goes, we have one column for topic ideas. Content writers will come in and say, this topic is of interest to me. I'm going to write about that topic. They'll move it over to the working on, then they'll move it over to the review column. Then when it's ready, I'll move it over to be published and so on and so forth down the line. And then it gets pushed to our content calendar. So I always have a visual of how much content we have scheduled out and already ready to go in WordPress. I also have a visual of how much content is in the pipeline and being created. So it's definitely helpful in that area. I also have projects in Asana for our video creation process and design projects with our contract graphic designer as well. Another tool that I use a lot is Zapier. The possibilities for automation with Zapier are endless. Currently, my favorite thing that I'm using Zapier for is to send Slack notifications to our entire team when we publish new content. This way, people across the company can share content on LinkedIn and use it with any active prospects if they're on the sales side, or send it to any customers that might find it helpful if they're on the customer success side. I also use Rank Math on our WordPress site, but I do heavily rely on the schema markup generator from the team at Merkle, available at technicalseo.com. Makes things like generating FAQ schema and other types of schema really easy and pretty foolproof. So if you find yourself stuck in the same boat that I was in, here's some advice that I have for you. And some final takeaways. Don't be scared to test things out. The only way to find out if something is going to work is to test it out. Being in-house, there is usually a little more flexibility for testing, but even if you're on the agency side or you have clients of your own, hopefully you can build up some trust with those clients over time and are able to do some testing of different ideas that you have. Asking for help is okay. As I talked about, I brought in an outside agency to help me with some things that I just didn't have the bandwidth or the capacity for, like scraping SERPs and other web content to build out some robust FAQs. So asking for help, definitely okay. When I was struggling with tools not having a lot of helpful data, I turned to the SMEs in my org for help. My content writers did 30-minute topic download sessions with SMEs every week for a few months. They sat down with our CEO, our CTO, our COO, our VP of sales, and a head of product. And they helped them generate a huge repository of topics from these sessions. They recorded them via Zoom, then they could take them back and iterate on those and to create content for the website. This was also super helpful when creating those hub topics as well, sitting down with other members of the organization. Don't give up. It definitely can seem daunting at first. I felt like I was a little in over my head coming into a pretty niche industry and having to kind of create things from scratch. But you'll definitely find something that works for the website you're working on, and it'll all click. After you have a few months of data is when you can really start to get a sense of what's working and what isn't. So once you have that data, use that data to make adjustments if needed, and then just keep on going. One thing that I struggled with when I first started was how to structure our topic planning and our content calendar and that sort of thing. This is definitely not my first iteration of this. My first iteration of our topic planning was a Google spreadsheet where we mapped out all of our topics and categories and everything for each piece of content we were creating. And then when it got assigned to a writer, then it would be using Zapier, got sent to Asana for our project flow. And then after Asana, using Zapier, it got sent back to a tracking spreadsheet so we could track what was published and when. And it ended up just being a lot. I was really proud of it, but realized it was kind of over the top. So we decided to move everything into Asana. So we have all of our workflow kind of goes like this. We have all the topics that we're writing, that we're going to write on. They get listed out in Asana. Just because something's in a topic ideas doesn't mean it will be a blog or an article topic. It's just where we kind of brain dump. And then our content writers can go in if say one of my writers was really excited about this topic in particular, they would assign it to themselves. And then that's the topic that they would write about. When they are writing a topic, writing on a topic, they move it over to be written. And then obviously, or when they've picked a topic, they move it over to be written, give it a date for themselves. Then when they're working on it, they move it over to in progress. When it's ready for review, they move it over. They have another writer review it first. If there's a stakeholder internally that needs to review it, they review it, and then I review it as well. If a topic needs to have a branded visual, we have our designer create that here. If for some reason we need to hold it, we hold it. When things are ready to be published, all the final checks are in here. Then I assign them to our content calendar, which we also manage in Asana. Once they've been scheduled, they're in this column. And then once everything's published, it goes here. We're currently working on a new system for adding internal links, because a lot of times we'll publish content. There's other content that's being published later on, and that content might need an internal link from that content that's not yet published. So we're working on a system so we can tag content so that we can go back and add content later on. Just an example of kind of how I have things structured in Asana. So test topic, for example, then I can go in and we assign the author, we assign the writer. If for some reason it's different. Sometimes we'll be ghostwriting for somebody. The content type, is it a blog or an article? These all map to our knowledge base topics. So we have a list here. It's easy to just select what it is. Same with the category. Account type is something we use internally. Is it an insurance carrier, an insurance agency, that sort of thing. The URL to the Google Doc, and then any other relevant information needed. So I've been able to set all of those up using custom fields in Asana, which is super helpful. And then we always have our content calendar as well. So I can see when things are scheduled out. I always have a good pulse on what our backlog is, what is scheduled. Do we need to be upping our pace on writing? Do we have content scheduled at least a week out is where I like to be to feel comfortable about the content that we're creating. So that's basically how I have things structured in Asana. Hopefully that's a little helpful if you're just starting out and aren't totally sure how you want to structure things at your own org. Hey, Regina. Hey, Isa. Thanks for joining me today. I was hoping you could just kind of give a little bit of advice to other content writers who are trying to dive into creating content in super niche industries.
Yeah, so one of the first things that really helped me hit the ground running in this industry is finding a source of validation. So finding a brain trust to validate your writing, being able to ask lots of questions and be a lot more afraid of publishing incorrect information to your audience than you are of looking stupid to your team. So just having that sort of feedback on whether you're hitting it correctly or not. Second, I'd say steal creatively. In a niche industry, there may not be a ton of sources out there, but even if you're using the same source as someone else, that doesn't mean that you need to be producing the exact same content. So don't just regurgitate what you're seeing, give your own spin to it. Also marinate on your work, what I also call procrastinating productively. So don't be afraid to let an idea sit for a while so that you have a different perspective or take a different angle or even just understand the subject matter better because you've had more time. Also foster community. When you're in a niche audience, it's really tough to be a writer, but it's also tough to be in the audience. When my family asks what I do and I say, oh, I blog about insurance producer license compliance and software, that's the end of the conversation. No one asks follow-up questions. And your audience is in the same boat. So don't be afraid to break the fourth wall and speak directly to any concerns or loneliness they might have. And then lastly, I'd say pull on the threads that interest you. There's going to be plenty of what I call eat your veggie moments. So when you do find a topic that interests you and tastes a little more like dessert, don't be afraid to follow that, because finding something that sparks passion in you is going to result in a much better end product.
Awesome. Thank you. That's super helpful.
I would say that it can be kind of scary to write about a topic that there might not be all that many sources who are already writing about it. So having a good understanding of your audience and what their questions are can make you a really great source of truth from early on, someone that they will go to for all of their questions whenever they need support. That also means that when you're researching a topic, you may not have as much access to other sources that you can rely on for references. I'd say just be willing to dig in, ask questions, and maybe turn to more obscure sources. When you're writing a piece, it can be really daunting to do that, but it's also a really fun test of your skills.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for spending time with me today. It was great to be with you at State of Search. If you want to connect with me afterwards, you can find me on my website, nikkimosier.com, also active on both LinkedIn and Twitter. Enjoy the rest of the event. Thanks.
Well, Miss Nikki, that was phenomenal. Those extra bonuses were so helpful. It's so very true, because when I write, I have to let it marinate, right? I mean, I don't just put it out. I write it a few days before, a few weeks before, and I let it sit, and then I reread it and think, why did I write that? And reword that, because, you kind of have to do that. So those are great tips. And the other tip that I loved that I'm not familiar with was Sitebulb. So that's a new one for me.
Sitebulb is great.
For a while, or?
Yeah, I think they've been around for at least a couple of years, but not as long as like Screaming Frog and other tools like that. But yeah,
right.
They're awesome.
Yes. Well, I think you did a great presentation, and
Thank you.
I kind of preach to all my clients now, because I'm on your side of the world now, where I was on the opposite side for 16 years. I was the business owner, and you guys would come to me with all the information. But I love that you put that YouTube video in there, because I am a huge YouTube fan, and I feel that when you put videos with your blog posts, that you just proved what I preach to clients all the time, that those numbers do shoot up.
Yeah.
So why do they shoot up? Why do you think that they shoot up that way?
I think a couple of reasons. One, it gives people another way to engage with the content. So especially if it's embedded in the site, you're going to see your engagement numbers go up, because even if they're watching it from that embedded video, they're staying on your piece of content longer. So they're staying on your site. Hopefully then they're going to other content on your site. So it's definitely helping with those website engagement metrics. If they're finding it on YouTube and then coming to your site, it's helping with those metrics as well. Google obviously likes to see people come to your site. So if they're coming from YouTube, which is a Google product, all of those things intertwined, connect. And then thirdly, having the video on there with the video schema definitely helped with where the URL was showing up in search results for various keywords. So getting more visibility for that search term brings in more traffic. So just more impressions and traffic in general.
Now, I'm just curious, and this is kind of a side note. Do you do the chapters in your videos now?
I think I have, for some of them we do. They're 90-second videos, so it's not super relevant. I have the setting checked in YouTube that it can do the chapters, but it's not super important for the length of the videos that we have.
I have found when I ask the question, like when somebody researches things, or they're typing things in, if I put that question in at that mark, it tends to pull that video up more often. So it's kind of interesting how that's working. I guess Google's been doing that for a while, but Google loves Google, right? Exactly. So anyways, now that you've watched, and I'm asking people for questions, and I guess they're on a sugar high from last night, and I'm not getting many questions for you or any questions right now. But my question to you is, after doing your presentation, we as speakers, I asked this of Dominica too, what would you like to add that you feel is really important for our audience to know?
Well, that's a good question. I think just not getting stuck using one tool, especially if that tool is not giving you the data that you need. That was definitely the thing that I found early on. Like I talked about, that a lot of tools early on didn't have the keyword data I was looking for, being how we were super niche. So I had to kind of go off of like what was in the search results based on competitors and that sort of thing. So if you are even if you're using one tool and it's giving you pretty decent results, there are tons of other tools out there, and different tools will give you slightly different results because they're pulling their data from different sources. So definitely look at multiple data sources would be my recommendation.
Absolutely. And I love the slide, don't give up. Don't give up, because so many people stop on that 1 yard line. I'm a huge football fan, so don't stop on that 1 yard line, right? Yep. And keep going, because more than likely, if you take that step across that 1 yard line, you might hit a gold mine. You just don't know.
You never know what you're going to find.
That's so true. Or the people you're going to meet, or the article's going to, go viral, or the video go viral. I mean, I know some people are in a niche market and they're going to say that it's never going to happen to me. But in my previous business, I did a couple of videos, and I still look at them today, even though I'm not in that business. And I've got over 50,000 views. Whoa, I'm amazed, So, I mean, it's always there. It's always there. And people should use the resources that are available. Never give up, and never say, I can never do that. So in closing, what would you like to
we did have a couple questions I wanted to address. Eric,
okay.
Yeah, Eric P asked a couple questions in the other Q&A. They're in the Eventi Q&A.
Okay. Oh, here they are. Okay.
Yeah. Talking about videos, so Eric asked kind of what my process was for the 60 to 90 second videos that we're doing. And basically we're just taking some of the more in-depth and some of the kind of like 101 type content that we're doing, and we're breaking those down into videos. So one of our contract content writers also does video production. So she takes the Blogger article that we wrote, and she breaks that down into a 60 to 90 second kind of animated video. So she's able to, we're able to kind of present that information in a different way, and make it easier for people to watch and kind of absorb. The animation seems to go pretty well. We don't do any voiceover. It's just the animation. And then he also asked what if I considered self-hosting versus publishing those on YouTube. We decided to go with YouTube just because, like we talked about before, Google likes YouTube, it's their product. For us, having a YouTube channel seemed like a good idea, and this seemed like a really easy way to populate that with content. We're also sharing the videos on LinkedIn, like I mentioned, so it's easy to just grab those links and upload those to LinkedIn as well. So that's kind of why I went with YouTube versus self-hosting on our site, and for speed. If we embed the videos directly off of our own platform, it tends to slow things down a little bit versus having them embedded from YouTube.
So this might be a silly question, but do you publish them or do you unpublish them, unlist them?
We keep them. They're published on our YouTube channel. Yeah.
Because I know some people think that unlisting them and just having them on their website is perfectly fine. And I guess if that's the way that you want to work it, but I would think that publishing everything, you're going to get more traffic.
Yeah, because some people might find them via YouTube versus finding them on your website, or like you talked about with the chapters, if people find them via Google search, which they can't do if you have them unlisted.
Right.
So,
Right.
Yeah.
So
and then Eric also
really appreciate the workflow you shared. She just
yeah.
we use Asana here, and you know it is a great little tool.
It's so helpful. I was just talking to someone the other day about different project management tools and Trello versus Asana and all the other ones out there, and there's just like the custom fields that I talked about. There's just like you have that option in Asana, which you don't necessarily have in Trello. Eric, to answer your question about the custom fields, basically what I did in Asana is I figured out what information was helpful to have on those specifically for our content planning process. It's helpful to have for me when I was going back and publishing content after it was written in YouTube, and having that information broken down in the card is really helpful for our team, such as like if it's a blog or an article, what the topic is, what the category is, having those things laid out when the writer's writing it, and then for me when I'm going to publish in WordPress, was really helpful to have right in the Asana card. So that's kind of how I decided what I used for custom fields. I also set those up back when I was using a Google Sheet, and we were putting all of our topics into a Google Sheet, and then things were being sent via Zapier into Asana. So that's also where custom fields were helpful. I scrapped that because it ended up being a little redundant. But I think custom field, there can be tons of benefits and ways to use custom fields.
Well, and that way everybody knows what they're doing when it's supposed to be done, and it sends you notification of why aren't you doing this, or
when are you doing it?
It's a nice little reminder of, okay, it's time to get your work done, right?
Yeah, and there's so many integrations with it. You can sync Asana up with Slack and all kinds of different ways as well.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool little tool. So, what else would you like to add for us, Miss Nikki? Anything? For some reason, I'm not seeing the questions on Eventee that you are. So I don't know.
I think that's all. Those are the only ones we had from Eric. So we're good. We're good there.
Perfect. All right. Well, is there anything else that you'd like to share before we let you go for the day? I know I messaged you that I love the piano in the background. Do you play? You told me no.
I don't play. Just got a ukulele though, so maybe I'll figure out how to play that. Yeah.
All right. All right. Well, everyone, thank you so much. Thank you, Nikki, for your presentation. I learned a lot. I think it's valuable what you shared today, and I hope people have taken notes and implement at least one item from your presentation today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
All right. You have a great day.
Too. Bye, everybody.
All right, everybody, we're going to take a little bit of a break, and we will be back at 4 o'clock, ready to roll with our next presentation from James. And now's the time to run around your block and get your blood flowing and get you up and moving and the brain working, because I don't want you to be sluggish for our next presentation. And then we have another keynote today that's going to be phenomenal. Actually, our next two presentations are going to be phenomenal. The whole day's been wonderful. So hang on. We'll be back. always seem to forget to unmute myself. Anyways, we are about to get started with James. I hope you're ready and rested and ready to learn some more. We've got 2 big presentations coming up, and choose which room you want to be in, whether it's Page One Power, who is our presenting sponsor. We sure want to thank them for helping us make it through this State of Search conference. My mind has been blown with all the information that we've learned today. I hope you've learned just as much and are going to be able to implement that in your businesses or your agencies, whatever you work for, or your clients. But we are going to get started with James right now. So I'm going to mute myself, and here we go.
Hi, how are you doing? Really excited to be here and to share some insights today on how you can use content to earn links from the press. As a very, very quick introduction, my name is James Brockbank. I'm Managing Director and founder of a UK-based digital PR and content marketing agency called Digital Loft, and I've been working in SEO for about 13 years. About 7 of that I've been doing content-led link building, digital PR, and yes, that means today I am a white hat link builder, looking how we can use great content to earn links from the press. Over the past 3 or 4 years, I'm very, very lucky to have been able to speak at conferences such as Brighton SEO, PubCon, SMX, WordCamp, and many, many more. I'm really excited to be here today at State of Search to share some of my insights, some of my learnings, and really some of the work that we've been doing and what we can take from that to better our own campaigns. But to give a very, very quick summary of what I'm going to run through today, we're going to look at what makes content link-worthy. If you want to use content to earn links from the press, we have to first dive into what that is. What does that look like? And actually, what are journalists looking for? We'll then take a look at how to tell stories that top-tier journalists actually want to write about. We're not talking writing the content for them, guest posting. We're not talking paying sponsorship fees or paid links. We're talking creating content that journalists want to edit. Proven content formats that you can use to successfully earn links from the press in 2021 and as we move into 2022. I'm going to break down some successful campaigns that we've run and perhaps more importantly talk about why these content formats are so attractive to journalists. And then we're going to take a quick look at how to minimize unlinked brand mentions from your PR efforts and make sure we're earning links that directly support our SEO strategies. But what puts me in a position to talk about this? Well, month in, month out, myself and my team, we regularly earn links and coverage from sites like these. The world's top tier press, from the BBC, USA Today, CNBC, and a whole host of niche publications. We're utilizing content, we're using PR tactics to amplify our clients, amplify their content, and earn links that have a direct impact on their SEO performance, their organic growth. I've been doing this, as I say, for about 7 years, part of a wider SEO career. And I'd like to think that that puts me in a great position to share some of my learnings, some of the insights that we can take away from the campaigns that we've run over the last few years. A couple of examples of that coverage. Fortune. A really, really great piece of coverage here for one of our clients in the finance sector, looking at a deep dive in cyber thefts. And actually, when we come into cryptocurrency, 80% of these involved Bitcoin. A great example of a piece on the Washington Post, looking at the most dangerous national parks. I am going to dive a little bit deeper into the campaigns behind some of these in a few minutes. Bankrate, you can see the type of coverage we're regularly earning. Top tier press, top tier links that position our clients as a voice of authority in the space. And then again, another example from the Los Angeles Times. We're big, big believers that as content marketers, as digital PRs, as link builders, we can and should be shooting right to the very, very top, to the world's most influential and most authoritative publications. And actually, the first thing that I want you to take away from this talk today is that you don't need to write guest posts or paid bloggers to be earning links. At least not when you learn to tell standout stories that the press can't ignore. What I'm not saying is that there aren't times and places where these tactics work, Yes, most sites that are just starting out are going to need to build some foundation links. What we often see, certainly more than ever, is that a site will get to the point where they're facing a bit of a plateau in growth. Often that they're ranking on the second page of the SERPs. They're unable to hit those top prominent positions with the tactics they're using. In many cases, when we do a bit of a deep dive into that, those tactics are guest posting, they're paid links. They've got them somewhere, but to really, really fight in highly competitive markets, that's not enough. Doing something different, gaining a competitive advantage using earned links through PR can absolutely supercharge visibility. But actually what we need to start to address here is that link building shouldn't take place in its own silo. It's very, very easy as SEOs to go in and start saying, right, okay, well, our focus is earning links. But when we place a focus on whether it's number, whether it's quantity, whether it's quality, whatever those metrics are that we're looking at, we're actually not doing ourselves any justice. Why? Because the best strategies that can earn and do earn links should be earning links that are actually clicked on by people who could become your next customer. They could and should be earning links from sites that your target audience is visiting. Understanding where your target market is hanging out online is so incredibly important. And then alongside this, the content that we earn, the links that we earn content with, should be earning links from within content that positions you as experts in your sector. This, as a result, builds topical authority, positions you as experts in your space. But if we then take a look at how do we get the world's biggest, the world's most popular websites to link to your content, well, there's a few things that you need to consider to make that happen. The first of these is understanding the media landscape. The publications that you want to earn links from it, want to earn coverage in, what are they talking about? What are they not talking about? We really need to understand where we need to be positioning our ideation, where we need to be positioning our content to get involved in the conversations that these journalists are already having with their audiences. Understanding the media landscape is perhaps the most powerful thing you can do when you first get started in leveraging content and PR tactics to earn links. We then have to combine this with content that adds editorial value. Now, editorial value, it's what's on the other end of the link. It's what makes a journalist say, okay, actually, yeah, this is a really, really great story. This is why we're going to link to it, and this is why we're going to cover it now. We have to be thinking about editorial value at every stage of the process. And then we need to stand out in a journalist's inbox. There's no denying that journalists' inboxes are busier than they ever have been before. There are more digital PRs, there are more content marketers, there are more people pitching in campaigns than there ever has been. It's getting harder to stand out. But actually, if we can crack these three things, if we can take a knowledge of the media landscape, combine that with great assets that add editorial value, great engaging stories, and then pitch that in a way that makes us stand out in a journalist's inbox, we can actually put ourselves in a really, really powerful position to earn quality linked coverage at scale. But I'm a big believer that anybody can get lucky once. To really, really add value and drive that organic growth, you have to be able to do this consistently. You have to be able to earn links from the press month after month after month. And when you're able to do that, the results compound and you will see, and I'm not saying you might see, I'm going to say you will see phenomenal growth. Digital PR, content-led link acquisition, is a tactic that you can use at scale. So long as you understand the different tactics, the different tools that you can use within digital PR to ensure that you can maintain that consistency. That doesn't mean doing the same thing week after week, month after month, but you have to balance different tactics as part of a wider strategy to put yourself in a place that you're able to consistently earn these links. A single spike of links, it's not necessarily a sign that you are an authority in your space. Certainly not in the same way that consistency is. I've been involved over the past 6-7 years in campaigns that have earned thousands of links over a couple of weeks. I've also been involved in campaigns that have earned a steady but consistent flow of links, And actually, I would take consistency every single time over big viral campaigns. Because when you look at it, sort of when you zoom out and look at it over the slightly longer term, the results are always stronger. But actually, if we then start to look, and this is where I'm going to bring in some data from some of our own campaigns, we can see here a site that's about a year old, just under a year old now. The arrows here are where we've launched campaigns. Over the past 11, 12 months, we've launched, I think, 9 campaigns. And we can see over this period, we're now tracking just over 1,100 referring domains to this site. But actually, where it gets more impressive is when we layer the organic visibility growth over this. What we can see here is that we've taken the site from launch to 156,000 monthly organic hits, just over 17,000 indexed keywords in a period of 10 months. And then when we look at the position, the ranking distribution here, we can see we're starting to see sort of out of those 17,000 indexed keywords tracked on SEMrush, over 2,000 of these are on the first page of the SERPs. For a site that's not even a year old, this is very, very strong performance and actually a testament to quality earned editorial links. This site has been earning links month after month consistently from largely the US's top tier press, and the results are following suit. Yes, of course, this is backed up by great content, but certainly from a link perspective, they are driving phenomenal authority to this site that's helping to supercharge the growth. But when we then look at what it takes to earn links from the press and actually what makes a great idea, well, we need a newsworthy hook. We then need a link-worthy asset, and then we need a convincing email pitch sent to the right journalists. And over the next 15-20 minutes, I want to focus on the first two: newsworthy hooks and link-worthy assets. I'm not going to go into too much depth today on how to write a convincing email pitch. There's lots of great content. There's other great sessions which are going into a bit more depth on how to structure pitches. Please go and check them out. But to look at almost the first part of the process, coming up with these great ideas, finding these newsworthy hooks, and turning these into great, engaging, link-worthy assets. And to start with, looking at how to find a newsworthy hook. But what is a newsworthy hook? Well, in PR, the hook is that critical piece of newsworthy information that will capture the attention and interest of both the news media and their audiences. What we have to remember when creating content that we're trying to get amplified by journalists is the journalist is our primary audience that we're pitching into. But actually the end audience, the consumer of that content, is the journalists and the publications audience. So we have to be considering hooks that work for both the journalists to get them interested, but actually for them to say and see, okay, this is a really, really great hook, a really great story for our audience. So when it comes to generating ideas, one of the best ways you can do this is to start by asking questions. What topics do you want to be known for? On the flip side of that, what do you not want to talk about as a business? Setting these boundaries and knowing where your core areas of focus and topical expertise are is a great way to shape ideation sessions. It's a great way to come up with a bit of a brief and get you thinking, okay, actually, what do we want to be famous for? What do we want to be talked about alongside in the press? Where do we want to be commanding conversations? And then you can start thinking, what questions is your audience asking? Whether you turn to SEMrush, Hrefs, whether you look at sort of the likes of AlsoAsked.com, which is scraping the people also asked boxes, start by understanding the questions your audience is asking. You can then create content and create campaigns that answers those questions, almost integrating content that ranks, that drives traffic from the SERPs, as well as that earns links. Chances are if one person has that question, then many more do too. But don't just rely on tools here. Go and sit down with your sales team, your customer service team. Try and identify those questions that maybe some of your competitors aren't answering, but actually are really, really hot and that people want answers to. I then strongly encourage you to go and map out 5, maybe 10 dream publications. These are the publications where you would love to be featured, where you would love a link from that you know your audience is reading, and this is where they're hanging out online. Spend some time reading those publications, understanding what they regularly write about, and again, what topics don't they cover. When you know what your dream publications are covering, and also start to think about formats. There are some publications that rarely cover surveys. There are some that no longer cover infographics, as an example. Knowing as much as you can about the journalistic habits of your dream publications can put you in a really, really powerful position to get you thinking in line with where you want to be earning the links and coverage from. And then start to think, do you have any unique owned data available? A brand's own data is very, very powerful. Why? Because you have something that nobody else has. And if you're able to utilize this and leverage this as part of your campaigns, again, you can gain a competitive advantage, giving something to journalists, stories based on data that nobody else has. This instantly helps you to stand out. And then lastly, what are your competitors and similar brands doing to earn links? Having almost this always on eye for knowing what your competitors are doing, but also businesses that maybe aren't competitors of yours, but are complementary. They're creating content and pitching into the media in the same space as you. It's very, very important. Why? Because it puts you in a position where you know what's working. You can learn from what other people are doing, both in terms of what's driving success and what's also not driving success, to learn from their efforts as well as your own. When it comes to ideation, there's what we call the digital PR sweet spot, the campaign sweet spot. And this visual here gives us a really great representation of that. On one side, we have the content that you want to create as a brand. Typically, that's going to be branded, it's going to be a bit more sales-worthy. On the other side, we have the content that a journalist wants to publish. Something that's engaging for their audience, something that drives engagement. The campaign sweet spot is that meet in the middle. Content that it makes sense for your brand to be producing, for you to be seen as the expert on, but that is accessible enough by a pool of journalists who can amplify that content and drive engagement from their own audiences. When it comes to then turning these initial ideas into something a bit more solid, idea validation comes into play here. And you can validate your ideas by asking questions. You need to be asking about every idea you have. Things like, why would anyone care? Is it relatable? If nobody can relate to it, if nobody can connect with the content in the way that they want to consume it, it's almost an extension on the why would anybody care, you're going to struggle to gain traction. We all know that the content that performs the best is the content that we feel some sort of a connection with, in terms of we want to consume that content. We see a headline and we want to click. And why now? Why would a journalist want to cover this campaign, this story, this data now? What makes it current? I think that's one of the biggest questions we can ask ourselves, and challenging ideas on, actually, is there a better time to hook this into? Is there a seasonal event, or is now the best time? And if we're not sure, we have to start thinking, okay, how can we get it so a journalist will cover it now? What makes it current? And then we have to start challenging our ideas and asking, is this a headline or is it a statement? To give an example, Company X does Y is not a story. It's a statement. So frequently when in ideation sessions, when running workshops with businesses and brands, we see story ideas put out there, such as Business X launches product Y, or Business X raises funding. Now, that's company news, but they are statements, they are announcements. Yes, they can be very, very effective and they can be worked in as part of a wider strategy, but they're not stories as such. They're statements. They have a place. Yes, you can leverage them and you should be doing, but understanding that difference between stories and headlines and statements is so very, very important. And if you do find that your ideas are wrapped more around statements, think about the headlines, think about the stories you can pull from them, and do everything you can to be selling them into journalists as stories and headlines, not just statements. So to then sort of start to break down the difference between a good PR story and a great PR story, Well, we can summarize this by saying a good PR story focuses too much on a company's achievement. Again, coming back to this headline first statement. On the other hand, a great PR story tells this achievement through how it impacts the customer. Thinking about that audience, that end audience, the readers and the consumers of the content, and how it's relatable to them. On the other hand, a great PR story will catch your attention in 60 seconds, hits your heart, impacts the community, and gets people talking. We have to be aiming for great PR stories. Good no longer cuts through. We're too far down the line. There's too many great marketers and there's too many great content creators telling great stories for good to work anymore. Put in the time at ideation to think about how we command these great stories. So we touched a little bit on ideation. So now let's get into what you need to know about creating linkable assets. And to sort of give an intro into this, when it comes to creating content that earns links, the things we have to remember are these. Journalists cover stories, not content formats. Sadly, in many cases, that means that nobody cares if you sank hundreds or thousands of dollars into a fancy interactive asset. It's the story that generates that coverage, generates those links. It means that you have to identify the right format to tell your story. Maybe that is a complex fancy interactive asset. It often is, but it's also probably as often, if not more often, not. Simplicity usually wins. How can you tell the story you want to tell as simply as possible? Avoid overcomplicating things and let your assets do the talking. But what I also want you to almost acknowledge is that a press release isn't a campaign format. So often we have conversations with businesses that are saying, we're landing coverage, but we're not landing links. When you start to dig into a little bit about what they're doing, they're pushing out stories through press releases. There's no linkable asset, so there's nothing worth linking to. To share an example of a conversation that I had a year or so ago with one of the editors at the Daily Mail, we have to be creating content that adds editorial value. So I was talking to Ted about essentially what makes them as a publication link out. Well, here's his summary. In a nutshell, I'm normally happy to link to a page containing extra value, not to a general brand homepage. Our readers sometimes think they're being duped into reading an advertorial in disguise, and links strengthen their suspicion. We have to think about how the assets that we pitch out add editorial value and actually understand the challenges that journalists face. If we're pitching out press releases, often that's to send a journalist, a reader, to a homepage. That's not editorial value. That's advertorial. That's salesy. That's sales focused. Linkable assets get us around this challenge and give something that adds more value on the other end of the link. But what I want to do now is I want to go deep into 7 proven content formats and talk about why they consistently deliver. And to do this, I'm going to show some examples of campaigns we've launched, quite a lot of campaign ideas here, but really what I want you to take is why these formats work, even more so than what we did. But this comes with a warning. And that's a warning about what I call format flipping. So, format flipping doesn't work unless you've got a strong story and a great media hook. Format flipping is where you see a content format that's worked for somebody else or maybe one of your own older campaigns. And then you go narrow-minded, you get too narrow-sighted on that format and start to say, right, okay, how can we do this? What can we drop into this? Unless you've got that strong story and that strong media hook, format flipping can be dangerous. It can result in campaigns that don't perform because you haven't properly validated that story. Please don't forget that a format on its own isn't newsworthy. These are ways of thinking about ideas, presenting ideas, and coming up with accessible, linkable content types. So to dive in, tools and calculators, one of my favorite types of content for campaigns that consistently drives results. First example I want to share is a campaign of ours that's a few years old now, a campaign that we called You vs. the Kardashians. Working with a fast fashion brand, we created a really, really simple tool that allowed anybody accessing the tool, any user, to enter their salary in either British pounds or dollars, and they could see how quickly each of the Kardashians would earn their average salary. We had a really, really great story that Kim Kardashian earns the average UK salary in, I think, 6.5 hours. It was about 8 hours for the US. Really, really hard-hitting headlines. This resulted in links from over 300 publications for what in many ways is driven by 6 points of data. The Kardashian salaries at the time, created into a really simple but really effective tool. Another example of a tool or calculator that we launched was our Earnings on Instagram calculator. This tool allows anybody to put their Instagram handle in. The tool then fetches their follower count and shows how much they could be charging for sponsored posts as an influencer. Links from over 600 referring domains. And this is one of those tools that 2.5, 3 years on still earns links by being cited by national newspapers, by global publications, because we've created a tool, an asset that can be used time and time again. When publications are running their own stories around the earnings of influencers, they're using this as a resource. Creating tools can allow you to passively earn links for many, many months, many years even in many cases, as long as you amplify it properly in the first place. And then a recent one a few months ago, we launched a social salary calculator. A bit of a flip on the previous one. And this was looking at how many views and followers you need on social to give up your day job. Enter the salary that you're on or you want to earn, and it will tell you how many followers you need, how frequently you need to be posting on these platforms. And we can see links from about 250 publications. The client is in the creator community, and this absolutely flew in terms of topically relevant links that put them right in the heart of the conversations around earnings from social content. But why do tools and calculators work? Well, they work because a link becomes an essential part of the story. A journalist can't write about a tool, about a calculator, without linking to it. But then the output is personalized to the input. This makes the format relatable to each individual user. This drives engagement. It makes us want to use these. It makes us want to share them. And multiple inputs, which in many of these cases was salaries, it was Instagram handles, meant multiple stories to pitch out to different segments of the press. We could put in the UK salary, we could put in the average US salary, we could go global, we could take so many different angles to hook this into different sectors. And that's why, as a format, it's so effective. Maps, another of my all-time favorite content formats because they work so effectively. So here we had a look at the world's most desired motors, the most popular car brands in every single country in the world. Links from 188 referring domains. Very, very successful earning links from global automotive publications. Once you've got these formats though, you can start to format flip. Now, I know I gave a warning about format flipping a few moments ago, and that still stands. But if you can start to see formats that lend themselves to that within a sector, and you can validate those stories, those ideas, those hooks in the same way as you always would, then you can start to double down, get smart, and drive growth. So we flipped the world's most desired motors to the world's most desired supercars, looking at supercar models. 85 referring domains earned here. Again, by taking a story format that we knew worked in a sector and saying, right, okay, what else could we apply that to that people in this space care about? And then another example here, flipping it again to every country's most popular electric vehicle, hooking into conversations with reliable, proven formats. So these sort of two follow-up and these flips didn't perform as well as the first, but actually that's okay because we had a proven content format, which meant we could jump straight into almost that confidence that we were going to see success. And actually earning 72 editorial links from one piece of content, it's absolutely nothing to be sniffed at. But if we look at why maps earn links, they're a visual format that's so easy to share and so easy to understand. They also allow us to pull out multiple stories that are relevant to multiple locations. Why? Because we all love to see how our own country or city or state compares to others. You don't have to go global with this. You could go state by state in the US. You could go city by city. There's so many different ways you can take maps. But actually what works is that they're a really, really great visual format that allows comparisons between locations. Indexes, possibly the safest format you can use for digital PR and content-led link building. An example here, yes, 669 referring domains earned for this campaign that launched earlier this year in arguably a very, very competitive space. This is for a client of ours in the cryptocurrency space. Now, what we looked at here was an analysis into which countries in the world are most prepared for the widespread adoption of cryptocurrency, taking a number of different factors that demonstrated this, from the number of crypto ATMs through to interest in cryptocurrency, the number of holders, a whole host of different factors that layered together to showcase which country is actually most prepared for crypto adoption. 669 referring domains is a very, very great achievement, but one that comes by executing a proven format to tell a story that people care about, hooking into the top trends, hot topics. In this case, it was as Bitcoin was surging. The Cosmetify Index, a very, very different type of index, and actually one that we run every single quarter for a beauty client of ours. What this shows is it shows the hottest brands, the hottest products in beauty every single quarter. This consistently earns 50, 60 referring domains, but it gets the client in their core target publications every single quarter. We're commanding conversations here about beauty trends. We're helping the client to get involved in the conversations directly related to the product and the brands that they sell. And actually, when we start to think about indexes, it's a format that works so well because of the different stories we can pull out. We can continue to update data, and the data is such a key part of the story. And then another example here, and this was launched last year at the height of the pandemic, the Digital Nomad Index, which countries are best set up for remote working for digital nomads as things open up. Again, some really interesting stories. We had the opportunity to pitch it into multiple countries, multiple territories. Again, this is for a client in the telecommunications space who have a global audience. 159 referring domains, some very, very great links, some relevant links, targeting that audience of remote workers who was exactly who they wanted to target. But why do indexes earn links? Well, indexes earn links because they allow you to analyze multiple factors. And when you analyze multiple factors, that means multiple angles, both individually and combined in an overall rank. You can use indexes just as effectively with locations as it does products, brands, influencers. If you have a data source, you can turn that into an index in one way or another. But let's not forget that data-heavy stories can be trusted. So long as you have a robust and solid methodology, journalists love data-driven content. And actually, as we've seen, there's usually way more on the other end of a link than what will be covered in an article or a journalist story themselves. As a bit of an extension on this, and really almost the simpler version of an index, are rankings and data-driven lists. So back in 2018, we launched for one of our pet clients the 2018 Pet Rich List. Now, this campaign was a bit of fun, but it was very, very successful, 147 referring domains. And this started out when we stumbled across a list of pets that had been left money from inheritance. And we found that there were dogs, cats, even chickens worth millions of dollars. We turned that into a ranking, a list inspired by the Forbes Rich List, and we pitched out to the press. Really, really great traction, a bit of fun, but it was very, very successful. Campaign of ours called the $1 Trillion Club. Now, this was launched for a B2B client in the startup space, and really their target audience are tech entrepreneurs, startup entrepreneurs, really who are trying to get in those fast growth journeys, very, very similar to Jeff Bezos, to Steve Jobs, those sort of individuals. So what we did here is we took historical growth data both for the world's biggest companies and the world's richest individuals and projected that growth out to show when both the world's biggest companies and the world's most successful individuals would join the $1 Trillion Club. Now, when we launched this, we'd just seen Apple and Amazon join the $1 Trillion Club, so we started projecting out. Now, this campaign was probably our best performing campaign last year, over 1,200 referring domains earned. But there's a bit of a story. We first launched this in November 2019. We hit about 30, maybe 35 linking domains, Business Insider, MarketWatch, some great publications. It was a success. 3 months into the pandemic, there was a news announcement that Jeff Bezos had added, I think, something like $20 billion to his net worth in the first 3 months since the world went remote. This was big, big news. So we very, very quickly adjusted our forecasts, adjusted the projections, and pitched this back out to press. What happened next was absolutely phenomenal. Over 1,100 publications picked this up largely organically over the next week, driving huge, huge growth, and a real example that when you take these assets, you can continue to look for opportunities to sell them in time and time again. And then another example, really looking at the cost of charging an EV, an electric vehicle, by country and how this compares. This is really just a glorified list of how much electricity costs in each country, positioning it into the electric vehicle space to hook a story into multiple publications. 90 referring domains. Really, really great for what's really a simple piece of data. Rankings and data-driven lists work because they allow you to combine multiple sources of data into a single asset to show comparisons. Comparisons are the key here. And they make data relatable and easy to understand. When we draw these comparisons, though, these evoke opinion. An opinion is something that drives engagement, shares, and discussions. Some of the key components of earning links from the press. But on the flip side, they're often simple and easy to produce. It's making data more accessible, easy to understand, and that's why they're so effective. Touching on the last few content formats, FOI reveals, well, freedom of information requests. Absolute gold dust for content marketers. Here's an example of a campaign that we produced from a freedom of information request to the US National Parks Authority, looking to get hold of data on deaths and accidents in national parks in the US. 182 referring domains earned from this, on the grounds that we pitched out data that we knew was available, but it had never been pitched out to the press. We had really, really great stories around safety, around awareness in the national parks, and it hit it big. Another example, and the first we'd ever done with FOI requests from multiple territories, we issued freedom of information requests to the UK, the US, and Australia simultaneously to understand how cryptocurrency crime was changing in the world's biggest markets. Very, very successful. Again, using freedom of information request data to show how things were changing over time, not just a snapshot of today's stats. And then for a car dealership over here in the UK, 136 referring domains, using FOI requests to get car crime data. Where in the UK are cars most likely to be stolen? Freedom of information requests reveals work because you get unique data from official sources. You have something that journalists don't. And the data that comes here is often shocking or revealing. In turn, this drives interest from journalists. But perhaps the biggest reason is that these are time consuming to obtain. Yes, a journalist could go and issue the freedom of information request themselves, but often they don't have time to do so. If you're able to do that, and if you can put in the effort, you will see the rewards as a result of that. Then moving a little bit away from the campaigns that we're also used to, and looking at what we call expert insights, essentially profiling your people, their opinions, their ideas, and their knowledge. In lockdown last year, teaming up with one of our beauty clients, we issued really simple guidance on top tips for doing eyebrows at home during lockdown. It was current, it was accessible, it was a hot topic. Last Halloween, teaming up with one of our clients in the eye care space to issue warnings around cosmetic contact lenses for Halloween and the dangers that can come with that, staying safe. And then getting our client in the property market involved in commentary on how the recession will impact first-time buyers, using our clients' knowledge and expertise to put them right at the heart of the conversations when journalists are talking about the topics they are the experts in. These type of pitches work because you can add value to a journalist's article with expert tips, advice, and comments, and it positions you as a thought leader. In turn, this builds trust, builds awareness, and it sets you on that pedestal of that trusted voice in your sector. And it also builds relationships with journalists. If you can reliably and quickly offer great comment and insight, journalists will keep coming back for more. You become an asset to that journalist, and this can be very powerful to help you to continue to earn quality link coverage without actually having to go and look for it. The journalist will come to you. And the last content format that I want to look at is product and brand PR. Those of us who come from more the SEO side of things are often a little reluctant to go too heavy down the brand route. But when you have a great story, it can absolutely work. Here's an example of a client of ours who launched an innovative finance product. We pitched out an announcement on this product and we hit publications such as Bankrate. We hit exactly where that audience was hanging out online with an announcement of a service, a product that could help them and really sell that benefits as to why. Working with an e-commerce client of ours who they do something a little bit different. Their products are unique. We landed coverage on their products simply by pitching them out as an alternative. Here we can see Send Flowers with a Twist. When you have something different, journalists want to amplify that. They want to be the ones to help people discover something new. And then lastly, amplifying a sale. Here's a client of ours who offers cheap branded children's toys. They had a 1 penny sale. We amplified that to the press and saw great results in doing that. Why? Because this was content created by journalists that helped their audience. In this case, helped save money in the middle of a pandemic just after Christmas, when sadly for many people, money was tight. Product and brand PR can work because it introduces journalists' readers to a brand, product or service that they'll want or need. There has to be something unique, but if you have that, it can be so powerful. You become the solution to somebody's problem, and it helps you to earn links directly into product, category or service pages. And ultimately, this drives awareness, traffic, and can increase sales as a result of this activity, of course, alongside earning links that directly impact organic growth. And then lastly, to wrap up from me, when doing digital PR, you will sometimes face brand mentions, where a journalist mentions your brand or your business, but doesn't link. I took a look back at the last 18 months of our data and found that when we first landed the coverage, 1 in 4 pieces of coverage we earned doesn't link. Now, what we have to accept is that unlinked brand mentions happen. How you deal with this is ultimately what matters. You can turn brand mentions into links, but you need to be fast. Our internal data shows that the chance of successfully turning a mention into a link doubles when you reach out on the same day as publication. Spot those brand mentions, act fast. But you need to think before you do this, who would this link benefit? Is it going to benefit you and your SEO strategy? Or can it benefit your audience? If that link makes sense to be there for the reader, then you have to demonstrate this. Show why that link becomes a vital part of the story from a user experience perspective. It means you need to demonstrate this editorial value. Show why this link should be there. And when you can do that, you have a really great chance of getting it added back in. And in terms of the approach to do that, we start with the journalist. We go back to the journalist who covered the story. We say thank you. and we ask them to consider adding that link in, justifying why. If we're not successful there, we go to their editor. If we're still not seeing success, we go to the corrections desk of the publication. If you're not familiar with corrections desks, many publications now have a dedicated email to issue complaints or amends to articles too. Now, this is the SEO in me talking. We found out a few years ago that actually when you send sort of the unlinked brand mention requests to the corrections desks, the chance of getting that actually linked is so much higher. Do that, but not before you've gone to the journalist. I think out of common courtesy, you should always go back to the journalist first, give them that opportunity to add that link in. But you have to make it as easy as possible. Don't make it hard for a publication to add a link. Make it as easy as possible for whoever you reach out to add that link in. And really, these link reclamation emails, these pitches to try and get brand mentions turned into links, they should be polite, simple, and straight to the point. Here's the template that we use. So to talk you through this very quickly, we start with a clear intro. Be very clear on what we're referencing. Say thank you. Thank yous cost nothing. Show that you appreciate the coverage, not just the link. And then show that editorial value. Demonstrate why that link should be there. And then include links for easy reference. Don't make a journalist go hunting for the links. Link within the email to the article in question and where you want that link to go to. So as a wrap up from me, my top tips for earning links from the press. Learn by doing. Try, fail, analyze, and improve. Nobody gets it right first time. Took me many attempts to crack how to use PR tactics to earn links. But actually, learning from your mistakes is far more powerful than trying to learn from what went right. But also spend time figuring out why other people's campaigns did or didn't work. Tear them apart, reverse engineer them, learn from what others are doing as well as yourself. But don't forget that it all starts with a great idea. Ideas make or break the chance of success on a campaign. So spend your time getting that right, understanding what makes a great idea. And think big. Don't be afraid to do something different to everybody else in your sector. Standing out is good, and it can really, truly help you to gain a competitive advantage. Thank you very much. Great to have you here. Thank you very much for taking the time. If you do have any questions, please let me know. Reach out to me by email, reach out to me on social, either on Twitter or LinkedIn, and I will get straight back to you. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the event.
Wow. Hi, James.
Hey, how are you doing? You okay?
I'm very well. How about you?
Yeah, all very good here. Thank you.
I have to tell you, I'm on brain overload, but you know, you have such great information, and I love it when you share the how-to. I mean, you showed us your exact email that you send. And you know, that's what a lot of people have a hard time with, because they don't know what to say to a journalist, right? And they don't want to be salesy, and they don't want to be spammy, and they don't want to, you know, do all that. So what I picked up so much, but the one thing that has been put into my head for years and years on the business side, I'm not on the agency side, but on the business side, it said, what keeps people up at night, right? What problem do you solve? And I love that you put that in there, because truly that's what we are as marketers, right? We're problem solvers. So
absolutely.
So tell us more about problem solving, and are you more national? Are you more local, or do you do both?
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. I mean, as an agency, we're working with clients globally. About 40, maybe 45% of the work we do as an agency, despite being based in the UK, is in the US. We work with clients in Australia, parts of Europe, parts of Asia.
Wow.
But I think ultimately it comes down to understanding the media landscape. You know, the media landscape in the UK and the US are very, very different to one another. So if we take the UK as an example, the UK is dominated largely by national media. We've got the top tier media publications. Go over to the US and the regional publications have far more influence, obviously the media networks. And whilst they exist on a much, much smaller scale here in the UK, it's a very, very different, you know, a very, very different target. And I think, you know, when working, you know, we've been probably working heavily with clients in the US for maybe 3 years, maybe 4 years. And I think the sort of biggest eye opener to us when sort of first working with businesses in the States was that actually we're in the UK, we're on one time zone. You've got the East Coast, you've got the West Coast. Understanding the media landscape, not just at country level, but in your target media is so incredibly important. But I think really coming back to the fact that as marketers, as PRs, as content marketers, whatever we want to refer to ourselves as, you have to put the audience first. And I think, so many PRs especially, and I think we're in this funny space at the moment where a lot of traditional PRs are almost struggling because there's SEOs getting into it. There's SEOs, there's content marketers who are going, well, actually, okay, we're going to deliver more than the PR agency. The traditional PR agencies are saying, we'll get brand awareness. And the SEO agent, those, and I say SEO agencies, but those with an SEO background are going, okay, but we're going to drive referral traffic. We're going to drive an impact from an SEO side, as well as growing that brand awareness. And I think we're in this space where whatever you communicate through content, and whether that's content that sits on your site, whether that's content that's amplified through the press, it all comes back to understanding your audience. And I think where, one of the things I've said for a good few years now is when we look at many of the SEO side of it, I think what we have to think, this industry has changed. Certainly the digital PR side has changed so much in even the last year.
Yes.
It should no longer be just a case of what can we do to build links. When we say what can we do to build links, we're thinking too narrow. That gets us on the track of SEO. Great, it might work for SEO. But if that same content can drive referral traffic, which turns into sales, can get you awareness and build authority and trust from the key publications in your sector, then why wouldn't you be doing that?
Absolutely, because in America, it's the quick fix, right? But honestly, longevity is the key, because that's what's going to keep you around, right? And I love the thought, the KISS principle, right? Keep it simple, sweetie.
Absolutely.
It makes life a lot simpler for everybody. And journalists, I have a friend who's a journalist, and 300, 400, 500 emails a day. They're just skimming. They're just getting rid of things as fast as they can. So you've got to figure out a way to get in front of them. Mm-hmm. And I loved what you said at the very end. Think big. Think big. My dad was in sales. Unfortunately, he's not with us anymore. But he had this big old mug with this big old handle, huge, and it said "Think Big" on it. So I take it almost everywhere I go.
Yes.
So I
think
love
big.
that philosophy.
Think. One of the things we've said for a long time now is think big, and then figure out how to do it within resource constraints, within budget. Yeah. Don't think, if you're limited by either a budget, by resources, don't go in with that mindset. Go in with the mindset of what can we do that's as big as possible, and then figure out how to execute it within the constraints. Otherwise, you end up suffocating that creativity. Think big first, and then figure out the rest afterwards.
Yes, absolutely. I don't have any questions coming in for you, but we've got about 2 minutes left. Okay. So tell me, everybody does a presentation, and I've asked most of our presenters today, after watching yourself, because I know a lot of people don't like watching themselves, but after watching yourself, is there something that you feel you would have liked to have said in the last 2 minutes and you didn't?
Yeah, I think it's probably an extension of what I closed with is try, don't be afraid to fail. I think in content marketing, in digital PR, in link acquisition, we all put too much pressure on ourselves, and actually you learn far, far more from failing. And I say failing loosely. I'm a big believer that nothing is failing as long as you learn from the experience. But actually, launching campaigns, launching PR activity that doesn't work is actually so important to both at a business level, but also as an individual level. Learning from that and taking the time to actually stop and think, okay, what we did didn't work. Why? Rather than just saying, okay, this didn't work. If you go in with the mindset of, okay, we've done this, it didn't work, move on to something else, you're missing out so many huge learning opportunities where you could go, okay, this didn't work. Why didn't it work? So in our space, in the digital PR side, have conversations with journalists. I think there's this thing that PRs, SEOs, marketers, journalists journalists aren't the enemy. Journalists want stories for PRs. What they don't want is to have their inboxes bombarded with stuff that isn't relevant to them, that doesn't communicate the story. So if something isn't landing, have those conversations. Yeah, it doesn't take long to find journalists who will be happy to have a quick chat, send some feedback really on the ground that they don't want their inboxes cluttered with bad pitches. Neither do PRs or marketers want their pitches to be received that way. Have these conversations, ask for feedback and learn from it. I think is probably the biggest piece of advice I could give. I can sit here and I can give advice on ways to approach it, but actually every business is different. I've been doing this, I've been in digital PR for 7-8 years, SEO for about 13. And actually, even working with a new client now, there is still that learning period. Nobody can go in and have a top hitting campaign in week one. You have to understand what works, not just in that industry, but for that business as well. So try, fail, learn from it, and evolve that, and improve next time. I think is the biggest piece of advice I can give on that.
Oh, I think that's so awesome. I learned so much from you today.
Thank you very
I'm so
much.
glad that you came to State of Search. I really appreciate your presentation. I know everybody else does too. So I'm applauding for everybody.
Thank you very much.
And thank you so much, James.
No
you have
problem
a
at all.
wonderful
Thank you for
evening.
having me.
I'm not sure what time frame
Yeah,
you're
evening
on. But...
10 p.m. in the UK. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, it's bedtime for you then. Or
Yeah,
maybe
thank you
not.
for
I don't
having
know. IT people tend to stay up all night.
Yeah,
So anyways,
absolutely.
thank you so much. And
Thank you for having me.
if anybody has questions or any way, we know how to reach you and we'll send you those questions. And we look forward to seeing you next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Well, everyone, give me just a couple more minutes and we're going to have Eric, our final keynote speaker of the day. It's been a phenomenal day. I know I have learned a lot. I hope you have learned a lot. And just give me a couple minutes to get Eric all queued up and ready to go. All right, everybody. This is our last podcast for the evening. I am so excited to introduce you to Eric. I think you're going to learn a lot from him. And remember, we have questions and answers, so type them in. He's here to help. He's on the other end, behind the scenes, ready to answer your questions after you listen to his presentation. We'll bring him up live. And again, I want to thank Page One Power for being our presenting sponsor today and tomorrow for the week. And appreciate all of you who are here. And we look forward to hearing from Eric. So I will be quiet and we'll get Eric rolling.
Hello, State of Search. Today, I'm going to talk to you about the evolution of our industry, where we started from, what's happened over the past couple of decades, and where we're headed. And the whole idea is to help prep your business and your overall strategy so you can prosper through the changes that are coming our way. So with that in mind, let's dive in. First of all, if you don't know me, I'm Eric Enga. I've been involved in SEO for over 20 years and had a great deal of fun doing it. It's a fantastic industry to work in. So hopefully I can share some insights that will be helpful to you today. And I do want to start with, well, where we started. And my image here is deliberate. You know, it's a little bit of the Wild West in the old days. So hopefully you'll enjoy some of these things as I show them to you. Of course, we had keyword stuffed content. This is actually an example shared by Google still today of real content out there. And then, of course, we had comment spam and from the link building side of things. Here's some high quality stuff in a member profile on the right here, the tablets and laptops, anchor text, and of course, some stuffed comment spam actually in the real comment stream. And this stuff used to happen all the time. In fact, people created bots to go out and just spew this stuff across forums and blogs across the internet. And here's a fun one. This is actually from a company that makes bar stools, or they don't offer this anymore, but they used to. It's the Booze Death Calculator. Type in your weight, and then it will come back and tell you how many shots of scotch it would take to kill you. I guess I don't want to actually run this experiment and find out if it's right. Article directories, another fun thing. These are sites that you just went and you posted articles. And in theory, the reason why they get posted there is because other people might, go and pick them up and do something with them. But of course, hardly anybody or practically nobody ever did that. It was just a way of creating a piece of content and shoving it out there somewhere and getting it to, getting a link in the process. So that's what that was about. Or gibberish content like this stuff. I think this is also shared by Google still. Rich anchor text links stuffed in gibberish content. Don't read this article too long. You'll see some of the great stuff, like numerous ideas that could show you how to improve your workout in a short amount of time, which enable it to payday loan, you stay healthy and keep the kitchen connoisseur. Okay, not a lot of effort went into that content. Guest posting was a huge tactical area that people spent a tremendous amount of time on, back in the day. Here's a post from Matt Cutts back in 2014. If you had the privilege of seeing this post when it first went live, you would have seen the anger that he felt about all of this because it was so very, very visible. I think he got some internal feedback about how strong and strident he was in how he talked about it because he later updated the post and just toned it down just a little bit. But this is a clear message as to how Google feels about guest blogging for SEO. So if you're doing this, and I know there are a lot of people who still do, I think the chances are very, very high that the links have zero value unless you're focusing on what I might really call more like writing columns for people or potentially syndication if it gets done the right way. And look, even large brands cross the line over time. Here's just the situation that happened with JCPenney, where they got exposed, if you will, by the New York Times for shady link building practices. I do want to note that the JCPenney team promptly fired the search firm responsible for that and backed away from all of that activity. So it's impossible to know entirely what happened there. But the reality is that they get caught in this net by Google. So, before I go on to the early steps in the journey, I do want to ask you out there, if you got a little chuckle from some of these things along the way, please raise your hand. I know no one's looking, but I mean, let's admit it. It was a pretty interesting time in SEO where there was so many different ways to just make money, and maybe they weren't all responsible and the best online behavior you might hope for, but it was the times and it's what you did. So Google began to take some actions against all of this. And I want to talk a little bit about the early steps in that journey. Google Florida was the big update that kind of started it all. And don't get me wrong, there were updates before that. But Florida was a big update. It impacted a lot of people. The fact that it came out in November of 2003 upset a lot of people, because there were businesses who didn't realize what they were doing was not, right, or that it was wrong, that were badly hit right before Christmas season. But it was really sort of the beginning signal that Google was going to work very hard and take major measures to protect the quality of its search results. And this actually was believed to have been targeted at links. And then fast forward, I'm jumping forward 8 years. A lot happened between Florida and Panda, of course. But Panda was another major milestone, came out in February of 2011. Fun fact, 4 weeks before that, I had published an article on Search Engine Land, kind of calling out that the content farms sites that were out there, that their days basically were numbered, not having any idea that Google was this close to releasing something. And then on February 23rd, out it came. And so here's some of the guidance that Google gave on Panda at the time. And I'm not going to read through all of it. Some of the things are interesting. Would you be comfortable giving your credit card information to this site? Does it complete the article provide a complete or comprehensive description of the topic? Does it look like quality control has been done on the content? Are they a recognized authority? So these are things that we still talk about today. But Panda was the marker, really the starting place of attacking really poor quality content. And then we had the page layout algorithm. That was back in 2012. What's interesting about this one is it was actually one of the very first things that they did, which was explicitly targeted at user experience, which is really interesting. And the whole idea here was that if you had too many ads above the fold, so when someone first clicks on that search result and comes to your website, they get primarily ads and not get to the content that they want. And Google decided that that was a poor customer experience. It was certainly a bad customer experience from the point of view of their search results. So they wanted to protect that and took measures to lower the rankings of people who just didn't show that good quality content right above the search results. So that was interesting. And then, here all the way back in 2008, I'm just showing that I authored a post on the Moz blog at that time called "I Don't Buy Links." This was back in a time when that kind of thinking was almost heretical in the industry and highly controversial. I can't tell you how many times I was told that I was bringing a knife to a gunfight. Now, mind you, I've built and sold 4 businesses from scratch without buying any links for any of them. So wasn't necessary then, it isn't necessary now. But it was actually quite a while before Google took action on that one. And it was in 2012 that we saw Penguin being that first major algorithmic action that Google took to protect their index from poor quality link building practices. This post here from Matt Cutts highlighting that, hey, SEO can be positive and constructive, but there's certain things that we don't care for. And that was all about links. The tricky part about Penguin, before I go on, is that those releases only came out a couple of times a year, or maybe 4 times a year at its peak. And in some cases, it was like over a year between releases. So if you had committed a penalty or something that Penguin punished, and then you fixed it, you sometimes had to wait an extended amount of time before you could come back out from the damage that the algorithm had caused. But anyway, that's just a little bit of a look at the history of how Google began to take actions and some of the major things they took during what I'll call the early days of all this process. In this next section, I want to talk a little bit about what Google wants, really, and what are they trying to accomplish with all of this and their overall search results. And so, first of all, there's a reason that this is still their UI. If you go directly to google.com, this is what you see. And the reality is it relates to what the user wants and what they're looking for from Google. And it's really simple. It hasn't changed. It's been the same since back in 1998. The user just wants something fast. Now, to be fair, as we know how Google has evolved, the user doesn't actually care whether the answer comes directly from Google, like a featured snippet or something like that, knowledge box or knowledge panel, or they go to a website, but they do want that answer fast. They're not going there to stay there. It's a big contrast to YouTube, for example, where the user might go and actually spend an extended amount of time watching videos. And then if we delve into how Google thinks about doing all that, and I want to just walk through some tweets here over the years, something more recently from Danny Sullivan in response to queries he was being asked about BERT. Nothing to optimize for here, nothing to see here. These aren't the bots you're looking for. But the fundamentals of us seeking to reward great content remain unchanged. Okay? Go back a little bit further. Want to do better with a broad change. And here he's referring to those large core algorithm updates that we've been seeing over the past few years. And what do you want to do? Have great content. So that's a pretty clear message. And then here's one from Gary Eish. It's in response to Rishi Lakhani here asking about an affiliate site. And Gary's response is, have you seen what the At The Points guy is doing? They create amazing content. And yes, while they have sponsored links, our focus is on the user. So, again, some clear messaging about the thought process here. And then, another one here, in response to Marie Haynes, asking about a form with thousands of blank pages, and did that hurt you? Same sort of message. What you really need is content created with care for the users. That's it. And blank pages we just ignore. But again, you see the emphasis on depth and breadth of content and users throughout these tweets. There's so many more examples of these that I could have pulled, by the way, but these are some pretty good ones. And I also want to take a moment and deal with an old myth here, which is this idea that people have that Google's just going to convert the entire search results to ads. And that they're looking for as many ways as systematically to do that as possible. So I want to be balanced about this part of this, because surely Google is looking for ways to increase revenue. There is no doubt about it. And to the degree that they can find ways to increase ad revenue, they'll try many different things to do it. but I want to just really sort of debunk this idea that it's all going to go to ads or something like that. So first of all, if you just look at this data, which was the output of a study that I did together with Perficient when I was working there, that evaluated data that was provided to us by Traject Data, which was a comprehensive snapshot of millions of search queries over an extended period of time. I think it was 2 months, if I remember right, and took snapshots of the actual layout of the SERPs, captured the ranking position of everything, captured the search features in use throughout, and did that, and then analyzed that using data from JumpShot to highlight, well, really just dig in and understand where the clicks were going and get a map of overall user behavior. And we did many different things with this study, but one piece of it led to this chart, which you're looking at here, which is across all desktop queries. We saw about 4.61% of those queries were getting clicks on paid search ads. Whereas with mobile searchers, well, wait a minute, the number is basically the same. It's 4.52%. The numbers really don't differ very much. And you see big differences in the other part of it. It's also kind of fun that the no-click cannibalization of organic results is higher in mobile, but otherwise the ecosystem is kind of the same. So the question I want to ask you is, what are the chances you think really that Google hasn't understand for more than a decade how far they can push the limit with ads? They could easily make this number 8% if they wanted to force the issue and really stuff things with ads and try various practices to force people more into going at ads. But they know that this will cause reductions in satisfaction and usage of their service. They've known that for a long, long time. And so while they're going to find creative ways to try to make the ads more enticing and make more things happen with ads, the reality is they've worked this out long, long, long ago. So yeah, okay, you don't believe me. Sorry, Eric. Why can't they just show more ads? It's about two things. The first one is user intent. People who are in a shopping mode want ads. They actually want to be sold to. They're prepared for that. They're into that. That's cool. People who have a navigational or informational intent, they don't want ads. They just have no interest in ads at all. And then on the publisher side, the publishers who are paying for the ads, they only want to pay for clicks from people who have a chance of buying something. So they're not going to be into, excuse me, having ads, and getting people who really just want informational stuff. And of course, publishers who want informational content don't want to pay for clicks. So those two things are effectively the fundamental market forces that Google has to deal with. And here's a chart that I pulled from the site just because it's kind of a cool thing showing market forces. But the main point is that Google has to respect market forces. And yes, that is something that they have to deal with. So anyway, switching gears here and looking at the landscape since March of 2018, when we first started to see those broad core algorithm updates. There's been a lot of them over the past 4 years, really. And you see them all laid out here, every few months or so, sometimes closer together, sometimes further apart, sometimes larger announcements. And so what have those all been about? Well, here's what Danny Sullivan said about that. There's no fix for pages that might perform less well other than remain focused on building great content. Over time, it may be that your content may rise relative to other pages if you do that. So the focus, again, back on great content. And one of those updates was particularly interesting, Medic, which rolled out in August of 2018. This one was called Medic. I think it was coined by Barry Schwartz, because it appeared to target your money or your life sites, which health sites are, and so are financial sites, for example. It appeared to target those sites more than other kinds of sites. And here's some data on just sites that winners and losers, data from Searchmetrics on people who saw large rises and others who saw large drops in their visibility. YouTube did extremely well. What a shock. Dictionary.com, however, down 62%. MedicineNet, down 71%. So the swings were huge with Medic. And then just fast forwarding a little bit and talking about some of the other updates that Google has done. Here's the announcement they did back in October of 2020. They announced several big new algorithms, passages, subtopics, deep video indexing, and improved database extraction. Just look at those a little bit more in detail. The passages update was made live in February of 2021. Here's the query that they used as an example in the announcement post, but this is the current live content that comes up, which isn't the same example they shared in the announcement post. But nonetheless, this is a query that they couldn't have surfaced before because they've learned how to index tiny subsections of content within long form content in order to answer detailed user questions. A big step forward at enabling them to answer far more granular user queries. Really interesting. And then you have the subtopics thing that they announced. And the funny story here is it was, according to them, live in November 2020, but they never really announced that. And they were just asked, I don't know, sometime in early 2021, hey, when did that go live? And Danny Sullivan said, oh yeah, we pushed that live back in November. But the whole idea is someone enters a query like home exercise equipment, and Google will show the things certainly at the top that they would normally have shown for home exercise equipment. But below that, they're going to actually start surfacing some things from other queries, like affordable exercise equipment in this example, or small space exercise equipment. They're not going to announce it in any real crisp way so you actually recognize it, but they do surface that content. So again, that's really about getting more granular, understanding how user journeys of wandering through their needs and topics go. And then also tagging key moments in videos. So how to do a high quality dining table. Here's the example I'm sharing, but you see these snippets extracted from within the videos, because again, they recognize that users have more specific questions that aren't otherwise easily surfaced. So your table wants to have metal legs. You can just jump right to that part of the video. And then they also did improved extraction of data from complex databases. This is just allowing them to surface more easily snippets of very specific information that users might query. And Google is a participant in the Data Commons project, which is a part of trying to make that easier for everybody to access. But Google is surfacing this stuff in the search results. A little bit later, we have the MOM algorithm, and this just mines content at new depths. They shared an example in their announcement of this. I'm sharing it here. The query is that, I've hiked Mount Adams and now want to hike Mount Fuji next fall. What should I do differently to prepare? And you see some few snippets of, interesting factoids here. Okay, so those are probably not quite that deep, but they are good answers to the question. But MOM actually goes a lot further in that it's able to mine answers in other languages now. So in the case of Mount Fuji, there might be a Japanese blog that highlights some information that's not readily available in English. And MOM actually enables Google to find that content and share that to an English-speaking person in the US who entered this query about climbing Mount Fuji in the fall. and get them more comprehensive answers than they could before. So what's interesting about all these examples, they're about enabling Google to be more granular and more specific and respond to more detailed user needs. Let's talk about Google's page experience update for a few moments. So what's it about? Three basic things. Pages that load fast for users, we all know that. Pages that are mobile friendly, and pages that are safe to visit. So these are all user experience related. So here, why does Google care about Core Web Vitals? So here's some data, both from Google. Data shows that 53% of visits are abandoned if pages take longer than 3 seconds to load, yet the average mobile web page takes 15.3 seconds. Okay, we have to put all this together in context. If you just read these 2 points as written and walk away with it, you're probably going to over-index on just how fast you need to make your website. I think realistically, we know that making pages faster is better for user. We know that there is abandonment if pages take too long. It doesn't have to be as extreme as the number here suggests, but it is a user experience thing. And if users go to a website and they don't find what they want, or they give up because it's taking too long, it might as well not be there. Just some data from the latest study that I've worked on together with Proficient. I do still work in collaboration with them on many things. And here's data showing the impact of CLS score on rankings. So this is from week 23 of 2019, which is a couple of weeks before they started rolling out the page experience update, and week 39, which is a couple of weeks after they were done. And the whole idea here is we tracked a whole series of sites. I can't remember the quantity, but a very large number of sites, and looked at their scores week by week through the whole update rollout. And the bottom 2 lines here are both from week 23, and the global scores means all the sites that ranked in the top 20 in week 23, and all the sites that ranked in the top 20 in week 39. And the control scores is a set of URLs picked from that, which were in both data sets, were in both 23 and 39. So the idea is that the control score is going to tell us, well, if we see some change in the CLS scores of the ranking pages, is it just because everybody on the web got faster because of the pressure that Google was putting on it, or dealt with their CLS better because of the pressure from Google? So what we're seeing here is the 2 sets of data in 23 are very similar. And then in week 39, they both went up together. So the CLS score of the web improved. What it's telling us is, okay, maybe it's been a ranking factor, but it's a really small ranking factor. Okay. Same thing for FID scores, by the way, kind of the same story here. The week 23 data, it all got better by week 39, but it all got better. It isn't just that they ranked pages higher because of FID. And then LCP, it's a little bit of a murkier chart to look at, but it's basically the same story. So, all right, the reality is they haven't made it a large ranking factor, but it's in the mix now, and it's something to think about. And it will be important for you if you have competitive queries where it's really tight race between you and another site. So why does Google care about page experience? Really 3 major points. What good is it to have all this great information on your site if users can't find it or access it? Not any good at all. And that's true if it just takes too long for it to load. And then the HTTPS thing is you can't assure that this content that you tried to send to the user is what they receive. So these are just really good examples of customer experience and Google beginning to take this really seriously. I think the most important upshot of the page experience update, to be honest, is that Google is going to continue to find other ways to put customer experience and user experience things into this algorithm. So what's the upshot of all this, right? All this investment they've made. So user satisfaction with Google is incredibly high. I mean, 80%, it's hovering around 80% all the way back since 2002. This is an incredible track record and something that shows that they've really done a great job. And if you look at this and contrast this against other websites, you see Yahoo at 73%, Bing a little further over at 71%. So Google does have a clear margin over other sites. And this is really kind of fundamental to how they keep their market share so high. So just really Google's business reality in a nutshell is the more the user needs are met, the higher the usage level that they get of their search engine, and ultimately the higher level of revenue that they'll be able to maintain. So here's the story. Google's highly focused on the user. They want us, as publishers of websites, to focus on the user. And their algorithms are going to continue to work on finding the best content and the best experience. So we need to do that too. We need to do that too. And the first step is making that commitment. And we need to think about it holistically here. Today, many of the most important signals in search are indirect. Yeah, we have to have good stuff, unique and valuable products or fantastic content. We need to have great EAT. We need to have a great user experience and a great customer experience. And these are going to play back to us in terms of reviews and links, engagement, and things that Google measures. And just to talk about EAT a little bit, likely most of you know what this is, but is the person who created the content an expert? Is it authoritative content? Can you trust the creator of the content? All important factoids. And Google talks about EAT, it's our ground truth that we use to tell what a good quality result is for users. Keeping in mind it's a ground truth used by their search quality raters and not directly by their algorithms. But their search quality raters give information that they use to tune their algorithms. So it's an indirect signal, but I don't care if it's indirect or not. If Google finds a way to tune direct signals that effectively measure this. So ultimately, what has been the focus of all this, right? Better understanding of query intent, better understanding of which websites fully meet that user intent, which often requires a breadth and depth of content. And just keep in mind, it's not a volume game. The quality of the content matters too. And then ultimately, better understanding which websites deliver a superior customer experience. So if they send somebody to your website, is that user likely to be happy? That's the question you need to understand. And so, as I say here, we need to refocus on giving users what they want. Well, let's just talk a little bit about how they might determine an ability to meet user needs. And I want to recognize that there are two signals here. One is if you have a highly trusted, highly recognized brand. That's a signal. It matters, right? And the other is you have comprehensive content on the topic. Are you very thorough and all your EAT signals in line? It's very, very good stuff. These are things that are signals that you're able to meet user needs. And if you think about it, you can think about leveraging brand and content together. And you could have a ton of brand and not a lot of content. You could have a ton of content and not a lot of brand, and maybe get to kind of the same place and be okay. And there are sites that do it either way, because the sites with a really strong brand, Google's going to trust that they take care of people. They wouldn't have that strong of brand if they didn't. But why not do both? Why not have a great brand and have fantastic, deep and rich content and have everything hitting on all cylinders? Something to think about. But here's what we need to do, borrowing from Wayne Gretzky here. We need to skate to where the puck is going. But what I've laid out for you is a clear path as to where Google is headed. We know where they're headed. It's clear as day, right, what they need to do. So to maintain their market share and the usage level. So while they do their various things to try to make revenue, part of that through driving usage, but also finding ways to get some more money per visitor, they still have to attend to those things. And we know we're going to do those things. So if we know they're going to do these things, we need to align ourselves with that. So this is a chart that I've been using for years, but it's still a good one. You need to ask yourself, what percentage of visitors do you satisfy? That isn't just the content quality, which you need, and the breadth and depth, which you need, but it's also the user experience and the customer experience. And if your competition satisfies a larger percentage than you do because you're at a lower percentage, but critiquing my language there, but what's Google want to do? They're going to want to tend to show them instead. So in terms of how we approach this is what we have to do. We, in addition to doing whatever we're doing about our brand, we need to have more comprehensive libraries of content than our competitors do. The sites that do that tend to thrive. You have to keep that content quality at a really high level, and you have to make that content easy to find and consume. It has to be a good experience. So with that in mind, we could agree, hey, novel concept here. Content really is king. So here's the question. Why does NerdWallet get more traffic than Fidelity? Ask yourself. So it's almost twice, according to this data from SEMrush. So first of all, they have far more informational pages. And I know I'm using the site calling command and kind of a wonky command and just give you precise numbers, but it's clear. NerdWallet has a crap load of more high quality content they publish on an ongoing basis than Fidelity. So that's even though Fidelity is a large brand. So let's delve into why. And I want to learn a little bit from the long tail. Still a great thing to talk about. This is from a chart that deliberately sharing from all the way back when Moz was still called SEO Moz. But the story is still roughly true today, that 70% of our traffic comes from long tail queries, not the head terms that everybody's thinking they want to rank on. And no, you should want to rank on them, of course. But the long tail can be captured with breadth and depth of content. And I think, these are just some examples of head terms, what I call chunky middle terms and long tail terms. The long tail terms are just, a little less obvious things, probably not something that you deliberately think about inserting in your content. Yet you want to rank for this stuff. And just keep in mind the keyword tools don't really measure the long tail really well at all. If you sample 0.5% of all queries and you have a query that happens, once a month, you're probably not going to see it, right, in your tool. So just be aware that you can't really get at what the long tail is that way. And I want to just give a couple of examples to highlight how this works. Here's a retail example taken from Zappos for men's hiking boots. 718 items found. And here's just some example filters that you can pick. I've kind of highlighted how many different ones of these. You can see there are a ton of them. And then just switching to another area, if I look at the pyramid of user needs for personal computers, somebody searches on laptop, there's different brands that people might be looking for, the different configurations, processor type, memory size, type of RAM, whether it's solid state hard drive, et cetera. And then more specific things. There's a lot of detail that goes into this thing. In fact, if you go to Dell.com and you search on in-URL laptops together with a site called Dell.com, you get 188,000 pages returned by that query. And then diabetes, very, very similar story. WebMD has 394 pages of content about diabetes. It's like, what the heck are they writing about with all that time? But I mean, obviously it's something. So here's a chart that I borrowed from Bloomreach. What we've learned over time is that most customer time is spent on discovery. It's really unlikely they're going to come to one page in your site, immediately convert and sail off happy into the sunset. This data from Bloomreach says that 82% of B2C visitor time is spent on browsing or searching, and the figure is 76 B2B. That means people are really looking for granular detail. What this means, and this is something I've been saying for a while now, SEO is really driven by content. And you need to think about content, not just for that initial commercial query, but you need to be thinking through the entire customer life cycle, starting with awareness for that top of funnel stuff, developing their interest, walking through consideration and conversion or decision, and then retaining them. And this is a very involved process. So what I want to do is share a couple quick case studies. They're both in the addiction treatment space, and it's interesting because they get very similar results, but by somewhat different paths. So this is addictioncenter.com, data from SEMrush again. They're getting about 2 million visitors a month. I just did a profile of the folders getting the most traffic on their site using some proprietary algorithms for estimating their click volumes, but leveraging SEMrush data. And you look at it for addictioncenter.com, and these are the top folders, right? And over on the right, you see by content type, and you see that evergreen article content over and over and over again is the dominating source driving traffic to their site. Interestingly enough, by the way, they have 226 articles in a cities folder where they tried an experiment to talk about addiction treatment specific to given cities. And it was basically a failed experiment because you can see that it yielded zero traffic. And so here's one of the quality pieces of content that they have about Halcyon. I'm not even quite sure what that is, but it was the thing that I picked out. And you can see that, it's a type of benzodiazepine. A lot of good detailed information, really good cross-linking that you see in certain places to other related content. Whereas that cities content, okay, drug and alcohol addiction in Bowling Green, Kentucky. Okay, how really does that differ from drug and alcohol addiction in Indianapolis or Poughkeepsie or Memphis? You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason why these pages just don't deliver any traffic, because no one cares. There's no search volume. Google doesn't see any value in it. Second site that I want to look at as an example, recoveryvillage.com. This one has a little bit more traffic, but pretty similar, just under 2.2 million a month. Again, traffic, data from SEMrush. Sorry, got to say their brand name the right way. And here's the traffic folder analysis here for these guys. Evergreen article content down the line, all of it. All their top folders are evergreen article content, which is really interesting. And I actually did a little bit of a different analysis here, because there's another key point that I want to highlight, is I looked at the distribution of monthly search volume for heroin articles on the site, and it was like 90 of them or something like that. And you see that 5 of them had 10,000 plus monthly search volume, another 2, 5,000 plus, 18, 1,000 plus to 5,000, and so forth. They have 24 articles they created that have zero discernible search volume. Why did they do that? It's a business that's clearly driving its business, its results primarily through SEO, because they recognize that granularity, that long tail of user needs, and they understand that Google is looking for that highly granular content. So to wrap up, what we've learned: Google's profit motive requires them to focus on delivering great results. Google has gotten the message, and they've invested heavily through the years on improving its results by serving on an increasing basis sites that do a better job of answering user needs. We've also learned that user needs are just very vast and complex, and the long tail remains not a big thing, it's a huge thing. Google also now considers user experience a core ranking factor. That was a big step. Albeit the page layout update was a start many years back. They continue to invest heavily in making improvements. We've seen that sites that invest heavily in content that meet more user needs are winning. That the role of UX and CX, the ability for users to get the content that they actually are looking for, is increasing and will continue to increase over time. Thank you so much for listening and watching. Looking forward to your questions, and thank you again.
Wow. Wow. What great information, Eric. Thank you for being here today.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
I know it's late in the day. I had to giggle, as you said. You know, that very first photo. I've seen a lot of keyword stuffing over my years. I'm not even in that business. Of course, I am now. I was in the business side, and I can remember people talking about that keyword stuffing. And it's funny because I have a few clients that their websites were still keyword stuffed. And I just had to giggle a little bit.
Right.
And so what's interesting to me is it's a big word called pivot. And it doesn't mean a lot, just a little. And I don't think people understand that in today's world, we need to pivot just a little bit.
Yep.
So kind of elaborate on that a little bit. It looks like we got a question from Julie. She said, if we don't have any UX people on staff, how do you recommend we stay forward facing when it comes to UX for SEO?
Well, I think you may not have specific UX people on staff, but what you really need to develop is a strong understanding of what it is your customers need. Not just that what you want to sell them. Obviously, you want to position things and do things so you sell them things, and that's okay. But they're going to come in with such a vast array of different needs. So Julie, my main advice is, use whatever resources you have to better understand those customer needs. If you have salespeople, talk to them and find out what questions they're asking. If you have a customer support system of some sort, look into that and see what questions people are asking. Research your competitors and see what pieces of content they've published that are delivering traffic to them. Leverage these kinds of things to just better understand how your customer is thinking about it. You have to earn the right to sell them something, and you have to develop trust with them, and giving them really good experience and really good information is a great way to do that.
You know, customers are so much smarter today than they were 10, 15 years ago. So much smarter. And they can a lot of times smell the snake right away, right? And, you know, the days of throwing up a quick article with a few keywords in it to land on the website doesn't work as well as it used to. And Google's smart enough to figure that out as well. And I used to be in probably one of the biggest, spammiest industries ever. And it was tough. It was really tough because we put out good stuff, but because we were in the spammy industry, it made it a little more difficult.
I bet.
So my question to you is, looking forward, what is a simple, just little pivot that somebody could do to implement in their business or for their agency or for their clients? Just one little simple pivot that might change the whole realm of what they're doing.
So for most businesses, I'm going to give you two different answers,
Okay.
two different perspectives on it.
Love it.
One relates really to the question that Julie asked, and how I answered it, which is learn your customer. Like, stop thinking about what you want to get them to buy. Learn your customer.
Yeah.
And learn how their needs are going to lead to them wanting to buy your product and what you need to do to satisfy that. And then the second part that I would really want you to take away is think about, and I tried to share a number of different examples that showed how people were using vast amounts of information to meet, large-scale user needs, which, I showed my pyramids, I showed my chart from Bloomreach and things like that to try to illustrate just how different everybody approaches the problems they have, even the ones that might lead to them wanting to buy your product. So what that means is you need to put a lot of information out there.
Yeah.
So whatever your content budget was, and I understand I'm going to say something which is really easy for me to sit there as an armchair quarterback and say, which is triple it, quadruple it. Maybe you can't do it right now, but understand that you have to take it to a new level. Or if you're a really small business, you get some of your key staff and have them make it part of their job to create a piece of content a week. And if you're a bootstrap startup and you're one of the two founders, you say two founders in it, the two founders got to be creating content every day. And just, you got to have this as a mission. And that's a pivot right there.
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. So Eric said, great presentation. I have followed you for quite a while, starting with the art of SEO. In one of your case studies, you showed stats at a folder directory level. Can you comment at all on the current utility of content hubs or silos if you prefer, please?
So I'm a big fan of content hubs. And I could have actually included a little bit in the presentation about it. But so let's contrast what's really the option here. Option could be that you could have a blog, and lots of people use blogs. They use WordPress or something like it because it's easy, and it makes it really easy to publish, and it makes it easy for you as a publisher. There's two big problems with blogs as a platform that Content Hub solves both of these. First of all, content ages on a blog. So what I mean is, starts on the homepage of the blog and leaves there as more content gets published, and then it's on a category page. And as more stuff gets published in the category page, it gets paginated. And so its click distance from the homepage of the blog or the website, for that matter, grows over time. And then the other thing is, with a lot of themes, WordPress themes in particular, you can have a lot of bloat in it. So I've seen sites where the actual blog pages were about 35% of the total pages on the blog, and that means Google is doing 3 pages of crawling for every page of content that they might think of ranking. So blogs are great for temporal content, by which I mean content which is news-like. It ages relatively fast. So if it descends further and further clicks away, that's actually okay. But if you're publishing evergreen content with advice that's or information that's supposed to stand for a sustained period of time, use a content hub to control the interlinking manually or by whatever algorithms you want to use. But you decide, not some artificial algorithm made by the people who create open source software.
What a great answer. Did that answer your question, Eric? I love that answer. I think that's a great tool to add to the arsenal. And of course, Doc Sheldon says, as always, Eric, you're pure gold.
Hey, Doc.
Pure gold.
Long time.
So thank you so much for being here. Does anybody have any other questions for Eric? I know it's late on his time frame, and I know we've been going all day, and we've got probably about 7 minutes left, or maybe we'll get out a couple minutes early. Does anybody have any other questions? And if not, I have one last one. So after watching yourself on that presentation, which I've asked everybody this afternoon, what's one item that you feel that you would love to share that you thought of while you were watching yourself?
Yeah, no, that is a great question. Well, something that would be great to have as a supplemental discussion to what I just shared is just how you can use AI today to help with some of this. And it is becoming increasingly applicable. You can't have GPT-3 or some other tool go off and create polished articles and put it out there. Certainly not at scale, and which is why you might like to do it. But you can use tools like GPT-3 and some of the tools built on top of it like Shortly and Jarvis and others to create several different article outlines, which you can use to inform how your subject matter expert puts together an article. Or it can summarize content for you if you want to extract information. You can build short product descriptions or meta descriptions or movie descriptions. It gets really tricky with the AI when you get past a paragraph or two for it to kind of be functionally on point without a lot of work. But that's a whole nother area, which I wouldn't have had time to fit into the presentation. That's a full feature-length presentation by itself.
I bet it is. I bet it is.
But that's another area to think about. And, would be great to talk to anybody who's interested in knowing more about that. And, hit me up on Twitter. @StoneTemple is the handle.
That's right. That's right. Anyways, I just want to thank you so much for being here today and sharing your wisdom. Always learn so much from you. And do you know that we've been live for 9 hours and 15 minutes?
Are you tired yet?
No, I'm still like reeling with all this information that the brain is like trying to, put in compartments. And we've had 13 speakers today. We've got 11 tomorrow. I do want to say thank you to Page One Power for being our presenting sponsor. We appreciate you and everything you do. And don't forget, we have a scavenger hunt going on. You should have received your email this afternoon, and that paper is with all the correct answers is due by tomorrow at 3, because we want to give away a State of Search in-person ticket next year. We want to give away a virtual ticket next year for a State of Search and a membership. So, don't be shy. We'd love to give that away to all of you. But as of right now, we're going to close for today and go get a cold one, whatever your beverage of choice is, or dinner. And we will see you again tomorrow. Thank you so much, Eric.
Yep. Thank you, Chris. Bye, everybody.
Have a great night.
Yep. You too.
Thank you so much, everyone. Remember, we start tomorrow at, I believe it's 8:50, 9 o'clock. And you won't want to miss this keynote speaker either. We've got so much more to share with you guys tomorrow. I can't wait. Today's been a phenomenal day. I have learned so much. I hope you have learned so much. And from that, it's a wrap. Day one. Bye, everybody.